Ayun kausap ni Wally. Ayun nandun sa right at your 1 o'clock. Ha? Si Magalong? I hope he doesn't trip. Hi, Senator. I'm Katrina. I'm just gonna be sitting beside my dad.
Oh, really? Okay, sure. Alisin mo yun.
Senator, please is here already, Dad.
Thank you very much. Salamat.
Hi, good morning.
I need this so that
Paalam ko rin.
I can hear what they're saying. You're the assistant?
I'm the assistant
I know.
leader.
So I'll address you as Sen. Hindi ako malito.
Somebody to remember what they say. So, yeah, ask her to sit beside me. I have to use this earphone.
Ay, yes, sir.
Tapos ma'am, nasa request po executive session may sulat. Kung saan ka, he's here but requesting for
Senator Gringo, you're going to give a remark on after the opening.
After siguro the opening statements of the chairman, the chairpersons.
Yes.
Opo.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Sure. Hinihiling po namin na magsiupo na ang mga dumadalo ngayon, lahat po ng mga resource persons at mga nasa gallery. Mag-uumpisa po tayo. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. As chairperson of the Senate Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, jointly called with the Senate Committee on Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, and the Committee on Finance, this public hearing on the reopening of the Mamasapano incident is hereby called to order. Bago po natin simulan ang pagdinig, isang pagbungad na salita bilang pagbalik-tanaw kung saan tayo nanggaling at kung nasaan na tayo ngayon. Mahigit isang taon na ang lumipas bago sumapit ang hating gabi ng ika-25 ng Enero taong 2015. Halos 400 miyembro ng Special Action Force ang lumakad para dakpin ang dalawa sa pinakamapanganib na terorista sa buong mundo. Bago magbukang liwayway, patay na ang isang kriminal, si Marwan. Pero bago pa magtakip silim, 44 na PNP staff ang wala ng buhay. May 23 Moro fighters at 5 sibilyan na namatay at marami pang nasugatan. In the Senate, 8 resolutions were filed and a privileged speech delivered, all expressing the nation's pain and outrage over the death of the SAF fallen heroes. This loss was as massive as the tribute to their valor was moving. The committees conducted 5 public hearings spanning a total of 23 hours and 39 minutes. The transcripts of these hearings alone total 1,098 pages. We also met 5 times in executive session, spending 15 hours and 9 minutes grilling witnesses behind closed doors. A total of 37 persons were summoned to testify. From both camps of the conflict, the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and the Office of the President, to barangay officials, the Philippine National Police, the Special Action Force, the Philippine Army, high-ranking national government officials, local government officials, peace panels of the government and the MILF, and the heads and members of the ceasefire committees appeared before us. On March 18, 2015, your committees submitted a 129-page committee report number 120, on the various resolutions with regard to the Mamasapano massacre. The committee report was signed by 21 senators, some with separate annotations, and was submitted to plenary for its consideration. 37 araw mula nang buksan natin ang unang pagdinig ng Senado, kulang 2 buwan mula nang maganap ang trahedya sa Mamasapano, isinumiti na po ng committee ang aming report. The records show that the probe was thorough, our questioning relentless, the review of events methodical, and a request for information uncompromising. Committee report number 120, among others, contains the following conclusions, findings, and main observations. Number 1, what happened in Mamasapano on January 25, 2015 was a massacre, not a misencounter. Number 2, the PNP's inadequate intelligence, poor planning, and lack of coordination with the AFP were fatal mistakes. Number 3, MILF and BIFF fighters and members of other private armed groups committed murder and robbery, and this was not in self-defense. Number 4, the MILF leadership does not have absolute control over their ground troops, which therefore raises doubts as to the capacity and sincerity of the MILF as our partner in the peace process, and it has implications upon the safety of government troops who must conduct law enforcement operations within MILF-controlled territory. Number 5, while prior coordination with the PNP with the AJAG is not necessary, the ceasefire mechanism between the government of the Philippines and MILF proved unable to effectively end the firefight and save the members of the 55th SAC. Number 6, the chain of command within the PNP was violated, and both Purisima and Peñas committed acts constituting administrative and criminal offenses. Number 7, the President failed to prevent then-suspended Police Director General Purisima from violating Article 177 of the Revised Penal Code, usurpation of authority or official function, and as Commander-in-Chief makes him ultimately responsible for the incident. Number 8. The Americans who were present during the entire operation were more than mere observers, given the facts that they directly trained, equipped, and supplied information to the SAF troops involved in the operation. The report covered all bases and covered up nothing. Tinukoy natin ang mga nagkamali at pagkakamali, pero pinuri natin ang mga nararapat at kilos na marapat sa isang patas na pagtatasan ng partisipasyon ng bawat isa. We were able to do this because first, we believe that the truth can never be compartmentalized, and that second, the nation, even in grief, has the wisdom and courage to handle the truth, no matter how painful. However, if there are supervening events or new evidence that come to fore after all of these, I will also be the first to say that we should unearth these and that we should be open to receiving and hearing additional facts in our continuing search for the truth. Almost 7 months after the filing of our committee report, Senate Minority Leader Juan Ponce Enrile took the floor on 7 October 2015 and moved to reopen the committee hearings on the Mamasapano incident. After inquiries and clarification, the Senate as a whole, during plenary session, unanimously and finally decided during a plenary session on 18 January 2016 to grant Senator Enrile's motion, taking in good faith his assertion on new information regarding the issue. The reopening of the hearing was allowed with a specific note that the filed committee report remains valid and subsisting. Ginawa natin ang ating trabaho dati, ngayon may lumilitaw na posibleng bagong impormasyon. Hindi tayo maaaring magbulag-bulagan o magkunwari na wala nang maaaring gawin pa ang Senado. Ang katotohanan walang kabuuan ay hindi ganap at hindi matatawag na katotohanan. Kailangan ipagpatuloy ang masalimuot na pagbubuo ng mga datos para makita nating lahat ang buong katotohanang naganap sa Mamasapano. Ang tunay na parangal na pwede nating mabigay sa SAF 44 ay ang buong katotohanan. Dahil doon nakasalalay ang tunay na katarungan. It is for this reason that we are convened here today to hear new matters and receive new evidence or information that may be submitted, facts that will hopefully add to our enlightenment and not subtract from what we already know. Let me emphasize it succinctly. The purpose of this inquiry is not to find fault, but more importantly, to know the absolute and complete truth. For the orderly conduct of today's discussion, we shall observe the following guidelines. Number 1. Given that the main proponent of the hearing governing the opening of the Mamasapano hearing is Senate Minority Leader Juan Ponce Enrile, he will be accorded the first hour to ask questions to resource persons invited. For the information of everybody, all resource speakers today are mainly from the recommendation of Senator Enrile. Number 2, thereafter, we, the other senators, or the other senators who have questions, will be given 10 minutes each on a first-come basis. Finally, given the relatively high emotions involved in this issue, may I remind our fellow senators, also those in the audience, as well as our resource persons, to please observe proper decorum, as well as our rules on inquiries in aid of legislation. Before we acknowledge the presence of those who are here today in our hearing, I would like to give the floor to the Vice Chair of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs for a brief opening statement. The floor recognizes Senator Honasan.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Sa akin po, ang issue ay umiikot sa chain of command. Ang chain of command po ay hindi katang-isip. This is not an idea only. This is not a concept. This is not an abstract mechanism. This is an institution. It is concrete. It defines authority, responsibility, and accountability. It establishes command and control. Ang nakasalalay po rito ay buhay. It enhances our ability to protect life, liberty, and property. Kaya ang mga katanungan po na kailangan masagot dito ay may kautusan ba? Sino ang nagutos? May katungkulan ba ito? Kasama ba siya sa chain of command? May inutusan ba? May katungkulan ba ang inutusan? Kasama ba siya sa chain of command? Sinunod ba ang utos na dapat ay legal at makatarungan? Matapos sundin ang utos, may report ba? Kanino ibinigay ang report? Itong pinagbigyan ng report, may katungkulan ba? At kasama ba ito sa chain of command? May kautusan ba na ibinigay sa tamang panahon at sa bawat sitwasyon? Ang karanasan ko po rito ay personal. Alam ko from first-hand experience, kung ano ang nangyayari kapag gumagana, nag-ooperate ang chain of command. We are able to reduce casualties and accomplish the mission. Kapag hindi po nasusunod at hindi nag-ooperate ang chain of command, then we are unable to protect life, liberty, and property. Kapag nagdesisyon po ang sinuman na sirain o putulin ang chain of command, katulad po nung ginawa noong February 1986 ng then Minister Juan Ponce Enrile at General Fidel Ramos kasama ang Reform the Armed Forces Movement. In fact po, mawalang galang si Secretary Gasmin ay isa sa mga leader ng Reform the Armed Forces Movement sa Northwestern Mindanao. You must be prepared to assume full responsibility and accountability. Ito pong chain of command, meron hong chain of command sa pamilya. May chain of command, bawat barangay, bawat municipality. Sa Senado, may chain of command po tayo. Yung MILF, may chain of command. Yung terorista po at kriminal, may chain of command yan. In fact, kaya tayo minsan napapalusutan at nauunahan dahil yung mga terorista at kriminal, yung mga nanggugulo sa ating demokrasya, sumusunod sa chain of command nila, tayo hindi. Ito pong resumption ng hearings based on new information ay in aid of legislation. Kailangan matukoy natin dito kung kailangan ng bagong batas para linawin ang chain of command. Bigyan ng din ito para malinaw ito sa lahat ng mamamayan at sa buong pamahalaan. At dapat po tukuyin din kung kailangan amyendahan at palakasin yung mga batas na natin ngayon. Ito pong paghahanap natin ng katotohanan at justisya ay ginagawa natin hindi para parangalan lamang yung mga bayani nating sa 44. I put this on record, Madam Chair, to honor every brother, soldier, and policeman whom I have fought with, some of whom have died and were wounded together with me. I do this to honor every brother Filipino rebel fighting for a cause. I do this also to honor the innocent civilians, men, women, and children who get caught in the crossfire of the armed conflict, especially their loved ones. And finally, Madam Chair, my colleagues, sa ating mga kababayan, sa pagtutulungan natin sa paghahanap ng katotohanan at hustisya para isaayos at palakasin ang mga nasirang institution katulad ng chain of command, siguruhin lang natin at mag-ingat tayo na sa pagnanasa nating ito, ang resulta ay hindi maging pagpapahina, maging kabaliktaran ng layunin natin. Dahil pag nangyari ito, malalagay na naman sa panganib yung ating demokrasya at yung ating inang bayan. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Honasan. Mag-uumpisa po tayo. Nandito po, nais kong batiin yung ating mga kasamaan. Unang-una, Senator Franklin Drillon, Senator Juan Ponce Enrile, Chairman po ng Peace, Reconciliation, and Unification, Senator Gingona, Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Tito Soto, Senator Cheese Escudero, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Nancy Binay, at yung ating pong mga resource persons, Executive Secretary Paquito Ochoa Jr., Secretary Herminio Coloma Jr., Honorable Secretary Voltaire Gasmin, Secretary Honorable Manuel Mar Rojas, Honorable Gregorio Catapang, Alan Purisima, General Leonardo Espina, Police Director General Ricardo Marquez, Police Chief Superintendent Fernando Mendez, Police Director Benjamin Magalong, Police Director Getulio Napeñas, Police Chief Superintendent Noli Talino, Police Chief Superintendent Edgar Orduña Basbas. Ito po si Police Senior Superintendent Hendrix Mangaldan ay nag-request po ng executive session, ngunit naririto po siya ngayong araw sa isang holding room. Si General Hernando Delfin Iriberi, Major General Edmundo Pangilinan, Lieutenant General Rustico Guerrero, at Honorable Cesar Garcia Jr. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ito po yung order of arrival ng ating mga senador. Ang una po ngang magtatanong ay si Senator Enrile, pangalawa po sa kanya ay si Senator Soto, tapos si Senator Marcos, Gingona, Angara, Binay, Honasan, Drillon, Aquino, Escudero.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sir, bago po tayo magtanong, pwede po bang tayo ay manumpa muna? Lahat po ng mga panauhin, kung pwede pong tumayo para manumpa. Yung ating committee secretary, please administer the oath.
For those who have not yet taken their oath and for those who have taken their statements in an executive session, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this investigation of the Mamasapano incident? For the record, Madam Chairman, all the resource persons gave an affirmative answer.
Thank you. Duly noted. Senator Enrile, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I ask my questions, may I be permitted to make a prefatory statement? Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this is a good morning. Before we commence this investigation, I would like to ask for your indulgence as I make a brief statement. Some people have accused me of having personal grudge against some powerful people and political motives behind the reopening of the Mamasapano massacre. I cannot blame them for thinking the way they do, but that is farthest from the truth. I am here only to fulfill a promise I made while I was incarcerated in Camp Crame. To the staff members who survived this horrible ordeal, what they said and the tears I saw is still vividly etched in my mind. I vowed to them then that if ever I be given a chance to get bail, I will seek justice for them and for all those who survived, those who perished, rather. It was fate, perhaps, that brought us together there in Camp Crame. And it is fate now, perhaps, that also allowed all this to unfold. I'm doing this for the staff troopers who bravely perished and those who gallantly survived. I'm doing this for the country, so that never again shall a similar gruesome butchery will happen in this land. I'm doing this for the people, so that they will know the national leaders who failed them because of ineptness and lack of leadership. I'm doing this for the truth and for no one else. Now, finally, I'm going to present evidence to show, and these are the specifications and the center of this morning's hearing as far as I'm concerned. First, that President Aquino actively and directly participated in the planning and preparation of Oplan Exodus. Second, that President Aquino deliberately compartmented Oplan Exodus to himself and PDG Purisima. I think all the military and police people here will know the meaning of compartmentation. Don't you? Okay. Third, that President Aquino was the approving authority of Oplan Exodus. Fourth, that during the execution of Oplan Exodus, President Aquino was fully aware of what was going on. Fifth, that President Aquino wantonly disregarded the command systems of the AFP and the PNP. Six, that President Aquino was actually, intentionally, and directly dealing with a person who, before and at the time of the Mamasapano gruesome massacre, was not an active part of the command system of either the AFP or the PNP. Seven, that President Aquino did not make any effective decision or issue any effective order or do any effective action as President of the Republic of the Philippines to prevent the barbaric slaying and slaughter of the PNP staff troopers whom he knowingly and deliberately sent on a dangerous mission to capture Marwan and two other targets. And finally, eighth, that to shield himself from any responsibility and accountability for the Mamasapano debacle, President Aquino deliberately hid or was hiding himself behind PDG Purisima. Thank you, Madam Chair. So let us now begin to unravel the whole sordid issue. In December 2010, I'm addressing these questions to General Napeñas. The PNP launched Oplan Pitas in Parang Sulu against Marwan. 1 year and 6 months later, in July 2012, the PNP launched Oplan Smart Bomb in Butig, Lanao del Sur, also against Marwan. Meanwhile, there were other attempted but aborted operations against Marwan thereafter, mostly in Mindanao. There were two further operations in Marawi, Cyclops 1, Cyclops 2, and all others, Wolverine 1, Wolverine 2, Wolverine 3, Terminator 1, Terminator 2, and lastly, exodus were all done in Maguindanao. Okay? Now, Mamasapano, in fact. Then after 2 years and nearly 6 months later, from Oplan Smart Bomb on July 25, 2015, Oplan Exodus was launched against Marwan in Mamasapano, also in Maguindanao. General Napeñas, in all those operations against Marwan, in Sulu, in Lanao del Sur, and in Maguindanao, which all happened under the administration of President Benigno Aquino, were you in some way involved in all of them?
Madam Chair, sir, Your Honor. Yes, sir, except in Cyclops 1 and Cyclops 2, because that happened in 2013, and I was already the Regional Director of Police Regional Office 13 in Butuan City, sir.
These were the Marawi operations.
Yes, sir, the Lanao Sur operation, Cyclops 1 and Cyclops 2. However, the other Lanao Sur operation, Smart Bus there, because that is in 2012, sir. The operations in 2013, I wasn't part of it, sir.
Now, in Oplan Exodus, President Aquino appeared to have actively and directly involved himself. He was briefed, consulted, and informed by PDG Alan Purisima and by you on nearly all aspects of Oplan Exodus, and he had in fact even extensively discussed Marwan project, not only with you as DSAF, but also with PDG Alan Purisima and Superintendent Fernando Mendez. As a matter of fact, he issued orders and gave instructions to PDG Purisima and to you as SAF, DSAF, in the planning, preparation, and execution of Oplan Exodus. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Now, was President Aquino actively and directly involved in the Sulu, Lanao del Sur, and Maguindanao operations against Marwan and others in the same manner and to the same extent as he did in Oplan Exodus?
In Sulu, sir, not to my knowledge, because I was then the Deputy Director of the Special Action Force, and I have no knowledge of the arrangement of the then Director of the Special Action Force. In the same manner, in Lanao del Sur, the same, I have no knowledge. If there was such a dealing between the Director of the Special Action Force and the President, what I know is the Undersecretary of the DILG, in the person of Yusek Rico Puno, was present in the presentation, in the briefing of the Smart Bomb or the Butig operation, sir.
Who is this Rico Puno?
He was then the Undersecretary of the DI, one of the Undersecretary of the DILG, sir.
And he was he dealt with you. He dealt with you.
No, sir, directly, because there was a presentation of the operation plan in Camp Crame, and he was present during that presentation of the operation plan, sir.
PDG Purisima, on January 8, 2015, at 5:29 in the afternoon, you sent a text message to President Aquino where you said, "Sir, good afternoon. May I know," this is January 8, "may I know on your convenient time when I can report to you to brief regarding the impending operation against SVTs or high-value targets in Maguindanao. Thank you, sir." And at 5:51 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day, President Aquino answered, "Bukas pagbalik mula sa Romblon." Then you replied at 6:13 p.m. also on the same day, "Yes, sir. Is this true?" Is this true?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, just answer whether it is not true or it is true.
It is true, Your Honor, that I sent those messages.
Okay. General Napeñas, on January 9, 2015, you with PDG Alan Purisima, PS Superintendent Fernando Mendez, and Police Inspector Ricardo Marasigan. Are you here? Marasigan? Okay. Were at Bahay Pangarap across the Pasig River from Malacanang Palace. You had a meeting with President Aquino. Is that true?
Yes, sir. Except that Police Senior Inspector Marasigan, after setting up the computer, he was led outside of the building, sir.
General Purisima, is this true?
That is true, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Now, General Napeñas and General Purisima, please tell us briefly why you, both of you, with PDG Alan Purisima and Superintendent Mendez, had to meet President Aquino on that day, January 9, 2015. Why? General Napeñas first.
We were there at the, Your Honor, sir, Madam Chair. We were there at the Bahay Pangarap in Malacanang to brief the President about Operation Plan Exodus. And I started the briefing presenting the video of Marwan and his cohorts in the area, followed by another video on the route going into the target area of Marwan and Usman. It was followed by presentation of the concept of operations. There was also a presentation of a decision matrix. There was also a presentation of the recommendations. And practically the details of Operation Plan Exodus was discussed in that meeting, sir.
Okay. In that meeting on January 9, 2015, you briefed President Aquino, as you said, on Oplan Exodus, and you, with PDG Purisima and Superintendent Mendez, discussed extensively with the President the details of the operation to capture Marwan, dead or alive, in Mamasapano. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
General Purisima.
Your Honor, may I clarify the answer? My answer to that is, when the plan was presented, this was already a finished operation plan. So it was already being presented for the information of the President.
Yes, but it was an extensive discussion of the facets of the operation.
Your Honor, there were comments that were made during the presentation.
All right, I will go to that and ask you questions, okay? In that meeting on January 9, you also presented to President Aquino the concept of operation or CONOPS, okay, to execute Oplan Exodus, and that CONOPS clearly spelled out nearly every detail and aspect of the Oplan Exodus, especially the time on target or thought manner of coordination with the AFP. Is that true? General De Peñas?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Oh. General Purisima?
Your Honor, the preparation was made by SAF on the concept of operation that was presented.
What I'm asking you, sir, is whether what I read is true to fact.
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. But to clarify that, it was the PNP SAF commander who was presenting the operations, the concept of operations. It was already prepared during that time, Your Honor.
What were you then? What were you then? Why were you in that meeting?
We were just I was just a facilitator, Your Honor.
Come on. Okay. Huh? And in that same meeting, General De Peñas, President Aquino discussed with you the strength of the force needed to implement Oplan Exodus, which was intended primarily to capture Marwan, dead or alive, in Mamasapano. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. And in fact, in that meeting with you on January 9, with President Aquino, he ordered you to increase the number of personnel to be used in Upland Exodus. Is that also true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. Also, in that same meeting on January 9, 2015, President Aquino talked to you about prior coordination with the AFP. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, in the whole of us, because that was discussed with
Yes.
the four of us together, sir.
Okay. But you responded to him when he mentioned about prior coordination with the AFP, and these were your words. With due respect, sir, compromise po ang AFP. Did you say that?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. And you added that instead, in accordance with the CONOPS that you presented to President Aquino for Upland Exodus, the coordination with the AFP had to be time on target or thought, meaning that the assault force was already at the target location. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. And these were uttered by you in the presence of PDG Purisima and PS Superintendent Mendez.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. And PDG Purisima and PS Superintendent Mendez, who were present, supported your recommendation. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. And President Aquino did not give any comment, nor did he say anything when you responded and said to him, with due respect, sir, compromise po ang AFP. In short, he did not object to your recommendation, nor did President Aquino countermand your recommendation. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. And President Aquino did not object as a commander, as president, as chief executive, as head of state, as head of the police organization, or make any comment, much less say anything when you recommended to him that coordination with the AFP had to be on time, target, or thought. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And President Aquino also did not stop you from carrying out your recommendation to him that coordination with the AFP had to be time on target, meaning when the assault force was already at the target location. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
At that time, he was the president, he was the commander-in-chief, he was the embodiment of the plenary powers of the whole nation. There's only one president. Okay. And President Aquino did not insist and persist that the suggestion of prior coordination with the AFP must be followed by you. He simply kept quiet. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. When the meeting with President Aquino was over, you and President Superintendent Mendez left the room ahead of PDG Purisima, who remained alone with President Aquino in the room where the meeting was held. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And you waited, you and Superintendent Mendez waited outside the room while Purisima was inside the room with President Aquino. Is that true?
Yes, sir, outside the building actually, sir, because we leave the building. We stayed outside near the parking lot, sir.
Okay. And when PDG Purisima came out from the room where he remained alone with President Aquino, PDG Purisima immediately blurted out to you and said, saka mo na lang sila sabihan yung dalawa pag nandun na. Totoo ba yun?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. And he added, ako na bahala kay General Katapang. Sinabi niya yun.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
General Peña, sino ba yung sila? o dalawa na binanggit ni PDG Purisima sa kanyang sinabi sa iyo paglabas niya sa kwarto sa bahay pangarap at kaagad niyang sinabi, saka mo na lang sila sabihan yung dalawa pag nandun na. Sino yung dalawa at sino yung sila?
To me, sir, that refers to OIC PNP, then Police Deputy Director General Espina, and the Secretary of the DILG, sir.
General Alan Purisima, ano ba yung sila at dalawa na sinabi mo?
I was referring, Your Honor, to Secretary Roxas and OIC Police Director, Police Deputy Director General Espina.
Bakit mo binigay yung utos na yun kay General Peñas?
Your Honor, that was not an order.
No.
I was
The
just
tenor-
giving an
Wait a
advice,
minute.
Your Honor.
It is not for you to claim that. The tenor of, I've been 17 years in the organization, the tenor of your statement is an order.
Para sa akin, Your Honor, that was not an order. And that was in consonance with the time-on-target principle presented by Police Director Napeñas during the briefing.
Well, anyway, the courtroom or whatever court will take care of this, will interpret your order. You are a military man, and you should know what is an order and what is a suggestion. Okay? Eh, nandito mga militar na kasama mo eh. Ayun. Now, General Napeñas, when you went to Bahay Pangarap on January 9, 2015, with PDG Alan Purisima and PS Superintendent Mendez to brief, consult, and inform President Aquino about Oplan Exodus, did you volunteer to go to Bahay Pangarap to brief, consult, and inform President Aquino?
No, sir, Your Honor.
And why did you go there?
Because I was directed then, I was told by Police Director General Purisima, sir.
Okay. Did he tell you that you have to go to give a briefing to the President of the Philippines about Oplan Exodus?
Yes, sir, that's the subject, sir.
Okay. Did President Aquino offer any hint of any objection or adverse reaction to any aspect of your briefing and to anything contained in the CONOPS, concept of operation, that you presented to him during your meeting with him at Bahay Pangarap on January 9, 2015?
Yes, sir. There were two issues. One, sir, the one that we already discussed, the coordination with the AFP on the time-on-target concept. And the second is the strength to be increased accordingly, sir.
Those were the only two items that he opened his mouth.
Those were the two things that he ordered to us to do, sir.
Yeah,
To do.
those were the only two things that he commented on. Or
There were other, sir, Your Honor, there were other comments, but this pertains about yung video na nakikita, ganyan ba talaga? May mga side comments lang, sir, po yun. But yung dalawa talaga na pinaka-meet doon, sir, na sinabi niyo po niya, yung time on target na coordination with the Armed Forces of the Philippines, coordination with the Armed Forces of the Philippines, at saka po yung strength.
Now, after your briefing and your presentation of the CONOPS of Oplan Exodus on January 9, 2015, this is my side comment, realizing perhaps the gravity and high degree of peril and risk involved in the execution of Oplan Exodus, President Aquino, on his own behest, ordered you to increase the number of personnel to be used in Oplan Exodus. Is that true?
Sir, in my opinion,
Yeah.
that's true, sir. In my opinion, sir, that's true.
Okay. In fact, the order of President Aquino was the principal cause for the delay in the actual operation of Oplan Exodus, which could have been done earlier than January 25, 2015.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And after your meeting with President Aquino on January 9, 2015, you informed President Aquino through PDG Alan Purisima that there were two possible windows to execute Upland Exodus, January 11 to 14, 2015, before the visit of Pope Francis to the country, and January 20, 26 to 15. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And did you hear or receive any objection or adverse comment either from President Aquino or from PDG Purisima about the windows of dates you proposed to execute Upland Exodus?
No, sir, Your Honor.
You later recommended to President Aquino again through PDG Purisima that the better window of dates was January 20 to 26, 2015. Is that true?
That's true, Your Honor.
And did you hear or receive any objection or adverse comment from either President Aquino or PDG Purisima about your choice of January 2026 to 26, 2015 as the better window of the dates to execute Upland Exodus?
Your Honor, may I be clarified of the question again, sir? I did not get it, sir.
May objection ba na ipinarinig sa iyo o sinabi sa iyo si Presidente Aquino at si PDG Purisima nung sinabi mo na ang pinakamagandang panahon o time na gagawin natin yung Upland Exodus is January 20 to 26, 2015?
Wala pong objection, sir, Your Honor.
Wala silang sinabi.
Wala po, sir, Your Honor.
PDG Purisima, at 1:27 in the afternoon of January 13, 2015, you sent a text message to President Aquino where you said, Sir, from DSAF, sir, good PM, in consideration of the comments of the President during our meeting, number of persons to be deployed in operations recommend that we follow the secondary date as the additional persons to be used are deployed in Tacloban for the Pope's visit. Also, the primary date is too tight, while we have a longer window on the secondary date. Quote, for your consideration and approval. For your consideration and approval. And at 7:43 p.m. of the same day, President Aquino replied snappily and said, in quotes, okay. Is this true, General Purisima? Is this true?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the text message was sent to the President and was replied to me, Your Honor.
What I said in my question, is this true?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's all I'm asking you. I'm dealing with facts, not arguments or conclusions. These are material evidence, no? Okay. What is okay to you? That the President said, what is okay? You asked for his approval. What is okay?
There are so many meanings of okay, Your Honor. It can be noted. It can be...
Come on. All right. Anyway. By the way, these are not found in the transcribe. the transcribe exchanges of text messages that I got from somebody. Huh? Okay. General Napeñas, on January 19, 2015, you had another exchange of text messages with General Purisima. PDG Purisima was asking about your plan, and you informed him that your troops would be moving from Zamboanga to Central Mindanao on January 21 to 22. That effectively altered the window of dates for the actual execution of Upland Exodus to January 23 to 26, 2015. Are all these true, General De Peñas?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Did you hear or receive any suggestion, objection, or adverse comment from either President Aquino or PDG Purisima about the movement of your troops from Zamboanga to Central Mindanao on January 21 to 22 to 15 for the operation, and the alteration of the window of dates for the actual execution of Upland Exodus from January 20 to 26 to 2015 to January 23 to 26, 2015?
I did not receive any objection, sir, Your Honor.
General De Peñas, you have been an active participant of the Marwan project from Upland Pitas to Upland Exodus. 10 uplands, okay? Now,
Yes, sir, Your Honor, except for the two that I earlier mentioned.
yeah, all right. Do you recall any instance from the time of Upland Pitas to the time of Upland Exodus was launched that the President ever called a command conference with the High Command of the AFP or the High Command of the PNP about the Marwan project or Upland Exodus or about any of the uplands previously launched or aborted? Did he call a command conference to discuss this with the High Command of the AFP and the PNP?
Your Honor, sir, may I explain,
Yeah.
if possible? Second week of April 2014, it was the time that the President is going to visit Camp Crame.
Okay.
And coincide with that is the briefing presentation of Upland Wolverine.
Wolverine what?
Wolverine
What?
1 or 2, it's either, sir, but it's Wolverine. And I was the one who presented that briefing presentation with regards to that operation plan.
The target-
Present during that,
The target was Marwan.
yes, sir, with and Usman. And present during that briefing presentation was the Secretary of the Interior and Local Government, Secretary Mar Roxas then, Chief PNP Purisima, Police Director General Purisima, Police Chief Superintendent Noel de los Reyes of the Regional Police Office in Autonomous Region in Police Muslim Mindanao, myself, the Deputy Director of the Special Action Force, no other officers from the AAP, and those are the high-ranking officials who were present during that briefing presentation, sir.
And that was only the only time where a cabinet member, to your knowledge, participated in the discussion of the Marwan project.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And that was the only time when a high official of the PNP, like OIC, who was the OIC? Who was present at that time?
The then Chief Philippine National Police Director General Purisima, sir.
As the Director General Purisima was present, he was not suspended yet, no?
Yes, sir, he was not yet suspended because
Okay.
that was second week of April 2014, sir.
Okay. And that was the only time where President Aquino discussed it with other people outside of you, Purisima, and Mendez.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you recall any instance where a member, well, this is already answered by you, a member or members of the President's Aquino's cabinet or any other high official of this government or any high-ranking officer or of the AFP or any high-ranking officer or officers of the PNP other than yourself, Alan Purisima and Superintendent Fernando Mendez, was or were ever allowed or summoned to attend or be present at any of your meetings together with PDG Purisima and Superintendent Mendez with President Aquino? Other than that meeting, were there others? None.
No more, sir. As I earlier answered, ganun po yung nangyari, sir.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. What happened was President Aquino compartmented or agreed to compartment Oplan Exodus to himself and PDG Purisima. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, to understand this, when I said compartmented Oplan Exodus, I mean that President Aquino intentionally, deliberately, and actually confined and arrogated unto himself and PDG Purisima full knowledge, command and control, and strategic decisions over Oplan Exodus. President Aquino excluded all other, including the members of his cabinet, except Secretary Roxas, and the command systems of the AFP and the PNP. He left everything to himself and his trusted men. PDG Alan Purisima, is that true? As a military officer, is that true?
Yes, sir. I will just qualify, sir,
Yes.
that
Sorry.
in Oplan Exodus, Secretary Marojas was not included, sir. It's in the Wolverine that Secretary
Only
Marojas
in
was
Wolverine.
present.
Only in Wolverine. So, Exodus was totally compartmented.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. General Purisima, you are a four-star general. What, do you understand compartmentation?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand compartmentation.
Okay.
But may I comment on the your question, earlier question, Your Honor?
Yeah, go ahead.
The Oplan Exodus was an Oplan crafted by the PNP Special Action Force. So ang nagplano po nito, Your Honor, is the PNP Special Action Force.
Correct.
Ang nag-implement po nito, Your Honor, ay PNP Special
Correct.
Action Force. And we were just, our part were only informatory, Your Honor.
No, correct. That is your defense. But as a military officer, you know that the president excluded everyone else. Di ba? Very clear. Anyway, if you
No, Your
don't
Honor.
want to answer that, I give you the privilege. But I have been also, I'm not a soldier.
No, Your Honor.
I've been in the jungles to fight for this country, but
May I
I'm not a
clarify?
trained soldier and I cannot fly.
May,
All right, sir?
may I clarify, Your Honor? I am, during that time, I was a police officer, not a military.
Well, never
Officer.
mind, never mind. But you're
And
trained-
the President is exercising his authority over the Philippine National Police as Chief Executive, not as a Commander-in-Chief, Your Honor.
okay, okay. He's the president, period.
Yes, Your Honor. As a Chief Executive, he has the authority, Your Honor.
He's the president. He embodies all the powers. Commander-in-chief, top cap, chief of head of state, head of government, you name them, chief executive. The summation of all of that is, he is the president. Okay. Now, I'll go to the operation. Operation. At 4:35 11 a.m., January 25, 2015, DSAF sent this text message to PDG Purisima, which said verbatim, "Sir, good AM. For your information, the operation against SBT..." I will just go back to my original question. I will, so that the sequences will not be affected. Now, General Napeñas, to continue with the question of compartmentation. Your dealings with President Aquino were always with or in the presence of PDG Purisima. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Or through him. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
You never went directly to the President and said, hey, Mr. President, I know this, I'm telling you this.
Never directly to the President, Your Honor.
And because of the nature and manner of your dealing with President Aquino, which was always with or in the presence of or through PDG Purisima, you developed a strong impression, correct me if I'm wrong, a strong impression and a strong belief that PDG Purisima was indeed a very trusted man of President Aquino, and that as far as you were concerned, what PDG Purisima said to you was the word of the President, and what you said to PDG Purisima would reach the ears of of President Aquino. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, what violation of Philippine laws did Marwan commit to make him such a target of police operation in the country?
If I may just look at the warrant of arrest that I have in my possession, sir.
Yes.
While you're looking for that search warrant, I would just like to remind Senator Enrile that we agreed to have an hour. On the other hand, the hour has almost come for you, but maybe we can ask also for the opinion of the other members that we allow you to continue with your line of questioning.
Madam Chair, so that the nation, the people, will understand the role of the President. And I've already specified the 8 specifications that I have, I'm going to tackle. I would suggest that I just finish my presentation of these questions in order to unravel the whole truth and nothing but the truth about the role of the President.
I agree, Senator. We just have to remind each other for our rules, and I would like to get the approval of the other members, the other senators present here
Madam
today.
Chairman,
We will continue with
if
the
I may
line of question.
interject, the Senator Enrile is clearly constructing a timeline and a narrative, and to be very clear about what has the details of that timeline and narrative. I think that will not become clear until he has finished his interpolation. So I would strongly suggest, and would, if there is a motion, I would second the motion that he continue and be allowed the extra time to finish constructing that the timeline and narrative.
Okay, thank you, Senator Marcos. No objection from the other members of the Senate present here today. I'd like to acknowledge...
Madam
Chairman. Yes,
Yeah,
Senator Bam.
Maybe, since most everyone seems to be agreeing already, but maybe just a word to our colleagues that everyone will be asking questions today. So probably just to be able to keep the time also.
Thank you. That's duly noted.
That's why I framed the question in such a way that they either say yes or no and correct the facts, no? So that we can finish this. I also want to finish. I'm old already.
Thank you, Senator Enrile. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Marcos, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Recto, Senator Pimentel, and we shall now continue with the line of questioning of Senator Enrile.
General Napeñas will read the warrant. Tell us the judge who issued the warrant and in what court this warrant was issued.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Multiple murder, multiple prostrated murder, in multiple attempted murder issued by the Regional Trial Court in Kidapawan City. And the judge is Judge Rogelio Narisma, Your Honor.
This happened in Kidapawan, the crime.
The crime did not happen actually in Kidapawan, sir, but the cases were filed in Kidapawan City, RTC, sir, Your Honor.
Now, my question is, was the capture of Marwan dead or alive? solely a Philippine effort?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Why? Why do you say no?
There were support given by another country, Your Honor.
What country was that?
The United States, Your Honor.
What was the nature of the support?
Under the United States Joint Task Force Philippines, based in Zamboanga, they provided us intelligence support, real time. They provide us also training.
Training?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. They
Intelligence?
provide us also equipment, Your
Just
Honor.
a minute. Intelligence, training,
Equipment support, Your Honor.
equipment.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. And in that Oplan Exodus, they provided support in terms of humanitarian and medical evacuation,
Okay.
and also investigation, Your Honor.
Investigation?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm referring to the finger that was severed and it was given to them for the confirmation of the DNA in relation to the brother of Marwan and to his finger that was taken, sir.
Who were the people who conducted the training?
They are members of the Joint Task Force Philippines of the United States based in Zamboanga, sir.
Are they members of the United States military?
Some are members, Your Honor, but some are mere members of the Joint Task Force of the United States based in Zamboanga.
What is that? Are they? It was a military civilian component of the American government.
Yes, sir, Your Honor, because that's why it is Joint Task Force of the United States in Zamboanga. That's
Are
why it's
those,
called Joint Task Force.
Are those civilian components of that task force members of the Central Intelligence Agency?
Well, to my knowledge, Your Honor, because we are talking here about intelligence, they're providing real-time intelligence and intelligence. They should be working in that outfit, Your Honor.
CIA?
The word CIA is never mentioned in our dealings, Your Honor.
But they were giving you intelligence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why are they giving you intelligence on a purely police matter?
Can I answer and explain,
Yes.
Your Honor?
Go ahead.
We all know that the United States Special Operations Command, the top priority mission is counterterrorism, and this is part of the war against terror. The Special Action Force is a unique unit of the Philippine National Police. The primary mission is counterterrorism. And I believe that must be the reason why they're dealing with us insofar as counterterrorism is concerned, Your Honor.
Were they using the visiting forces agreements as a basis of this cooperation or some other agreement of the government with the United States?
Honestly, I don't know, Your Honor. I'm not aware what they're using as reference.
I asked this question because the visiting forces agreement, to my recollection, deals only with military cooperation between the Republic of the Philippines and the United States. It does not cover police operation, which is actually nothing more than enforcement of criminal laws of the Philippines, handled by the police organization of the country, and these criminal laws are strictly territorial except for a few exceptions. This is something that the government must explain why they have allowed a police matter to include U.S. participation. I'm not saying that I'm correct, but this has to be looked at. Okay? Now, the reason why I asked that question, whether this is solely a Philippine effort, was the fact that the money given, offered as a reward was in US dollars, 5 million US dollars. Who provided that 5 million US dollar reward? General Purisima, was it the Philippine government?
No, Your Honor.
No. Who? provided it?
I
Who provided it?
It's not yet provided, Your Honor. It was not yet claimed.
Huh?
It was not yet claimed, Your Honor, so nobody's.
Huh?
Not claimed, not claimed, not claimed.
So it is not yet provided, Your Honor.
I'm not asking about the claimant. I'm asking who provided it.
Your Honor, I suppose it is the U.S. government that offered the 5 million.
Why do you say I suppose? Why are you qualifying your answer? I'm just asking. What country? Who
I am not
provided
sure,
it?
Your Honor. I'm not sure, Your Honor.
You're not sure. But it is in US dollars.
Your Honor, that is the very reason why I assume it is the U.S. government.
Okay.
Sir.
Just a minute.
Yes, Chairman Lepeñas, you have something to add?
Madam Chairman, sir, if I may add to the information given by General Purisima, sir.
Yes.
There are two rewards provided for the capture dead or alive of Marwan. One from the U.S. government amounting to $5 million and one from the Philippine government amounting to more than 7 million pesos, sir.
So we provided the reward and U.S. government provided the reward. What was the interest of the United States government over Marwan?
It's about giving justice to the people who died in the Bali incident in 2002, wherein more than 200 people perished, and there were some Americans in that incident who died, sir.
Did the President of the Philippines know that the reward was in U.S. dollars?
I believe so, sir. It's an open thing because there was even a poster going around into the Philippine National Police about Marwan with the reward money.
Okay. When the Lanao, the Sulu, Lanao del Sur, and other Maguindanao operations were launched against Marwan, the reward in US dollar was already offered.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
At that time, there was no case yet against Marwan that was filed in Kidapawan.
Your Honor, let me check the dates of the cases filed against him. I'm sorry, the warrant of arrest issued against him. 2007. 2007. There was already warrants issued against him because the date of the warrants are both 2007, Your Honor. Yes, sir, Your Honor.
2007, no? Okay.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Thank you, thank you. Now I will come to the operational aspect of this sordid event. At 4:35, 4:35:11 a.m., January 25, 2015, the SAF sent a text message to PDG Purisima which said, verbatim, "Sir, good AM. For your information, the operation against SBTs in Mamasapano, Maguindanao shall be conducted by PSAF, supported by MAG-PPO, PRO in caps, ARMM caps. Troops are underway. Main element is now on target while support elements are being deployed. Update will be reported." Now, General Purisima, if you were just an advisory or whatever, was it not strange that you should be informed by the operating commander about what is happening?
Your Honor, the information was given to me by Police Director Napeñas for my information because I am supposed to be giving information also to the Chief of Staff and to the OIC of the Chief Philippine National Police.
And to the President.
And to the President, Your Honor.
So
So
you passed this information to the President that morning.
yes, Your Honor, I passed the information to the President at about, I'm not sure of the time, Your Honor, but it's already before 6 o'clock. Because the first time that I learned about the operations that was launched was already 5:45 in the morning, Your Honor, when Police Director Napeñas was calling me.
Okay.
At 4:30, Your Honor, I suppose the operations was already been finished by that time, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. At 4:34, I will just inform the public and the people that when I say these numbers, these are hours, minutes, and seconds. At 4:38:44 a.m., January 25, 2015, DSAP sent a text message to OIC, PNP, PDD General Espina, which reads verbatim, for OIC, PNP, from DSAP, Sir, good AM, on January 25, 2015, at about 2:02:30 hours, PNP staff, supported by Maguindanao PPO and PRO ARMM, shall be conducting LEO, law enforcement operation, against high-value targets in Mamasapano, Maguindanao. Troops are underway and development will be reported ASAP. General Napeñas, you confirm that you sent this message?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And this was in accordance with the order to you of the then Chief PNP, but suspended to saka mo na lang sabihan yung dalawa pag nandun na.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
This was the first time that you were informing the OIC of the PNP about the operation.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. At 5:09:54 a.m., January 25, 2015, DSAF sent this text message to the Commanding General, 6 Infantry Division, which reads verbatim, Ed, good morning, good AM. For your info, on January 25, 2015, at about 230 hours, PNP staff supported by MAG, PPO, PRO, ARMM, all caps, shall be conducting LEO and serve warrant WA in caps against SBTs in Mamasapano, Maguindanao. Troops underway. Coordination was also done with CO1 mechanized for 45th IB. General Pangilinan, did you receive this text message at that hour, at that time?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I received the text. The record in my phone says 5:06 in the morning, Your Honor, and I read it by 6 in the morning.
What time? 5:06. Okay. General Napeñas, that text message is sent to the Commanding General of the 6th Infantry Division in compliance with your agreement with President Aquino when you met him at Bahay Pangarap on January 9, 2015, that coordination with the AFP was not going to be prior to launching of Oplan Exodus, but rather on time, on target. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And you also coordinated with the CO of the 1 mechanized and also the 45 Infantry Battalion, also in compliance with your agreement with the President.
The coordination is in compliance with the time on target concept, sir. However, the person who coordinated with the CO of the 1st Mechanized Brigade is the Deputy Director of the Special Action Force, because that was then his tasking, Your Honor.
Okay. At 5:25:11 a.m., January 25, 2015, the text message of DSAF to the Commanding General of the 6th Infantry Division at 5:09:54 a.m. was passed on to Colonel Hener del Rosario. Is that correct?
Again, sir, the one who coordinated with the Colonel del Rosario, because he's the CO of the 1st Mechanized Brigade, it was then the Deputy Director of the Special Action Force, not me, Your Honor.
Okay. At 5:28 a.m., January 25, 2015, DSAF sent a text message to Major Achilles de la Cruz, Philippine Army, CC AJAG. What is this AJAG?
It's Ad Hoc Joint Action Group, Your Honor.
What is the meaning of this? AJAG. What is this organization?
It's a part of the reporting mechanism about violation of the peace process, Your Honor.
Okay. And the message that you sent, Sir, good AM, for your information, operation against SVTs in Mamasapano, Maguindanao, shall be conducted by PNP SAF, supported by Maguindanao PPO, PRO, ARMM troops are all underway. Is that true?
Your Honor, may I request that the question be repeated, sir, Your Honor?
At 5:28 a.m., January 25, 2015, DSAF sent a text message to Major Achilles de la Cruz, and the message reads verbatim, Sir, good AM, FYI, for your information, operation against SVTs in Mamasapano, Maguindanao, shall be conducted by PNP SAF, supported by Maguindanao PPO, PRO, ARMM troops are underway. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And it added to that text was, ME is now on target. Main effort is now on target at 5:28 in the morning. While SE are being deployed, update will be reported. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
At 5:35 a.m., the same Sunday, Major Achilles de la Cruz sent a text message to DSAF, and the text message reads verbatim. It gave a number, telephone number, 0917-37-40132. Bijen Orense, sir. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And who is Bijen Orense?
He is then the AJAG at that time already, because it used to be Major Achilles, sir, but then Brigadier General Arense is now in the position. In fact, I had a conversation with Major Achilles. That's why I requested for the cell phone number of Brigadier General Arense, sir.
Is he a police officer or an army officer?
He is an army officer, Your Honor.
Now, at 5:45, PDG Purisima, at 5:45 a.m., that same Sunday, January 25, 2015, you sent this text message to President Aquino. Sir, good morning. For info, SAF elements implemented Oplan against high-value targets, period. As of now, sir, results indicate that Marwan was killed and one SAF trooper wounded. The body of Marwan was left behind, but pictures were taken. The troopers are now withdrawal phase, and progress report will follow. General Purisima, do you remember that text? Did you send it to the President?
Yes, Your Honor. That text message was taken from the information given to me by Police Director Napeñas when he called me at about that time. Because that was the only time that I know that the PNP staff have jumped off for that operation.
Did you pass that? Did you pass that to anybody in your command system?
Later in the...
No, did you pass it?
I also contacted the OIC Chief PNP, Your Honor, and informed him of the activity of PNP staff.
Okay. At 5:48 a.m. that same day, PDG Espino sent a text message to DSAF which reads verbatim, "Congratulations, Leo." General Espino, is this correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. At 5:51 a.m. that same Sunday, PDG Purisima sent a message to his Mista, General Gregorio Pio Katapang Jr., which says verbatim, "Mista, good morning. For your information, our troopers were able to neutralize SVT in Mamasapano area this morning. They are now on withdrawal phase and they need the support of the mechanized troopers in the area. They have coordinated with G3. What is this G3? General Napeñas.
That's the operations officer of the division, Your Honor.
The Army, they use G, no?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Of the 6th Infantry Division and the Mechanized Brigade. Thank you. Did you send this message, General Purisima?
Yes, Your Honor.
General Katapang, did you receive this message?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I received the message.
Okay. So you were forewarned that there was an operation at that hour, 5:51 in the morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. When you, General Purisima, when you send that message, that text message to General Gregorio Pio Katapang Jr., your Mista, was that in compliance with your agreement with General Napeñas at Bahay Pangarap where you said, "Ako na, bahala kay General Katapang"?
Yes, Your Honor, but it was already late that the operation was already conducted when I was informed.
Never mind the time, but this is in compliance with your usapan sa Bahay Pangarap with the President, di ba?
Your Honor, if it had been earlier, I would have been informed him earlier also, Your Honor.
Okay. That is early na, 5 o'clock. Nag-umpisa lang yung drama.
Before they jump up, Your Honor.
General Katapang, as AFP Chief of Staff, did you inform President Aquino about this message of your Mista, PDG Purisima?
No, Your Honor.
Why not? Did you not consider this a material matter to be known by your Commander-in-Chief?
Your Honor, we receive operations and we have daily operations against high-value target. We did not know that it was Marwan who was being hunted down. Mm-hmm. And that was just an information. It was not a coordination, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. That was just an information.
Yes, there were no coordination.
Yeah.
It was just a text message.
I'm not talking about coordinations yet. You were informed.
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's your duty as Chief of Staff to assess every happening in the country, internal security matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. At 5:56:47 a.m., that same Sunday, Brigadier General Lorenzo texted this message to DSAF, and the message reads verbatim. He gave a number, 0917-51-20085. Sir, paki-coordinate lang kay Colonel Mel Feliciano, 601 Brigade, Commander Ray, your withdrawal na ito, ha? Para maalalayan nila kayo from MILF. Ngayon, tama ba ito, General Peñas?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Yung unang number, ano ba yun? Kanino ba yun?
Yun po, Your Honor, yung number ni Colonel Feliciano, yung brigade commander.
Yung unang binigay sa iyo na number na binasa ko kanina.
No, sir, yung ibinigay ni Major Aquiles de la Cruz, that's the number of General Orense. Yung ipinasa ni General Orense sa akin na number, sir, yun po yung number ni Colonel Feliciano, yung brigade commander,
okay.
Sir, Your Honor.
At 6:34 a.m., that same Sunday, DSAF replied to General Orense's message, which said verbatim, copy TY. At 6:16 a.m., that same Sunday, PDG Purisima sent a text message to DSAF saying, verbatim, Leo, for your information, I have informed OIC, PNP, re-operation. Baka mabigla ka at magtanong. Bakit mo sinabi yung ganun, General Purisima? Baka mabigla ka at magtanong. Sino ang magtatanong?
Your Honor, the information was already given to the Chief PNP. Baka magtatanong si Chief PNP, that was what I meant, Your Honor. Si OIC Chief PNP.
Baka magtanong kay meron bang sekreto doon sa bagay na yun at winarningan mo si General Peñas na baka magtanong si
There is none, Your Honor. But
General Espina?
What I was saying, sir, is to prepare to brief the Chief PNP. That was my intention, Your Honor.
Okay. At 6:01 a.m., that same Sunday, PDGG Espina sent a text message to DSAF, which said verbatim, Guerrero, these are verbatim sa Guerrero's number please. Di pa sumasagot si Greg. Tama ba yun, General Espina, na nagpadala ka dito?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Bakit mo kinokontak si General Guerrero?
Kasi sir, yun pong, Your Honor, good morning po.
Yeah.
When I was contacted by General Purisima, maybe 5 minutes before 6 a.m., he told me kuha na si Marwan. Ang sagot ko, ganun ba? Ano ang nangyari? Kasi hindi ko alam, sir, from the very start.
Compartmented ka eh. Oh.
Yes, sir. And if I recall right, he informed me, Purisima, that SAF was operating. And then, what I did was to immediately read my text messages. And then, that was yung pong pinadala na 4:30, which did not wake me up during that morning. Binasa ko, merong text message na may operation ng ganon. At apparently, sir, parang napapa-enkwentro sila or humihingi ng support. That's why, sir, my first instinct was to contact my classmate, which is what I always do. Contact the Armed Forces of the Philippines. In this particular case, the commander of Western Mindanao Command, in the person of General Rustico Guerrero. Siya po ang namamahala doon. I called him up immediately and to inform him nag-ooperate ang SAF doon sa area at napapaengkwentro. Ang tanong sa akin, sir, ni General Guerrero, ano yan? Hindi na naman nag-coordinate, di ko alam yan Ang sabi ko kay General Guerrero, saka na siguro ang sisihan, di ko rin alam ito, ang importante alalayan natin.
Tama yun.
That's the G, sir. I was informed 5 minutes before 6 a.m. I contacted General Guerrero 5 minutes after 6 a.m. after knowing it. Wala nakakaalam, sir, pero sabi ko, saka na sisihan. Baka ang importante dito, maalalayan.
Hindi mo alam yung operation?
No, sir.
Hindi rin alam ni General Guerrero?
No, sir. He didn't know. Ang unang reaction niya, sir, ano yan? Hindi ko alam yan, Hindi na naman nag-coordinate. Yun ang exact words niya sa akin, And then I answered that way. Saka na, sir, yung sisihan.
General Guerrero, you're present here. Do you confirm that statement?
Madam Chair, Your Honor. Yes, sir. I received a phone call from General Espina at 6:04 a.m. and he told me about the encounter in Mamasapano, Your Honor.
Where were you that time?
I was in my headquarters in Camp Navarro, Zamboanga City, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, if I may add, I received this, sir, if I may add, I received the call when I was in Manila during that time. I was in Manila the whole day.
Yeah. General De Peñas, at 6:10:51 a.m. that Sunday, it was at this time that the heavy firefight started at Mamasapano between your support unit. Is that correct?
It may be a little earlier, Your Honor, because I received the information at about that time that you said, but it may be a little earlier, but it is not that heavy early in the morning. But when the MILF and the other armed groups started to reinforce their troops, it was later that there was really a heavy firefight. That there was already a heavy firefight at that.
Anyway, we use this as a benchmark. 6 o'clock in the morning of Sunday, the firefight was going on.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. And it ended what time?
That's about 6:02 in the evening or past 6 in the evening, Your Honor.
Okay. At that time, the Sub-44 were already all killed.
Yes, Your Honor. Mostly of them, except because there was one who they were able to bring it to the headquarters of the police headquarters of the Maguindanao PPO, but later died, Your Honor.
And 12 hours of fighting. The Commander-in-Chief, the President of the Philippines, was never heard. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
At 7:26:01 a.m., January 25, 2015, General Peñas, as DSAF, you texted a progress report to OIC PNP which said verbatim, for OIC PNP from DSAF, update reoperation against SBT based on report. Main element J1, Aka Marwan was neutralized, but the body was left behind due to heavy volume of fire and one wounded sub-trooper the containment blocking force was engaged 2 kilometers east of Tokalanipaw. That is the message. Grid coordinate 68006 65717. There was heavy firefight and SAF troops suffered casualties. Extraction is ongoing and support from the AFP was requested. Now, mark the time. This is at 7:26, almost 7:30 in the morning. The casualties started to pile up. And you were requesting for AFP support. General Rapeñas.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Did you get any AFP support at any time from that time all the way to 6 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor.
When did you get that support?
Immediately when the Deputy Director of SAF and the Operations Officer of SAF went to the Mechanized Brigade, they organized the mechanized and infantry to provide support for our SAF troopers.
And what was the action of the mechanized unit?
Kasama po sila at saka yung operations officer, yung tangke nila at saka yung tao nila, sir. Kasama na pumunta doon sa lugar at bumaba sila doon sa vehicle drop-off point.
Nagpaputok ba sila? Nagpaputok ba sila ng kanilang mga baril o kanilang mga kanyon sa tangke?
Wala po, sir, yung nagpaputok initially hanggang sa makarating sa drop-off point, then pumasok sila doon sa looban kasama yung mga sub-troops. Actually, sir, 3 yung recommendation na nakuha din namin yon ng brigade commander. Ang unang recommendation is yung infantry po, then, sir, yung mechanized, then yung artillery. However, ang naipadala lang muna ay yung dalawa are the infantry at saka yung mechanized brigade.
Pero sumama sa labanan yung army.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Oh. Ay, hindi nila nasuportahan yung 55th.
Hindi po nakapasok na malapitan yung nagre-reinforce na combined army at saka special action force because based on the recollection, the statement and testimony yung team leaders na nakausap namin po, sir, open field yung approach at saka may ilog na tatawirin yung lugar ng 55th. That's why hindi sila move forward. And Marcy, pati yung dadaanan, sir, na
ano
terrain.
bang armament nung tangke nila? Tangke ng mechanized unit? 50 caliber machine gun or 22 caliber cannon or 22 caliber cannon or what?
50 caliber. 50 caliber po, sir, siguro yung mga gamit ng mga tangke, including yung aming B-150.
Ano ang range nung 55 caliber na yun?
Yung 50 caliber, sir, that's 1 kilometer.
Effective range.
1 kilometer po yun, sir.
Anong kalayo nung lumalaban sa mga 55th?
It's more than 1 kilometer, Your Honor, at hindi rin makapasok yung mga tangke dahil may mga ilog at saka marshy yung area, Your Honor. Kaya yung infantry lang yung pumasok sa looban para suportan yung 55th SAC, sir, Your Honor.
Now, at 7:26:58 a.m., the same Sunday, PDDG Purisima, Espina, sent a text message to DSAF which reads as follows, verbatim, nag-reinforce na ba? At that point, meron ng reinforcement?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Nag-reinforce sila immediately.
At 7:36 a.m., January 25, 2015, President Aquino replied to the text message of PDG Purisima sent to him at 5:45 a.m. the same day and asked this question. Okay? Why was it left behind? Why was it left behind? The other 2 targets. General Purisima, did you receive this text message of President Aquino?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I received those text messages.
You received them?
Yes, Your Honor.
Peremptory itong question niya. Said, why was it left behind? Ano yung sinatanong niya na why was it left behind?
Your Honor, the way I understand the text message, Your Honor, is the body of Marwan was left behind.
Was left behind. He was interested in the body of Marwan.
He was asking if why he was left behind, because it will be the evidence that Marwan was killed in February, Your Honor.
He did not believe that he was killed because he wanted the bodies, that it?
Your Honor, for every arrest, there should be the body of the arrested person, for us to say that he was already arrested.
How can you arrest a dead person?
Yes, Your Honor. When he was killed, we should have the body to show that he was killed. Because, Your Honor, in the Muslim tradition, the body of a Muslim person is buried within the day.
And why was he asking about 2 other targets?
There were other targets in the area, Your Honor, based on the intelligence packet provided to us, Your Honor.
He did not ask the condition of his troops?
The text messages will...
No, he did not. I'll just answer my question. Did President Aquino at that moment show concern for the troops that he sent on a dangerous mission?
The text message will speak for itself, Your Honor.
Huh?
The text messages will speak for itself.
Okay.
Because we were sending text messages, Your Honor.
This was all that he was interested in at that moment.
Maybe not, Your Honor, but that was the text message sent to me.
Okay, thank you. At 7:48 a.m., January 25, 2015, PDG Purisima sent a reply to President Aquino, and you said, General Purisima, and I quote, correct me if I'm misquoting this text. Sir, accordingly, when the nearest target from the line of approach is M1. Who is M1? Marwan.
I was referring to Marwan, Your Honor.
Okay. And when they hit the primary target, the other house where Basit Usman was located with other elements reacted and fired at the troopers. I could not continue because the continuation of the text was not completed. Did you send that to President Aquino?
Yes, Your Honor. Based on the information I have taken from Director South Police Director Napeñas.
Now, at 7:53:06 a.m. that same Sunday morning, January 25, 2015, only 17 minutes after the 7:36 message of President Aquino to PDG Purisima, DSAP sent a text message to PC Superintendent Talino, which said verbatim, Noli, location of SAP troops, GC, grid coordinate 68006, 65717, and 68234, and 65056. Nasa paligid ng first grid coordinate mga kalaban, and tuloy pa rin heavy firefight. Baka pwede hingi artillery support. General Talino, did you receive this message from General Napeñas?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, sir, I received that text from General Napeñas, sir.
General Napeñas, at that point, did you notice the criticality of your condition in the field?
Yes, sir. Based on the recommendation of the ground commander at the time that they need artillery support already, sir.
Now, at 7:59 a.m., January 25, 2015, President Aquino sent General Purisima this text message. If I remember correctly, 160 sub-troopers were involved in this operation, plus provisions for the other and AFP units to assist. The terrain is flat. He knows the terrain very well, and clear, opposed to upland, forested, or jungle terrain. Why they not contain and or overwhelm the 15 to 20 men opposing force? That was his question. Are they still in contact with the two targets? If not, and the opposing force has escaped, now back to square one. Is that true, General Purisima, that he sent this text to you?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, I received that text message.
Okay. You know, my observation in this text, I sense in the text message of President Aquino some frustration, if not irritation, when he said, if I remember correctly, etc. Did you notice this kind of feeling? No.
Your Honor, I presume the President was referring to the first number of personnel, 160, that was to be deployed, Your Honor.
At 8:17 a.m., January 25, 2015, PDG Purisima, you sent this text message to President Aquino. They are presently in contact with reinforcing elements of BIFF. What is this BIFF? You know already that the BIFF is involved. What is this BIFF?
Your Honor, those information that were fed to me by Police Director Napeñas. That's why that's what I've been reporting to the President, Your Honor.
Then I continue the text. The containment forces are the ones in contact right now, you told the President. They are supported by mechanized and artillery support, sir. Where did you get the information that they are supported by mechanized and artillery support?
Your Honor, when I texted the commander of the Western Mindanao Command, when I asked for support to help the PNP SAF, it was said in one of the text messages that artillery, mechanized, and infantry support are made available, Your Honor.
Is that correct, General Guerrero? Did you say that?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, sir. I texted him back after I called him in the morning.
And what did you say in your text?
At 8:03 a.m., Your Honor, my text to the former Chief PNP was, meron ng coordination sa ground, tank, infantry, and artillery support are made available. Meaning to say that I already directed the 6th Infantry Division Commander to provide support based on the telephone call of General Espina, Your Honor.
Coordination lang sinabi mo, ha?
That means that the commander on the ground is already talking with the SAF personnel, Your Honor.
At 8:18 a.m., 8:18 a.m. that same day, PDG Purisima, you sent this text message to President Aquino. The local target Basit and his group were the first group that were engaged by main effort group. Is this correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, actually, from all these texts, you can see that President Aquino was fully informed about the ongoing operation. No? At 8:41 January a.m., January 25, 2015, President Aquino sent you, General Purisima, this order. Review your earlier and latest texts. They differ as to which was engaged first. Evidently, he did not understand your texts. Is this correct?
Yes, Your Honor. There might be some misrepresentation in my text messages initially, but I was clarified in the succeeding text message, Your Honor.
At 8:45 a.m. that same day, PDG Purisima, you sent this text message to President Aquino. I mean, sir, you clarified. I mean, sir, the first target was Marwan, where they were able to neutralize first. The group of Basit retaliated, which was about 100 meters away. Is this true?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. At 10:16 a.m., January 25 to 15, President Aquino texted to you this message, PGG Purisima, and he ordered you. Basit should not get away. Is this true?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this true?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. At 10:16 a.m., January 25, 2015, General Katapang replied to the text message of PDG Purisima at 5:51 a.m. of that same day, which says verbatim, "Okay, Mista, troops are now in the area monitoring." Did you say this, General Katapang?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes.
What was the size of the troops that were already in the area and monitoring?
I think very limited troops, in as much as we were having also an ongoing operation
What
in other parts.
What do you mean limited troops? How many squads? How many platoons? How many companies?
A section of infantry troops,
What is
maybe
a-
about 20, Your Honor, and about 6
30?
armored personnel.
How many warm bodies were involved? When you say
May I ask the General Pangilinan the specific number to the initial troops that were made available and the
For
initial
heaven's sake.
armor assets?
For heaven's sake, you're the chief of staff. Pag ginera tayo ng China, ganyan ang gagawin mo, lulubog itong bayan nito. Anyway, General Pangilinan, General Pangilinan, how many warm bodies and what were their armamentation?
Una po, ang forces na pinadala natin ay Infantry and Division Recon Company, isang squad po, isang section po yun, 16, at nagpadala rin po ang brigade commander ng mechanized ng 6 na tangke, kasama po ang mga crew noon at personnel na nagsisecure ng tangke, at nagpadala rin po tayo ng 3 members ng EOD at K9 unit na kasamang nag-reinforce sa SAP troopers po.
By the way, gentlemen, with this exchange of messages among generals of the country, police and AFP, did you not make any assessment of the criticality at all of the situation of those poor SAP troops that were entrapped in that place?
May
General Katapang,
respond.
you are the head of the armed forces. Did you not call your J staff to make an assessment of the criticality of the situation of these poor men?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we were not informed about this operation.
Even then, and the army should operate at the tip of your finger. In case of emergency, you are supposed to not even remove your boots. So
Yes, Your Honor.
that's the manner of preparedness of the armed forces. You must be prepared all the time, at any time, anywhere.
Yes, Your Honor, we did that, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we were airborne from 6 o'clock in the morning up to 9 o'clock.
Why did you not send your air assets to cover these poor beleaguered people in order to drive away those untrained elements that are killing them?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, when I arrived at Zamboanga, I was informed by General Guerrero that the SAP troops were involved or in being engaged, and immediately I instructed him to provide all the necessary requirements, support to help the SAP troopers who were engaged.
Why were you in Zamboanga at that moment when your headquarters was in Manila?
We were told to proceed to Zamboanga.
By whom?
By the President in order to discuss the Zamboanga bombing incident, Your Honor.
To discuss why the bombing was over and you have a critical situation before you. What was your priority as a commander?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we did not really know the situation at that time because when they launched the operation, it was already after all the encounters that are happening. So therefore, it took some time for our ground commanders to react at the tactical level.
How
Your
many
Honor.
helicopters were deployed in Zamboanga on that day and ready to fly at any moment in case of emergency?
I think, Your Honor, there were available about 2 to 3 helicopters.
Why did you not overfly the area of combat?
There were 2 helicopters that were prepositioned in Cotabato.
No, I'm asking you if you have in Cotabato, how many?
Yes, Your Honor, 2
Why?
helicopters prepositioned because General Guerrero was anticipating that air assets will be needed. Unfortunately, it was not requested by the PNP.
My God. Do you need a request to support a beleaguered troop? My goodness.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we follow the chain of command. The decision to utilize the helicopters was relegated to our tactical commanders. They are there to decide what to do.
But if
we will just provide all the necessary requirements, capabilities.
And if we
do not macro manage operation, Your Honor, because if we do that, every time there's an encounter, they will ask me what to do. So our commanders are trained to do what to do in times of emergency, in times of contingency. They were there. General Pangilinan was making the decision. The battalion commanders, the lieutenants were there. That is their job. I cannot tell them what to do. I cannot micromanage them, Your Honor.
Okay. You were with the President in Zamboanga. General Katapang.
Yes, Your Honor.
When you were talking to General Purisima, did you inform the President what was going on?
I did not talk to General Purisima, Your Honor, Madam Chair. I just received a text message
when you were
informing
texting General Purisima and you got the information that about what was happening in Maguindanao, did you tell the President that there is something going on in Maguindanao?
No, Your Honor.
Why
Madam
not?
Chair.
Is your Commander-in-Chief, you're responsible of internal and national security.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, that was a PNP operation. I should not inform the President. The PNP should be the one to inform the President of what's happening.
The PNP. So, the line of command was paralyzed that day. The command system of the AFP and the AFP was paralyzed that day. And that is the reason why we lost 44 people.
Madam Chair, with due respect to the Honorable Senator, the chain of command was never broken at that time. The troops were on the ground and coordinating directly with Director Napeñas and his men on what to do. There were options that will have to be made. But these are decisions that are made by our tactical commanders on the ground. We just have to believe in what their decision will be. Because if we micromanage them, we will break the chain of command.
Did you receive any any order or any command from the President if he knew what was going on in Mamasapano as Chief of Staff? Did you receive any order?
No, Your Honor.
No. He did not say anything to you.
No, Your Honor.
General Gasmin, Secretary Gasmin, you were with the President in Zamboanga. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you know about the Mamasapano incident at that time when you were in Zamboanga?
I didn't know about the Mamasapano incident, Your Honor.
Not at all.
Not at all.
But there was a briefing according to the newspapers and according to the text messages.
I was not involved in the briefing, Your Honor.
No.
Later on in the afternoon, which was after the firefight already, Your Honor.
Anyway, I will continue with my question and we will come to that.
Senator Enrile, with your indulgence, may I ask for a 1-minute suspension? Just a 1-minute suspension.
Yeah, yes, sir. Eardrops.
Please return to your seats. We will begin shortly. May we ask the other resource persons to please return to the plenary hall? May we ask the resource persons to please take their seats? We will begin shortly. We will resume shortly. Thank you. The session will now resume. Senator Enrile is taking a short break. He has begun his line of questioning, but we will now go with the individual senators who are present here today, beginning with Senator Soto to ask his questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be very brief. As a matter of fact, I will be able to allow the rest of my 10 minutes to the continuation of Senator Enrile if he so wishes later. Just 2 points. First is we would want an update on the benefits of the dependents of the SAP 44. Would like to find out what has already been done for them, what has been given, at at what stage are we? So just to complete my perspective on the entire incident, Madam Chair.
General Marquez, would you like to answer the question?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, Your Honors, as of this month, of Monday, Your Honor, January 25, 2016, we have provided the heirs of SAP 44 a total of 102 million pesos. So this would include all the benefit package from the Philippine National Police, from the National Police Commission, from the Public Safety Mutual Benefit Fund Incorporated, from the President's Social Fund, and the donation from the Senate, from the House of Representatives, and the other LGUs, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Also, the heirs are receiving a total of 527,000 pension benefits every month from the Philippine National Police, and a total of 490,000 pension benefits from NAPOLCOM every month, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much for that update. Does this include the educational benefits for the dependents?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the benefits extended to the families, dependents of the SAP 44 includes housing, employment opportunities, and livelihood, Your Honor. I think so we have a representative from the Presidential Management Staff who could explain the details of housing, educational benefits, and livelihood opportunities extended to them, sir.
Okay na po sa amin yun. Basta as long as we are given a copy, we need not be explained.
Yes, sir. We will provide, sir, the complete. Yes, sir. We will do that, sir.
At least alam natin kung ano nangyari.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then one final point. Can you give us an update on the $5 million reward? Ano na nangyari? May nakakolekta na ba? Nakolekta na ba? Sino bang kokolektahan nun? At kanino mapupunta?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the reward is not yet claimed, but it is now being processed. It will go to the informant, sir, that pointed to the location of Marwan.
So, in process pa?
Yes, Your Honor.
This will come from the United States government?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I am done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Soto. The next to ask is Senator T.G. Gingona. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my initial questions are directed against General Purisima. General Purisima, let me read again the text that you sent President Aquino on 5:45 a.m. Sir, good morning. For info, SAF elements implemented OP plan against high-value targets. As of now, sir, results indicate that Marwan was killed and one SAF trooper wounded. The body of Marwan was left behind and pictures were taken. The troopers are now withdrawal phase and progress report follow. So, ang report niyo po, one was wounded. One SAF was wounded.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, that was my report, Your Honor.
Yes. Then, of course, President Aquino later on replied, why was it left behind? Referring to the body of Marwan and the two other targets. He was asking about the two other targets. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, then thereafter, you texted him. Sir, accordingly, when the nearest target from the line of approach is M1, when they hit the primary target, the other house where Basit Usman was located with other elements reached and fired at the troopers. Okay. Ito. There were about 15 to 20 armed elements. It was about 4:30 a.m. and it was decided that they pull out after gathering pictures and evidence. They were not able to reach the secondary targets. Sir, 15 to 20 ang report mo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So sa first text, one trooper wounded. Sa second text, 15 to 20 ang kumakalaban.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sagot later on ni President Aquino, if I remember correctly, 160 SAF troopers were directly involved in the operation. Okay? Plus provisions for other PNP and AFP units to assist. Okay? Then he talks about the terrain. And then, why could they not contain and overwhelm the 15 to 20 member opposing force? Okay? Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm rereading this to show that, of course, the reality, what was happening on the ground, was different from what the President knew. Now, what was the source of knowledge of the President at this time? The source of what the situation was the text messages of General Purisima, which we know by now was totally different from what was happening on the ground. So at that time in the morning, there was only one SAF trooper that was wounded, according to General Purisima's text. Number two, ano pang alam ni Presidente Pinoy? Ang lumalaban, 15 to 20 people. Again, regardless of what is the reality on the ground. Remember, this is what the President knew based on the text. So 15 to 20 lang ang kumakalaban. Tapos ang puwersa na kumakalaban sa 20, 160. Okay? 160 troops plus. I'm doing this to show because there was an intimation kanina that the President did not care. But the President, or any person for that matter, relies only upon what he knows, upon information fed to him. And what President Aquino knew is that there's only one wounded, 15 to 20 ang kalaban, tapos ang puwersa ng pulis, 160 plus. So, in the mind of the President, the operation was going as planned, or was going, how do we say that, was going all right, for want of a better term, was going all right. But the point is, there was no basis for the President at this point in time, based on the information that was fed him, there was no basis for the President to be alarmed. You don't have to be the President. Ikaw mismo, put yourself in his place. Isa lang ang wounded. 15 to 20 ang kalaban. Ang puwersa mo, 160 plus. Would you be alarmed? I don't think so. That's why I think it is unfair to say that there was no concern on the part of the President. And lastly, General Purisima, in your 817 text, among others, to the President again, you state, they are supported by mechanized and artillery support. Sir, tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. So hindi lang isang wounded, hindi lang 15 to 20 people ang kalaban versus 160 plus na pulis. Meron pa palang kasamang tangke at may kanyon pa. Kung ako nagbabasa nito, yun ang interpretation ko. And this would lead an ordinary person to conclude that at this point, the operation is going all right. There is no basis for alarm. So I think it was very, very unfair to conclude, based on the text, that there was no text of concern on the part of the President. Very, very unfair. Okay. And lastly, the President said, review your earlier text and later text. They differ as to which was engaged. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, he was not only misled as to the reality of the situation, the information was also confusing. The information was also confusing. So I'd like to stress that point.
Your Honor, may I say something?
Yes, General.
With regard to the misled, I did not mislead. It was just the interpretation of who was attacked first. It was just in the presentation. The attack on Marwan and Basitusman, that was the only difference.
Yeah, you addressed that in a later text.
Yes, Your Honor, but
yes.
I did not mislead the President.
All right. All right, General. So I would like to make that point that there was no basis at that point for the President to be alarmed because of the information fed to him. Okay. Can I call, yes, General Napeñas? Okay. I am reading from page 59 of the report of the joint NBI-NPS Special Investigation Team. Okay. Page 59 says, at around 11:20, DSAF, sino pong DSAF? Kayo po?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Instructed Ensoy. Who is Ensoy, sir?
That's our radio operator sitting beside me during this time, Your Honor.
Okay. DSAF instructed Ensoy to broadcast to the ground troops to hold their fire to pave the way for incoming CCCH, who will intervene on the battleground. He monitored on the radio that the 43rd SAC was calling the 55th SAC. Yung 56 po, yun ang pumunta na sa kay Marwan, ano?
No, sir, Your Honor. The 84th Seaborne, they were the
Yung
main...
84th, ito yung nasa likod, yung, anong tawag niyo dyan?
Yung support element.
Support elements.
Yes,
okay.
sir, Your Honor.
That they are on their way to reinforce, but they do not know the latter's location. The 55th SAC replied that they will make a let's go fire for them to be located. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Moments later, the 43rd SAC radioed that it is impossible for them to proceed since a huge number of armed groups were blocking their way and engaging them in heavy firefight. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. After an hour, Razor called up and was asking for reinforcement and the location of 84th. He repeatedly called and asked desperately for reinforcement. At around 1 p.m., Razor called up saying, "Mauubos na kami." His radio then went silent. Ensoy tried to contact Razor again but did not get any reply. Sino po si Razor?
That's Police Senior Inspector Iranya.
And sinasabi niya dito, mauubos na kami. Then his radio went silent. Correct ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At around 1:30 p.m., the DSAF instructed Ensoy to broadcast to all troops in their field to cease fire because the representatives of the CCCH are on their way for mediation. Correct po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, because there was an earlier text message from General Purisima to hold on to your position and not move forward so that it will not be misconstrued by the opposing forces that we are continue on the reinforcement or attacking them, Your Honor. That's why the order is to cease fire and to hold on to their position.
Okay, so your basis for the order to stand down, was an order from General Purisima. Am I correct?
Stand down and hold on to your position are two different things, Your Honor. My order is to cease fire, prevent the troops from firing against the enemy, and not to move forward. That's why it's hold on to your position.
Hold on to your position. Okay. So the order to hold on to your position, not to move forward, using your words, was from General Purisima. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
I just want to be clarified, General Napeñas, why that was the order when you received earlier radio message from Razor, and that's very clear. Na there is a sense of extreme urgency. Biro mo, sabi niya, mauubos na kami. And then you gave an order to hold on, not to move forward. Mauubos na kami. And then his radio went silent. I just want to be clarified, sir.
Yung pong CCCH, kung pwede pong ulitin yung oras, that's about 11 o'clock, Your Honor. Yung hold on to your position, yung sinabi nyo na papasok yung CCCH, that was about 11 o'clock. However, at about 1:04, even before na nag-radio si Razor, we were requesting for artillery support. Dahil napag-alam po namin na hindi tumitigil yung pag-aatake nila at tuloy-tuloy. If I may read itong text messages namin from General Napeña, Director SAP, at 1:04 p.m., same day, January 25, for OIC PNP from DSAP. Sir, good PM. Hindi tumigil MILF pag-atake sa atin, sir. Ito location, mga tao natin na paligirian, 360 degrees na kalaban. Grid coordinate of sub-troops in Army under attack. 68100, 65097, and 68006, 65718. Baka maubos tao natin sa mga lugar na ito, sir. Request and direct fire support sa paligid ng locations na ito. So, I was requesting for the artillery support even before na nag-radio si Razor, Your Honor.
Okay, but even after that, you still gave the order not to move forward and to hold on to your positions.
Yes, Your Honor. Naka-hold on to their position dahil nga doon sa effort ng CCCH and because of the order ni General Purisima, Your Honor.
Now it's two, dalawa yung basis. Hindi lang yung order ni General Purisima. Now it's also the request of the CCCH. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Ang nagsabi sa akin po, yung text message General Purisima, na papasok nga po yung CCCH. That's why nga po, huwag mag-move forward. At that time, wala po yung direct coordination ng CCCH sa akin, Your Honor.
Okay. General Purisima, Why? How come you knew about the CCCH?
Your Honor, what I remember with with the text message that we are referring to is I contacted MILF person to assist us in the having the troops, the MILF troops, back out in the operation. So I was just giving information to General Napeñas what that person was giving me, that they have already contacted their commanders, but
who was that person, sir?
A member of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, Your Honor, Satar Lamalan.
I see. Member doon ng CCCH?
No, Your Honor. I'm not familiar with the what they are saying that CCCH, Your Honor, because I'm not connected. I have no contact with CCCH. What I remember, Your Honor, is that I tried to contact the MILF for them to withdraw their troops. Nakikiusap po tayo sa kanila, Your Honor, na umalis na sila doon sa lugar kasi nahihirapan na po yung mga SAF elements natin, na tropa ng SAF ang nandun sa loob. Hindi po. Yun ang pakiusap po natin sa kanila. And I was relaying also yung sinasagot sa atin nung sagot ng MILF sa atin, Your Honor.
Okay. Sige, thank you. One last. For the SND, sir, were you aware that the President instructed the Commanding General of the Philippine Air Force? Is he around? Maybe we should ask the Commanding General then of the Philippine Air Force.
We ask the Secretary to administer the oath to the the Commanding General of the Philippine Air Force.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the record, Your Honor. Thank you. For the record, Your Honor, the chairperson affirmed his oath.
Thank you. Go ahead, Senator Gingona.
Sir, ano po nangyari nung nag-board yung presidente at anong sinabi niya sa iyo when he boarded the plane for Zamboanga?
Your Honor, a few minutes before he boarded the plane, I was the one who escorted him to the aircraft. And before boarding, he asked me if I was aware of the operations against Marwan in Maguindanao, and if there are any updates. Now, I was silent for those questions, considering that I was not aware of or conscious of the operations. And with that, he advised, or he directed me to alert air assets within that area to support the ground operations thereat, if necessary, which I did after he left, upon calling the commander of the West Mincom and the 3rd Air Division commander to alert the aircraft. And I think they already did earlier than when I called them.
Okay, so he did order you to provide all the air support for the operations?
Yes, sir. He directed me to alert all air assets in Mindanao to support the operations, just in case they are needed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Your 10 minutes, sir, has lapsed. You can ask your last question, sir, if you'd like to wrap up, Senator.
Okay, Lieutenant General Guerrero. Sir, when did the President find out about the true situation in Mamasapano? What time of the day was that? Because you were together in Zamboanga.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, at around 10:20, the President arrived in Zamboanga City. So he went into the briefing room. We waited for him to allow us to start the briefing about the Zamboanga City blast. And then at around 1100, I think, past 11, I was summoned to a room together with the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of National Defense. And he asked me, what do you know about the operation? So I told him about the telephone call of General Espina, the text messages of General Purisima, and a phone call of General Peñas, and my talk over the phone with General Pangilinan. I told the President I do not know anything about this operation. Second, I informed him that I already directed the 6th Infantry Division Commander to support operations as requested by the OIC of the PNP, General Espina, sir. And lastly, I informed him that I already alerted the 2 UE helicopters on standby in Pagadian to transfer to Awang in Maguindanao in case the 6th Infantry Division requires its utility during the support operations to that Special Action Force, even if there was no request, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Angara is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. I'd like to ask a few questions from Secretary of National Security, Secretary Garcia, Cesar Garcia, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask, what was the situation with Marwan? Why was Marwan such a big target? And why was it important to keep the, in your view, was it a correct decision to keep the operation top secret?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the operations against Zulkifli bin Hir, alias Marwan, a Malaysian terrorist who is included in the United Nations 1267 sanctions list of terrorists, was part of a larger security operations mounted during the papal visit in January 2015. As a backgrounder, where it was confirmed that His Holiness Pope Francis will come to the Philippines, our intelligence community went into high gear to gather information and better assess the security threats to the Pope. By the third quarter of 2014, the initial intelligence estimate on the papal visit was completed and presented to the President and the Cabinet Cluster on Security. In our estimate, we assessed that the biggest and most serious threat to the security of the Pope would be coming from jihadist groups, whether international or local. If it will be recalled, earlier that year, in June 2014, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the so-called Caliph of the Islamic State, announced the establishment of the Caliphate, with his spokesman promising, among others, to plant the black flag of the ISIS in the Basilica in Rome. Also, it will be recalled, further back in 1995, during the visit of Pope John Paul II, a terrorist plot targeting the Pope was discovered and disrupted. The plotters included Al-Qaeda operatives Ramzi Youssef, who masterminded the first World Trade Center bombing, and Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who masterminded the second World Trade Center bombing. On this basis, it was further assessed that jihadists, whether particularly foreign jihadists, if they were to mount an operation in the Philippines targeting the Pope, they would need to enlist the assistance of local jihadist groups. The assistance will come in the form of logistics, that's meaning explosives, firearms, vehicles, safe houses, and intelligence, which includes surveillance and operational data collection. Included among the local jihadist groups which may lend support to these international terrorist groups who could be planning to target the Pope are the following: the Abu Sayyaf, the BIFF, Islamic converts to Islam belonging to the Raha Sulaiman movement, and the remnants of the Indonesian Jemaah Islamiyah in Mindanao led by Marwan. Therefore, to reduce the threat coming from these foreign terrorists like ISIS and Al-Qaeda against the Pope, it was very important we recommended the following steps to the Cabinet Cluster and to the security sector present therein. We recommend that we sustain operations against the Abu Sayyaf in the Basulta area to keep them off-balanced. We also recommended to conduct continuing operations against the BIFF in central Mindanao during that period before and during after the papal visit. We also recommended that we mount a legal offensive to arrest and rearrest the dangerous jihadists who may have either been recently arrested or were unaccounted for in the past. And lastly, to conduct a special targeted operations to neutralize remnants of the Jemaah Islamiyah in the southern Philippines and their local support groups. This was particularly targeted against the group.
Madam Chair, sorry, Secretary, sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I apologize. But we're trying to drive at some point here. Madam Chair, is it okay if I ask, was the AFP and PNP, were they working together on these projects, or were they also compartmentalized to certain groups?
I believe the President gave instructions for them to coordinate.
So they were working together, and you were part of this. Do you confirm this, Secretary Gasmin?
Yes, Your Honor, I confirm.
About Secretary Rojas?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, Secretary Gasmin and I jointly signed the list of rewards to be given by the Philippine government to include Marwan and several others of these high-value terrorist targets.
So I guess yung puntos po natin bakit naiba yung meron tayong sa konteksto po nung operation nung Exodus, may wider context ng war against terrorism. Pero bakit naiba dito? Kailangan ba talagang sikreto? What is your analysis, Secretary Garcia?
Operations against high-value targets like Marwan, among others, is always a very classified and a very where special operational security protocols are observed. So that is the nature of this kind of operation.
Thank you, Secretary. Madam Chair, I'd like to ask General Delgado, who earlier, sir, you testified that the President asked you to provide air support. Is that correct? What time did he give you those instructions? Is that January? I assume that's January 25th, no?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. He gave me the instructions a few minutes before he took off. He took off at 9:01, so I presume it was 15 minutes before he took off.
9:01. And what action was taken upon those instructions?
I initially asked our A3 and A2 regarding information on the operations, and after seeing that they were not aware of the operations, I called on the West Mincom Commander, General Guerrero, to inform him of the instructions of the President, and us also at the same time on on information regarding the operation, which General Guerrero has not much information about the operation. And likewise, the 3rd Air Division Commander to also relay the instruction of the President to alert the aircraft. And at that time, we don't have helicopters in Cotabato City.
Pero may pinalipad eventually. Saan ang galing ho yung helicopters?
Sir, the West Mincom directed the...
Sambuanga?
Yes, sir. Sambuanga.
Okay. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, General Delgado. General Guerrero, you testified earlier that you texted, was it General Napeñas or General Purisima, na parating na po yung suporta ng AFP in the form of infantry, artillery, and tank support. Anong oras po yan?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, it's 8:03 a.m.
Thank you, General. Can I ask General Purisima, sir, meron ho kayong text exchange na nabanggit na nung ni Senator Enrile, ni Senator Gingona, kay Pangulo. At tinext nyo siya ng 7:36 a.m. They are presently in contact with reinforcing elements from BIFF. The containment forces are the ones in contact right now. They are supported by mechanized and artillery support, sir. 7:36 po yun. I'm just wondering, ano yung basehan nyo yung pag-text nun? Kasi 8:30 pa ho dumating yung text ni General Guerrero. So, matanong lang ho sa inyo.
Your Honor, the information I have been providing with the President came from Police Director Napeñas.
So yung sinabi nyong they are supported by mechanized and artillery support, galing po kay General Napeñas yan?
Actually, Your Honor, if you will check the time, I think it was later. That,
Parang hindi kasi yung sequence yung kung bakit dapat nauna yung text ni General Guerrero kaysa
nauna,
sa text
sir,
niyo?
yung text ni General Guerrero before the text of the President, Your Honor.
Well, that's what we have on record, no? Yung text niyo kay Presidente is 7:36. Yung text po ni General Guerrero sa inyo is 8:30. So parang may konting, maybe General Napeñas, anong masasabi niyo po rito?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, the first time they texted to request for artillery support through General Talino was 7:53 in the morning, because at that time, he was then at the Mechanized Brigade headquarters. The text message was addressed to General Talino. The second text message that I requested for artillery support is at 7:55 in the morning. The text message went to Police Director General Purisima and Deputy Director General Espina, and again to Police Chief Superintendent Talino. I will read it. At 7:55 a.m. Sir, location of subtroops, GC 68006, 65717, and 68234, 65056. Nasa paligid ng 1st Grid Coordinate Macalaban at tuloy pa rin heavy firefight. Napindan tropa sa 1st Grid Coordinate at mayroong mga casualties sila. Baka pwede hingi artillery support. Again, sir.
Okay, Madam Chair, yung tanong po kasi natin is, we want to know why General Purisima texted the President at 7:36 na they are supported by mechanized and artillery support. Before 7:36, may text ho ba kayo kay General Purisima na suportado na po yung 55th at 84th SAF ng mechanized at artillery support? Meron ho ba kayong text na ganon?
None, Your Honor. That's why I emphasize that the first time that I requested for artillery support is at 7:53, followed by at 7:55, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, General Peñas, Madam Chair.
Your
Yung
Honor.
concept po ng time on target, ito pa yung first operation, yung Exodus, ang first operation na magkakaroon ng time on target?
No, sir. Even in the other operations of the 84th SAC, that concept was being followed, sir.
Well, let me be more specific. Yung concept na time on target na ino-notify niyo po yung friendly forces, namely the 6th ID, namely Police PNP Chief Espina, doon lang sila mano-notify upon entry into, kasi dati kasama niyo sila tapos hindi niyo nakukuha dahil nakaka-escape po, di ba? So ang tanong ko po, ito ba yung first operation na talagang sinikreto niyo at yung time on target talagang as may be necessary lamang?
Hindi rin po, sir. Meron din previous operations, yung 84th SAC doon sa Zamboanga, na ganyan ang concept na sinusunod nila po.
So, hindi nyo sinabihan ang Chief PNP nun?
No, sir. In that case, yung mga previous operations...
Yung AFP, hindi nyo po kasama dun sa sinasabi nyo?
Yung AFP friendly forces po at saka yung PNP friendly forces na sinasabihan, time on target, sir. But then, the commanders dito sa taas, even before na mag-jump off or some minutes or hours before na mag-jump off, sir, na informan na sila or even na during na nag-jump off na yun.
Sa tingin niyo po, Madam Chair, General Napeñas, when did you first notify or signal for help from the AFP? Mga 4 a.m. ba? 5 a.m.? Ano yung first text ninyo? Medyo maaga na ng umaga yun, di ba?
That's about 4:35, 4:38. But then nabasa nga, sir, na
ano yung trigger nun? Ano yung trigger for that text from you?
The trigger is the coordination that we will inform friendly forces when the troops are already on the target.
Hindi, bakit ho kayo humingi ng saklolo? Nakatanggap ba kayo ng text mula kay Train o kaya sa ibang member ng 84th na nangangailangan sila ng tulong? O nakuha na nila yung, di ba may bingo mic 1, signal na nakuha nyo na yung daliri, di ba? So ano yung trigger nyo to ask for help from the AFP?
Expectedly, sir, Your Honor, dahil yung lugar na yon, it's part of the assumption na magre-react yung mga MILF. So as early as those times, ay humihingi na kami ng tulong din sa extraction, Your Honor.
Yung time on target, tingin nyo, was it a successful concept? Was it successfully executed, General?
Yes, Your Honor, because the foremost and one of the most important consideration in these operations is operational secrecy, operational security, to ensure that the main assault force will not be compromised along the way, considering that they will be walking 5 kilometers, that 5 hours. So we have to exercise maximum operational security, Your Honor.
Eh kung may babalik po natin yung panahon, of course, madali yung analysis po namin, General, Madam Chair. Pero may iibahin ba kayo dun sa operation kung may chance kayo? Would you have notified the AFP earlier, 1 hour earlier? Would you have told them earlier? Would you have still operated the time on target concept po?
It's about, napakahirap po sorry na balansehin yun, Your Honor. Babalansehin mo, nasisigurdin mo na hindi maglilik yung trabaho dahil it's either maimpormahan yung kalaban.
Na-stuck yung 84 ng 2 oras sa tubig, hindi ho ba?
Hindi,
so,
sir, hindi sir 2 oras.
Isang oras?
1 hour, sir.
So,
yung pagtawid nila.
Umalis sila ng 2 a.m., ang goal nila makarating kagad sa bahay ni Marwan, di ba?
Nasa before yung river sila, sir, mga 2:20, 2:30.
Ultimong anong oras sila nakarating?
Nakarating sila, sir, mga 4:15 doon sa
Would it not have been better to notify the AFP at 2 a.m. pagkaalis na nila? O takot kayo na sisingaw yon?
Napakahirap po yun, sir, kasi kung may 2 oras pa, mateksan lang o malaman lang ng kabila yung movement yon. In 1 minute or 2 minutes, pag nakababa yung tao, nakatakbo ng 200, 300 meters from the house, hindi mo na makukuha. And that happened dun sa boutique operations, Your Honor.
Thank you, General. Dito sa text exchange po ni General Purisima at ni Pangulo, ang pagkaintindi ni Pangulo, if I remember correctly, 160 SAF troopers were directly involved in this operation. Yun ba yung pagkapaliwanag nyo sa kanya? O may konting difference between his understanding at dun sa paliwanag ninyo?
During the briefing dun sa Malacanang, Your Honor, na-lay down namin yung troops na gagamitin. Na yung containment dun sa loob at saka yung containment dito sa labas. That's why, yun nga, yung 160 yung mga nasa loob, the rest of the 392 ay nandito for sa containment din sa labas.
Kaninong decision yung magpasok 2 squadron lang or 2 grupo lang? Tapos pero may nakabantay yun, di ba? Parang may tutulong sa retreating force. May grupo yon.
Yes, Your Honor. Kasama po sa plano yan na ginawa ng Mission Planning Group.
Ang tanong, anong role nung 41st, 42nd, and 45th? Bakit hindi sila pumasok eventually nung nagkakagirian na po? Kasi by 1:30, patay na po lahat ng 55th, di ba? Ang trabaho ng 55th, sila yung magbabantay doon sa 84th. Pero ang nangyari, sila yung na-ambush, di ba? So, bakit habang ina-ambush sila, hindi na pumasok po yung 41st, yung 42nd, at saka yung 45th?
Yun nga po yung oras na kasama na yung Army at saka yung 45th at saka yung 41st na sinasabi niyo, Your Honor, napapasok. Then there was, in the 42nd, there is an open field na hindi sila makatawid. They did their best na tumawid dun sa open field pero hindi nga po makatawid because of the heavy volume of fire.
Yung open field, gaano kalayo po yung kalaban?
More or less sabi nila mga 300 to 400 meters. Kasi ang distansya na lang yung...
Bakit hindi finire yung sinasabing 55 caliber na 1 kilometer po yung distansya?
Hindi po makikita kasi sa highway po yung mga armor assets at yung sa loob is more than 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers na, sir, yun Hindi mo makikita. 1 kilometer plus. Kaya hindi mo makikita yun sa looban.
Yung meeting nyo nung January 9 kay Presidente, ilan yung pinadagdag niyang tropa? Ilan yung original na pinopose nyo? Ilan yung pinadagdag niya?
Less than 300 yung original, sir. Then nagiging less than 400.
So nagpadagdag siya ng 100?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
More or less yun, sir, yung dagdag,
okay.
sir.
Okay, thank you. Just two more questions, Madam Chair. Kay General, andito ba si General Marquez? Sir, anong analysis niyo po ng Oplan Exodus? Have you made an analysis of the plan?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, of course we read, sir, the report of the Board of Inquiry, and let me highlight some of the findings of the Board of Inquiry as to the planning. According to the report, sir, the planning was done only by a group of officers. There was actually no planning team. And as such, the BOI made this conclusion that the plan was defective from the very beginning because of the following. There was a poor analysis of the area of operations. There were unrealistic assumptions. There was poor intel estimate. There was absence of abort criteria. There was lack of flexibility in the concept of operations. The application of the time on target manner of coordination was inappropriate. And of course, the absence of prior coordination. Madam Chair, Your Honor, there was no indication that a real contingency planning was done. In a high-risk operation like Exodus, I think that a real contingency planning should have been done. And it is manifested by the fact that there were no written contingency plans. We also surmise after reading the plan, Madam Chair, Your Honor, that for a high-risk operation like Exodus, we felt that the national headquarters, the directorial staff of the NHQ, could have contributed to the thoroughness of the plan in the following perspective. We could have provided some strategic inputs insofar as the primacy of the peace process is concerned, because the BOI report was very clear in saying that peace process was never discussed during the whole planning process. We could also have pointed out that the TOT could only be applicable on low-risk operation in urban centers, but obviously dangerous, if not fatal, in a high-risk operation like Exodus. As Director of Operations, I could have insisted the conduct of a full-scale contingency planning, Madam Chair, Your Honor. And when I say full-scale contingency planning, scenarios should be debated, actions planned should be listed, resources needed should be made available on the ground, and a mechanism for decision-making should have been put in place, just like what I did during the APEC operations, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Can we get the comments of General Napeñas especially dun po sa lack of abort criteria in contingency planning? Baka naman hindi sinulat kasi nga sinisekreto niyo. Meron ho ba kayong abort criteria or contingency planning?
We have contingency plans. We have abort criteria.
Hindi lang naisulat ho?
Nandito po, sir.
Opo.
Nakalagay po yan during the briefing,
Sinong
presentation, and deliberation. All the operating troops commanders, yung mission planning group, I would disagree that there was no planning team. There was a mission planning group.
Can we just establish, Madam Chair, sinong nakakaalam po nung contingency plan? Ito ba yung mga commanders, sila Train?
Yes,
Train
Your
knows
Honor.
about that. And then, anong pangalan nung nag-head dun sa 55th?
Si Iranya, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Iranya.
Iranya, alam niya. So lahat ng hepe nung mga, yung 41st, 42nd, 45th, alam nila yan?
Yes, Your Honor. And I would like also to disagree that there were no contingencies and there were no abort criteria. There were. I would like also to disagree that there was no detailed planning. We have been doing this from Wolverine, 1, 2, 3, Terminator 1 and 2, then Exodus.
I think si Senator Enrile wants to ask a question.
Senator Angara, yes. Senator
With the
Enrile.
permission of
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
General Marquez, as a professional soldier, when a project is compartmented by the President, can you do the normal planning system that you are saying? Can you interfere as a Director of Operation of the PNP in a compartmented operation?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I said that we could have, had it been.
That is correct. That is why you are using a subjunctive term.
Yes, Your
That's
Honor.
correct. If it is a normal procedure that it goes into the command system, then all of that, what you're saying, would have happened. You can put your inputs. But this operation is exceptional. It was compartmented by the President himself. Can you interfere with your President if he compartments a project?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I believe that the Director staff could ask for inputs I don't think the President prevented him from asking inputs from other officers in developing that plan, Your Honor.
Kaya ka sinabi niya, sabihan mo yung dalawa pag nandun na. Meaning he will exclude everybody below OIC Espina and Secretary Roxas. What were you there? You're just an operation officer of the armed forces of the National Police. You're below the chief PNP.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
So, if he
just to
excluded
clarify,
your heads,
Senator Enrile,
Yes.
just to clarify, I think it was General Purisima who specifically said to exclude Secretary Roxas and also Director General Espina, not the President.
well, he was in the room with the President. And
No,
that's
I
why
think he said this
he
when
blunted
they stepped
immediate-
aside. Please clarify,
Anyway,
General Purisima.
This is a matter of debate on what went on inside that room. Only General Purisima can tell the world if they were kissing each other or discussing.
Your Honor, Madam Chair, when we entered the room of the President, he was just telling me about the music system that he has, the new amplifiers and the new speakers. And, Your Honor, that is why I have been telling you all earlier that this plan was planned by the PNP SAP. You have already heard the statement of our Police Director na Peñas that there was a mission planning group by PNP SAF. That's why they have considered all the details of that. And then they were the ones who implemented the operations. That's why our role with the President is only informatory, Your Honor. We were just giving some inputs during the course of the briefing, but we were not substituting the decision of the Director SAF.
Madam Chair, just a few more questions.
Go ahead.
Just a few more,
Continue
Madam Chair.
with your line of questions,
Yes.
Senator.
General Napeñas, according to, I was reviewing the testimonies of some of our witnesses before, at lumalabas na yung mga, like yung 6IB, hindi nila alam na may 55th SAF pa dun sa, I think bandang hapon na nila na, tama ho ba yan? Anong oras nyo nalaman na may 55th pala? General Pangilinan, Madam Chair. I remember you saying that it was sometime after lunch, so maybe 3, 4, 5, something like that.
No, sir, around 5
p.m.
Your Honor.
Ang tanong, General, Madam Chair, bakit hindi na-convey sa kanila na meron pa palang isang grupo doon na bagamat hindi sila yung focus nung investigation kasi wala sa kanila si Marwan, pero sila yung naging agrabyado, kumbaga, looking back. Bakit hindi yung coordinates nila hindi nabigyan na maaga sa AFP?
I would disagree again, Your Honor. Early in the morning, nag-text si Colonel Del Rosario papunta kay General Palinginan. 2 grupo sila sa loob. If we go back, doon sa text messages ni Colonel Del Rosario, nandoon po yon. Second,
what time was that ho? Yung kay General Del Rosario? Anong oras po yan?
I-check lang natin yung exact
sige. Okay.
time, Your Honor.
Alright. But
There
morning
were coordinates.
before lunch? Before lunch yun?
Yes, Your Honor, before lunch. That's maybe about 8:30 or 9, something like that. But there were coordinates. I was reading already earlier grid coordinates. And that came from the GPS that the troops were using on the ground. That's why it is even 10-digit. That's about to the nearest 1 meter, Your Honor.
Just my last questions, Madam Chair. General Napeñas, did you order the ENSOY or the operator to broadcast a ceasefire at 1:30 p.m.?
Again, it's not a ceasefire, Your Honor. That's the same thing that I answered when Senator Ginguna asked me about it. It's about hold your ground, hold on to your position, do not move forward so that it will not be misunderstood that we are continuing.
Buhay pa ba nun yung tao ng 55th?
Yes, Your Honor.
Buhay pa sila noon, 1:30? Hindi ba nag-issue ng ang ENSOY, hindi ba nag-issue ng kung meron pang buhay dyan sa 55th, please press your tap your radios? Di ba may ganong may na ganun nangyari tapos walang nag-tap? Ibig sabihin, parang patay na silang lahat?
Wala na po, Sir, Your Honor. About 1:30, magkakaharap kami. Nakaharap ako sa radio, nandun si Ensoy. Doon namatay yung radio, Your Honor.
So 1:30, alam niyong patay na sila?
No, I do not know na patay sila. Two
Pero
things.
what was your inference from na walang sumagot sa radyo?
Ang inference ko, Your Honor, it's either tinamaan yung radio or
baka nagbabarilan pa.
O nagbabarilan or namatay na sila. You cannot make a conclusion at that point, Your Honor.
I understand, General Napeñas. General Napeñas, I read a tweet from a reporter na nagbigay daw kayo ng interview at tinanong kayo to comment on the Senate investigation at sinabi nyo nabuksan yan dahil sa politika. Did you say that?
No, Your Honor.
So, nagsisinungaling po yung reporter na yon.
I do not know kung sino yung reporter, Your Honor.
Okay.
Hindi ko nga nabasa
hindi
po yan.
Hindi nyo sinabi yun. So, tingin nyo, hindi pamumulitika ito ang ginagawa namin.
Has always been na sinasabi ko, Your Honor, let us give chance to the Senate to do their job, yung mandato nila.
So, trabaho lang ho ito, hindi ito pamumulitika.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Last question, Madam Chair, to the men of the AFP and the PNP. It's a general question directed to our armed forces. At any point on January 25th, especially from 7 a.m. when the President knew, was there an order to stand down or to withhold support? Kasi may kumakalat na balita na ganun na because of the peace process, si Pangulo ay nagbigay ng order na stand down. I'd like to address it and go around the table kung merong ganong order. I think si General Pangilinan already testified earlier na walang ganon. Can we ask General Guerrero and go down the line po?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I did not receive any stand-down order from my direct superior, Chief of Staff, General Katapang, nor from the President himself, Your Honor.
General Katapang.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I did not order a stand down, neither did I receive an order from the President to stand down.
General Iribere, ano ba ho kayo nun? What were you? Were you in Zamboanga at that time?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I was still the Commanding General of the Philippine Army.
Nasa Zamboanga ho kayo nun?
No, I was in my headquarters at in Fort Bonifacio.
Sa Manila po?
Yes.
So you were not aware of ongoing events?
I was not aware, Your Honor.
Okay.
And, by the way,
maybe we can ask Secretary Guzmin. Oh, go ahead, sir. You were saying something.
As the current Chief of Staff now, Your Honors, there were issues raised against the armed forces pertaining to the alleged delay in reinforcement, alleged stand-down order, and alleged delay in the delivery of artillery support fires to the beleaguered SAF troops. May we be allowed to present a briefing to clear these issues, Your Honors?
Siguro, Madam Chair, after the question, and then they can do the briefing.
We will consider the briefing. If you can give me first a hard copy of your briefing so we can determine if we will have the time for that. But at the moment, we will go ahead and allow the senators to ask their questions. Please go and answer.
I'm not against the presentation, Madam Chair,
no,
but maybe
but
let's dispose of the matter first at hand.
I agree. Yeah. Please answer the question of Senator Angara, and then if you have an advanced copy of a hard copy of your briefing, please submit it to me.
Can we ask Secretary Guzmin, was there any order of such?
I'm not aware of any stand-down order from the Chief of Staff.
Secretary Mar, was there any order to put the peace panel or peace process ahead of saving the SAF? Was there any such order?
There was no such order. I did not hear personally of any such order, and I'm not aware of any such order, and neither did I give any such order.
Thank you, Secretary. Chief PNP. Yeah.
Sir, as I aforestated, I was in Manila during that whole day, sir. So, I was not with the President.
Oh, okay. General Marquez, would you have had a chance to be with the President that day?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I was in Clark managing APIC operations at the time. So, I was not included in that loop, Your Honor.
General Purisima. At saka, General Purisima, between 11 and 6, wala na kayong communication ni Pangulo kasi yan yung sequence nung text ninyo eh.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, it was I have nothing to report to the President, Your Honor. That's why there was no communication, Your Honor.
Okay. Pero wala ring stand-down order?
There was no stand-down. I was in Nueva Ecija, Your Honor, that time, and I was not with the President.
Okay. How about, can we ask the PNP hierarchy, Superintendent Talino?
Your Honor, there was an order for me to receive any information about the stand-down there.
About Superintendent Basbas, Mendez, then we'll ask.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I have not received any stand-down order.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I did not receive anything, but I was not part of the tactical operation, Your Honor.
General Napeña.
Sir, in regards to yung sinasabi nila kanina na hindi nila alam yung dalawang grupo sa loob. Ito po, sir, yung...
sagutin na muna ho yung tanong, yung standing question. No? Yung,
I'm sorry,
Opo.
wala po...
Walang ganon. Ho.
Wala po kaming natanggap na ganon na order.
Kasi you were not in direct contact with the President anyway.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah. How about, what's
Ituloy
the
ko lang po,
findings?
Senator.
Meron ho bang finding na ganon? Kasi yun yung linalabas sa ibang media outlets na the peace process was the cause for the slow action daw. Kaya mabagal yung action dahil inuna daw yung peace process. But we'd like to finally come to the truth, Madam Chair.
Your Honor, Madam Chair, as head of the Board of Inquiry, we have not received any material evidence that would establish that there was a stand-down order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm satisfied with the answers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Enrile.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few clarificatory questions. Now, I would just like to re-emphasize and make it clear on the record. General Purisima, the Oplan exodus was done exclusively by the PNP staff. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
No one else?
No one else, Your Honor. Everybody, the coordination was made time on target, Your Honor.
So that was an exclusive Oplan crafted, executed by the SAF PNP?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, when you met with the President on January 9, the President very clearly told you and Napeñas to coordinate with the AFP on this. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
No. The time on target planning is totally inconsistent with coordination with the AFP. Is that a correct conclusion?
It was presented to the President, Your Honor, the time on target principle.
Yes, right. It was presented to the President, time on target principle. My question is, if you follow the principle of time on target, you cannot coordinate with the AFP. Natural. Kasi sasabihin mo, time on target. A coordination means prior knowledge.
Yes, Your Honor, but...
yes. Okay, go ahead.
May I
Please,
clarify, sir? For purposes of operational security, Your Honor, that was considered.
For purposes of operational security, you concluded that you must follow the time on target plan.
That was the plan presented to us by Police Director Napeñas.
That was the plan presented to you by Napeñas, time on target. My only question is, with the time on target planning and principle that was presented and followed by Napeñas, the coordination with the AFP could not have been done.
Based on the table presented, it could have been no coordination, Your Honor.
There could have been no coordination. And therefore, when Napeñas insisted on time on target, he disregarded the instructions of the President that there be coordination.
I suppose so, Your Honor.
Now, the question of compartmentalization. From an ordinary layman, when you compartmentalize, it means you do not inform a certain sector. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And when Napeñas said, with all due respect, at inulit niya po ito nung tayo nag-hearing dito, the AFP is compromised. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that hindi po they made a conclusion or he made a conclusion na huwag dapat sabihin at i-coordinate sa AFP. Tama po ba yan?
That was the principle behind the time on target, Your Honor.
Right. Kung ganon, kung may nag-compartmentalize, it is the Peñas, not the President. Correct?
Because it is the plan of PNP SAF, Your Honor.
No.
They are the ones really not eligible.
Right. I mean, just saying that since it was the Peñas who said that the AFP was compromised and therefore concluded that the operations should be time on target and therefore they should not be informed, he is the one who compartmentalized. In other words, just limit it to you, to him, and to the President. That was what he had in mind.
Yes, sir. Based on the premise, sir, yes, sir.
Now, all right, may I, in ordinary course, plans are approved by which authority?
The operation plans are being performed by units authorized to do so, Your Honor, like the regional directors, the unit commanders, and even the police stations, Your Honor.
Okay. In the particular case of Oplan Exodus, who approved who was the approving authority?
In the Oplan Exodus, Your Honor, as I have stated earlier, it was a PNP SAF plan, so it was the PNP SAF who approved and crafted the plan, Your Honor.
Not the President?
Not the President, Your Honor.
No. Isn't it a fact that the President was assured by the SAF that it had the support of the mechanized and artillery support?
The information, Your Honor, was given to me by General Guerrero when I asked him for support regarding the operation of SAF. And that was the text back message given to me, Your Honor.
The text of 5:15 a.m., which you sent to the President, which basically said, Sir, good morning. For info, staff elements implemented O-plan against high-value target. As of now, sir, result indicate that Marwan was killed and one SAF trooper wounded. The body of Marwan was left behind, but pictures were taken. The troopers are now withdrawal phase and progress report to follow. This is based on the report of the Peñas to you.
Yes, Your Honor, it was the telephone call at about 5:45 in the morning, Your Honor.
All right. The President was misinformed then. Would you agree with that?
Kindly clarify the question, sir. What is misinformation?
Well, because obviously the statement, the text of 5:45 a.m. is not exactly accurate as you relate to the President.
Your Honor, there was no intention of incomplete, but the information was incomplete that time, Your Honor.
Yes, there was no intention to mislead, but the information was incomplete. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And this information came from the Peñas.
Yes, Your Honor.
By the way, there was a. Can I ask General Peñas? Can you describe the 84th Seaborne? What is it? What is their special? What is the specialized training?
Your Honor, the 84th Seaborne is a specialized unit of the Special Action Force that operates from the sea going to the ground in swampy area, and I could say that it is the best of the Special Action Force.
Very good. Now, mention here is made in this. The President referred to 160 SAF troops. Where did the 160 come from? The number 160?
It's a composition of the 55th SAC, the 42nd, 43rd, 45th, and the 41st. Those are from the 4th Battalion. When the start of the number is 4, that's from the 4th Battalion. When the start is 5, that's the 5th Battalion.
So, but the 100, did you brief the President on the number of seaborne personnel?
Yes, Your Honor, because
and the 160 came from you?
all the 160, all the 392 personnel involved in the whole of the operation, Your Honor, came from PNP SAF.
From you?
Yes, Your Honor, the Special Action Force.
Yes. So you committed to the President at least 160 seaborne?
No, Your Honor. The seaborne is only 38 of them.
Only 38 of them?
Less yung the 2 intelligence officers, it's only 36.
So how many seaborne were there involved in the fighting?
36, Your Honor.
36. So there was no, you did not commit 160 to the President?
Your Honor, may I request that you repeat the question?
I'm just referring to what was earlier read here about the President saying 160 SAF troopers. The 160 here figure came from you?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Where did it come from?
The basis of that 160, because there is a table indicating the troops that be utilized in the operation. And the seaborne, the main assault, that's 38. The 55th, the immediate support element, that's 36. And the 45th, the 42nd, and the 41st, that's numbering about 36, 30 and above. And the rest of the other, of the 392, they are deployed as containment along the, near the road and at the junction, Your Honor.
When did the President, General Purisima, know for the first time about the casualties, or at least the number, that there was more than one casualty as reported by you on 5:45 a.m.?
As far as I can remember, Your Honor, it was already late in the afternoon when I texted that there were so many casualties. And that was the last text message that I have.
And what time was that?
I am not sure of the time, Your Honor, but it was already about 6 in the afternoon or 5 in the afternoon.
5 or 6 in the afternoon. So that between 5:45 a.m. and 5 or 6 p.m., all the President knew was that there was one SAF trooper wounded per your text of 5:45 a.m.
If you rely, Your Honor, on my text messages, yes, Your Honor.
So that he could not have issued any order to prevent a slaughter because there was no slaughter. He did not know of the extent of the casualties until 5 or 6 p.m.
As far as the text messages, my text messages are concerned, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, but you keep on saying as far as your text messages. Did the President have any other information before 6 p.m. as to the exact number of casualties?
I am not sure, Your Honor, but as far as I am concerned, that is my answer, Your Honor.
All right. So, sapagka wala kang alam, there was no reason for you to believe that the President knew of the extent of the casualties before 5 p.m. in the afternoon of January 25.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I ask for 1 minute suspension just to go over my notes?
Madam Chair.
While Senator Drillon is checking his notes, let's allow Senator Soto for one question.
Yeah, just I missed a point, a small point in one of my questions earlier. I asked about the 5 million reward. I forgot to ask about the 7 million peso reward. I heard there was a government 7 million pesos reward from the Philippine government. Is that correct? And have they collected, and who collected?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, there's a 7.4 million reward from the Philippine government, sir, and it's still also being processed, and it is right now at the West Mincom. It will be claimed by the same informant, sir, Your Honor.
Does it really take that long to process such rewards? Yung US government, I'm not surprised. Medyo malayo sa atin yun, iba. Pero dito sa atin, ganun din katagal?
I have no idea, Your Honor. We just provided all the requirements, and we're just waiting for the completion of the deliberation and the release of the reward.
So who determines? Anong office or departamento may hawak nun?
It is right now at West Mindanao Command, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Drillon?
Just a few more points. Mention here was made about the time frame for the operations that you set, General Napeñas. Initially, it was between January 20 and January 26, 2015. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you did not inform anyone, not General Purisima, not the President, of exactly when you were going to execute.
No, sir, Your Honor, because there's a window that we do the operation
Just
within that window.
Yeah, you did not inform anyone.
Yes, Your Honor.
Only you knew.
The whole of the operating troops knew, sir.
No, but did you inform General Purisima?
No, sir.
Did you inform the President?
No, sir.
You decided on your own that to when the execution will be, and you decided it will be on the 25th of January.
Yes, Your Honor, based on the recommendation that was approved by the President, who said okay on the window from 23 to 26, Your Honor.
That's right. So you briefed the President that the operation will be between 20 and 26, and since these are details which is left to you, you're the one who decided.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now. Okay, thank you. And that was a judgment call that you made.
Yes, Your Honor, based on the intelligence we received from the ground, it's supposed to be 24, 23, but then because of the heavy activity of the enemies in the ground, we cannot push it. That's why we have to do that in the 24 and in the 25th.
Can I ask for 1 minute suspension?
1 minute suspension. While we are waiting for Senator Drillon, perhaps somebody would want to have one quick question in between so that we can save time. Yeah. Okay. Senator
Madam Chair,
Angara,
if I
go
may,
ahead.
to General Napeñas. Sir, nabanggit nyo kanina na nung meeting nyo nung January 9 with General Purisima at saka kay Presidente, yung dalawang condition niya na mag-coordinate kayo at yung pangalawa yung natanong ko na yung pagdagdag ng tropa. Nabanggit nyo na he agreed to time on target, pero if I recall correctly sa previous testimony nyo, hindi nyo naman in-emphasize yung time on target. Parang sinabi lang ni Presidente sa inyo na mag-coordinate kayo among yourselves. Parang ganon. Am I correct in saying that?
No, sir. Tulad yung sinabi ko, nung sinabi niya yung coordination with the AFP, with all due respect, sir, compromise po yung AFP. Ang recommendation po namin, I would like to emphasize, sir, recommendation po namin is time on target yung coordination sa AFP. It's not my decision. That based yung sa recommendation yan ng director ng intelligence group who is here and our own intelligence officer. I'd like also to add yung sinagot ko kanina, Your Honor. Yung sinasabi ng 6ID na hindi nila alam na until 5 o'clock na dalawang grupo yung nasa loob. At 7 o'clock, nag-conference yung SAF at saka AFP officers dun sa mechanized brigade. Based on the BOI report po ito, Your Honor. At 7 o'clock, nag-conference yung SAP officers at saka AP officers doon sa mechanized brigade. After the conference, nakalagay po dito sa BOI report, minutes after the conference, Del Rosario reported the plan to Pangilinan as discussed during the emergency conference. He sent a message to Pangilinan, Sir, Superintendent Mangahis updated me sa operation nila. 2 groups nila were still inside Barangay Tuka, engaged in sporadic fires with lawless as of now. My plans are, 1, move mechanized to control highway and Mamasapano, 8 armored vehicles, insert mechanized and DRC to augment PNP at SAF extraction point and to provide supporting fires sa pin-down SAF. 3rd, utilize 105 artillery to disrupt lawless firing at SAF pin-down as of now, about 500 meters from SAP position. Request guidance. Malinaw po yun na dalawa yung grupo na nasa loob doon sa text message ni Colonel De Rosario papunta kay General Pangilinan po.
Okay, now, Senator Drillon, please go ahead with your questions.
Gerald Peñas, you were the one handling and directing the operations in Maguindanao area on that day. Kayo po, hindi po ba?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Kayo lahat. Hindi man si General Purisima, hindi si Presidente, kayo.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Ako po.
Kaya hindi naman totoo na ang Pangulo ang siyang nag-utos siya ang nagbigay ng instructions, na siya ang involved sa planning and execution dahil doon kayo ang may hawak.
May I answer? Your Honor, nung nagpresenta kami doon sa bahay pangarap, the fact na sinasabi ng Presidente, yung coordination, binabanggit niya, yung sinasabi niya, yung takaunag dagdagan, that is still part of planning and preparation for the operation, Your Honor.
Mayroong bang pumirma sa Uplan Exodus?
Ako po, sir, ang pumirma, Your Honor.
Ikaw ang pumirma. So ikaw din ang nag-approve ng Uplan Exodus at pinatunayan mo ito sa pirma mo.
Your Honor, there was even a President public statement, lumabas na po sa media, na kinonfirm niya na ina-approve yung Uplan Exodus.
No, but in the document, kayo ang pumirma ng approval.
Yes, Your Honor, upon approval din ni General Purisima and upon approval ng Presidente po. Klaruhin ko lang po, Your Honor. Yung intelligence packet nag-umpisa kay General Purisima, ibinigay sa akin. Hindi nag-umpisa yung trabaho sa SAF. So, ibinigay yung trabaho, ginawa namin yung trabaho, i-present namin kay General Purisima yung operation plan. Ang sabi niya ni present namin, go, this is a go, but I have to tell the President.
Yeah.
Opo.
Tell the President, yes.
Opo. Ganun nga po ang nangyari. That was the first plan, yung Terminator 1.
Can I ask now General Purisima to comment on this? Because this is not consistent with what you have told us so far.
Your Honor, the intelligence packet came from intelligence group under then Police Senior Superintendent, now Police Chief Superintendent Fernando Mendez. It was the intelligence from their agent who was able to pinpoint the location of our target personalities. Based on that, the Police Chief Superintendent Mendez approached me and sa tiwalo ko po na kayang-kaya po ng sabi to, ibinigay ko po sa SAF. na pagplanuhan nila kung paano nila i-neutralize itong target na to based on the intelligence provided for by intelligence group. Ganun lang po, Your Honor. When the plan was presented to us, it was only informatory already, Your Honor. Dahil hindi naman po ako nag-a-approve noon dahil wala na akong pinirmahan. Kasi kung may pipirman po sana, Your Honor, dapat yung operations officer ng PNP ang gagawa po noon. Hindi
Who was the operations officer then?
Police Director General Ricardo Marquez, Your Honor, was the operations officer. Kaya nga po, hindi rin po niya alam yung operations because it was just only presented to me for my information. And based on the principle of keeping the commander informed, I informed the Chief Executive, the President, Your Honor.
Matter of information.
Matter of information. Yung mga sinasabi pong suggestions, kung titingnan po natin, hindi po sinabi ng ating Pangulo na maglagay ka ng 392. Wala pong numero pong ganon. Ang sinasabi po niya ay magdagdag ng tropa. Yun po yung sinasabi niya. Ibig sabihin,
at mag-coordinate sa AFP.
At mag-coordinate sa AFP. Ang nangyayari po doon is, in my assessment, Your Honor, in my opinion, yun po ay inputs lamang doon sa maaring i-consider ng PNP SAF yung mga ko na yun.
Now, General Marquez, as operations officer before of PNP, before you became chief of the PNP, can you give us a comment on if you have seen on the Oplan Exodus? If you were drafting this Oplan, would you follow how it was crafted? Can you give me your comments on this?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, as I've stated earlier, if it were submitted to NHQ PNP and the inputs of the day staff were solicited, we could have suggested that the primacy of the peace process was be considered, because in the BOI report, Your Honor, the peace process was never considered in the planning process. Number two, Your Honor, I would have insisted the conduct of a full-scale contingency planning, Your Honor.
Contingency planning. Yes, would that include criteria for on whether or not the operations will be aborted at any given time?
The contingency planning, Madam Chair, Your Honor, would essentially talk of the following things. The scenario would be debated by the planners. The courses of action would be listed. The equipment and other resources to be used to make sure that those action plans are carried out. And lastly, Madam Chair, Your Honor, the putting up of a decision-making mechanism for those contingencies to be put into operations, Your Honor.
All those are not in Oplan Exodus?
Based on the report of the Board of Inquiry, Madam Chair, Your Honor, those are wanting in Oplan Exodus.
It was wanting. Now, was there a plan to, was part of the planning contingency to abort under certain circumstances?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I think it's very clear in the report of the BOI that there was no abort criteria.
In other words, talagang dire-diretso rito, walang abort ito. Titirahin natin.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I think it is also clear in the report of the Board of Inquiry.
Okay. So that's all. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Drillon. The sequence will be such. Now that we have Senator Drillon, it's going to be Senator Aquino, Escudero, Ejercito, Trillanes, Recto, Pimentel. We will be a little bit stricter with the time, given what's remaining today. And then we will go back to Senator Enrile. So now, Senator Aquino is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to jump off one of the questions of Senator Drillon earlier. Earlier, it was established that it was only at 6:20 p.m. that former Chief Purisima mentioned to the President that there were heavy casualties. Do you concur, General Purisima?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, it was my last text message in the afternoon, Your Honor. I'm not sure of the time.
That was
but-
6:20 p.m. No, I have all the records here. No, in fact, you had mentioned elements suffered heavy casualties. No, that's what you had said
Yes,
at
Your Honor.
6:20 p.m.
Yes, Your Honor.
Earlier than that, had you informed the President that there were heavy casualties?
No, Your Honor.
Previous to that, the only mention of wounded or casualty was one wounded SAF trooper in the morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That's at 6:20 p.m. May I ask General Purisima, when did you find out that there were heavy casualties?
I was getting information from many sources, Your Honor. I was confirming because there was no direct contact already with Director Napeñas.
So, at some point, di na kayo nag-text ni General Napeñas?
Yes, Your Honor. Naghahanap na po ako ng informasyon but I was not able to get the correct information. That's why there was no passing of information given to the President, Your Honor.
Okay. At some point, you knew, because you texted the President, merong heavy casualties. So, at some point, alam mo na merong mga namatay. And in fact, you used the word heavy, no? Could you give an estimate? Was this at earlier at 3 p.m.? Was it at 4 p.m.? Was it at 6:15? As soon as you found out, you texted the President. Around what time did you know that there were heavy casualties?
More or less, Your Honor, about past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Your Honor, I have received that there are casualties already, Your Honor.
Past 4 o'clock, 4 p.m.
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
General Napeñas, when did you find out that there were heavy casualties? At what time?
Your Honor, that's about 7:55 in the morning, or before 7:55. And that's the one that triggered me to send a text message to General Purisima, General Spina, and General Talino. 7:55 in the morning. And if I may read the text message addressed to General Purisima, General Spina, and General Talino, who was at that time si General Talino dun sa Mechanized Brigade. Sir, location of SAP troops, GC 68006, 65717, and 68234, 65056. Nasa paligid ng first grid coordinate mga kalaban at tuloy pa rin heavy firefight na pin down tropa sa first grid coordinate at meron mga casualties sila. Baka pwede hingi ng artillery support. This was followed up at about 9:14 in the morning. The text message was addressed to General Espina, DSAP, from DSAP to OIC PNP. But the recipient are General Espina, General Purisima, General Guerrero, Major General Pangilinan, Colonel Del Rosario, and Police Senior Superintendent Mendez. And I will read it, sir. Sir, good AM. Ito locations marami kalaban. GC 688663 at 660 meters. Nakalagay po 365 degrees, but I stand corrected. This is 345. I made a mistake. From SAP location, GC 68233, 65058. Di makamove SAP troops kasi open terrain. Request and direct fire. Wala mga civilian doon kanina pa, sir.
So, General, if I may cut you, no? So at 7:55 a.m., alam nyo na merong mga enkwentro na ganyan na mabigat. And what you did was you texted the others. There was no phone call made. Or you didn't even call up General Purisima anymore and say, matindi na to. Because if you look at the reactions of the AFP, and I think General Katapang mentioned it earlier, hindi naramdaman yung sense of urgency. No? General Katapang, earlier you said you receive a lot of these texts regularly na may mga enkwentro, may mga nangyayari. At that point, was there that sense of urgency that apparently, according to General Napeñas now, was there, no?
Sir, Your Honor, nung umagang-umaga, kung ma-recall nyo, nagtatawagan po kami, nag-usap kami ni General Guerrero, nag-usap po kami ni General Spina, nag-usap kami ni General Purisima.
General Napeñas, let me ask General Katapang to respond.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I only received one text message from General Purisima at about 6 o'clock in the morning. And thereafter, I never received any text messages.
General Guerrero, kasama ho kayo sa mga na-text ni General Napeñas, hindi po ba?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, General Napeñas is saying that as early as 7:55, talagang nagpapanik na siya na marami ng masamang nangyayari. Was that how it was received when you received this text?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the text that he is referring to was received by me at 9:11. The one he read earlier, sir. I received it at 9:11 a.m.
Okay. So, General Napeñas, hindi po ba merong in the OPLAN, merong matrix doon na mga kailangan tawagan? People that you need to coordinate with. We saw that, no? When you submitted the OPLAN last year. Nasunod po ba yun? Were you able to really coordinate with everyone on that list? O yung text, yun na po yung coordination na sinasabi po ninyo?
Yung text message and some, tinawagan ko po, Your Honor. Yung doon sa Regional Director ng Police Regional Office Arm, tinawagan mismo ni General Talino. Doon sa Mechanized Brigade, na tasking ni General Talino, siya rin ang tumawag kay Colonel Del Rosario.
At General...
The rest, tinawagan ko or tinext ko, Your Honor.
And that's it. Yan na yung ibig sabihin ng coordination between the PNP and the AFP. No? Let me ask General Marquez, who's currently the chief. Is that par for the course? Ganun ho ba yun? Na kapag may coordination, text lang? These days po, pag nag-text ka, posibleng 3 hours later mo makuha yung SMS, no? Ganun lang po ba yun? Or is there a formal coordination that should be done?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I think we could better understood it in the context of Oplan Exodus. And as stated by the BOI, the time on target, which is actually the manner of coordination made by Director SAF, is not applicable in that kind of environment. Probably in an area like Metro Manila, when you would like to do anti-drug operations, coordination is sometimes made. That's time on target when you are actually there on the house you're about to be searched. But as aptly stated by the BOI report, it's not appropriate in high-risk areas like the operation of Plan Exodus, Your Honor.
General Napeñas, no? Earlier we talked about the open field. Alam niyo naman po na may open field, no? That some of our troops would be caught in that open field. In your planning, nakita niyo po ba yon? That there was a flow in getting our troops to mass in that open field?
Hindi mo po namin nakita doon sa ground, Your Honor. Yung nakapunta lang doon sa ground is yung nag-guide sa amin. Hindi kami pwedeng pumunta doon sa area para tignan yung ground because that would compromise the operation.
But earlier, General, no, meron tayong asset na nagbibigay ng information sa atin. Hindi ho ba niya nasabi na sa pag-preposition ng mga troops, meron diyang mapanganib na open field? You did not ask if there was an open field or an area where there's a potential for massacre?
Your Honor, hindi ko nakausap yung guide, yung mga tao natin, ng operating troops, ang nakausap nila, yung intel namin, intelligence personnel namin. Call po ng tactical commander yan kung saan nyo ipopwesto, saan siya dadaan. Kaya nga po yung planning niyan, nag-umpisa doon sa operating unit mismo. Nag-umpisa yan sa 84th and 55th. Nais ko lang, sir, idagdag yung tinatanong nyo kanina, yung text messaging. I established yung telephone call in the morning sa mga higher officers kanina. Ang succeeding, tinetext ko na lang kasi alam na nila yung operation ongoing. I cannot do yung talking lagi kasi nagbibigay din ako ng guidance sa radio, nagte-text ako. At alam ko, pag nagte-text ako ng yan, record po yan. Kung puro voice call yan, wala ng record, I don't know what had happened.
Okay. Let me ask about the open field, no? Because of that open field and marshland, hindi nakapasok yung ating mga tangke. Is that right, General Pangilinan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. General Napeñas, we knew that at some point we would need the help of the AFP. Tama po yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. In your past experience, was it in your planning na para makatulong yung AFP, papasok dapat yung mga tangke, and yet the ground was marshland and there's an open field, so that would make it difficult for the AFP to support our troops. Hindi nyo po na plano yun?
Kaya nga po, sir, Your Honor, ang hiningi namin na suporta is artillery support. Maliwanag po yun. Pwede makahingi ng artillery support. I did not ask, I did not request for infantry or mechanized, artillery support po ang hiningi namin. Dahil alam namin na hindi makapasok yung tangke at saka yung tao basta-basta sa loob, Your Honor.
General Pangilinan, we actually had this conversation already many months ago. No? In fact, a lot of the things we're talking about, we had already talked about many months ago. With regard to artillery support, nakalista po ba yan sa ating handbook or may guide ba tayo kung kailan tayo pwede magbigay ng artillery support?
Meron po tayong doktrina na sinusunod sa paggamit ng field artillery at kung inyo pong matatandaan, binanggit ko ang mga kadahilanan kung paano natin gagamitin ang field artillery. Unang-una po, of 3 equal importance, gusto ko lang pong bigyan muli ng diin. Ang artillery gagamitin para sa target yung ating pong kalaban, tatamaan ng kalaban. Pangalawa, dapat hindi matamaan ang ating mga kasamahan o yung tinatawag po nating friendly fires. At ang pangatlo po, dapat wala tayong tamaang sibilyan o magkaroon po ng collateral damage. Ngayon, para po natin ma-achieve yan, meron po tayong mga sinusunod at kinakailangang impormasyon. At yun po ay naipahayag ko naman nung naunang
Sige, pakiulit po.
Kinakailangan po natin alam yung eksaktong location ng lahat ng friendly troops operating in the area. Gusto ko pong balikan yung sinasabi kanina ni Director na Peñas na may 2 grupo. Sino po ba yung 2 grupo na sinasabi niya? Kaya nga po nalaman namin na may 84th on the afternoon eh. Hindi nga po namin alam kung ano yung 55th. Hindi po namin alam yung 42nd. Hindi po namin alam kung ilan ang nag-ooperate na tropa during that time. Now, hindi ko rin po alam kung nasaan lokasyon lahat ng tropa na ito. Posible, sinasabi niyang 2 grupo could be the 55th divided into 2. How many po ba yung 55th? Hindi ko po alam. Hindi ko rin po alam kung ilan yung 45th. Much more yung 84th. Wala po sa hinaga po kung nasa 84th.
In short, General, dun sa inyong mga patakaran sa pagpapasabog ng artillery, hindi ho pumasa yung current situation ho natin back January 25.
Kulang po yung mga informasyon. Yung sinasabi lang po niya kasing grid coordinate na paulit-ulit niyang sinasabi, yung grid coordinate na sinasabi niyang 2 grupo, which, ngayon nga lang niya po niya kinorek, may sinabi siyang 345 degrees eh. Pero tingnan niyo po yung on record, nakasulat doon sa text, 365 degrees. So, paano po magkakaroon po ng 365 degrees? So, maling-mali na po yung mga informasyon na pumapasok.
Okay, General, at any point, sinabi niyo ba, I think it was General Talino who was assigned, no? Am I right, General Napeñas? It was Talino who was assigned to speak to the 6ID. Is that right?
No, Your Honor, he was assigned to speak with the brigade commander.
Who was talking to the 6ID directly from the PNP? From your group?
Kami po yung nagte-text message yan,
Okay.
at saka si Colonel Del Rosario, at saka yung 6ID, at saka si General Talino na nando doon sa Mechanized
Okay.
Brigade.
At any point, did you say, General Pangilinan, General Napeñas, hindi ko pwedeng gawin yan kasi mali-mali itong mga impormasyon mo?
Sir, unang-una po, yung text po niya sa akin ay forward message. Hindi naman po direktang nakasubmit sa akin eh. Kaya nga po, kung babasahin kong muli, yung text na sinasabi niya sa akin, it was not even addressed to me. It was addressed to sandali lang po. I-check ko lang po yung eksaktong ito po, for example, 618 SMS, and I quote, for CPNP from DSAP. Na-engage SAP troops doon malapit Ilog, 2 kilometers east of Barangay Tocanalipaw. Nagbigay po siya ng tinatawag nating grid coordinate. But nang gitna, going to target, sir. Now, kung ito po i-analyze natin, where is the target? I do not even know where is the target and who is their target. Now, may nabanggit po siya kanina na walang civilian doon sa area. Pag tiningnan nyo po ang mapa, makikita po nyo doon ang packets of civilian communities na malapit doon sa pinangyayarihan ng gulo. At yun po ang kaharap ko during morning, yung mapa po na yun. That is how I analyze the situation basing on the information that are coming in. Yun po ang ina-analyze ko.
Alright. General, so clearly, hindi pwede mangyari. Okay, in the past, sa mga previous operations natin, mabilis ba yung pagbibigay ng artillery support? Or nagbibigay ba kayo ng artillery support kapag kulang yung mga requirements?
Your Honor, pagka kami po ay nagpaplano ng operations, we considered all the criteria and the informations that are necessary for us to plan. For example po, inaalam na po namin yung possible approaches ng aming tropa, kung saan din po yung possible na panggagalingan ng kalaban, kung saan ang possible na magwi-withdraw ang kalaban.
General,
at doon po kami nagpaplano.
Okay, I'm sorry to cut you because the chairman's asking me to cut it also, no? But let me ask this question. In your experience, gaano katagal usually yung pag-prepare ng lahat ng bagay na iyan? Does it take 30 minutes to be able to fire your artillery, all of these requirements? How long does it take to be able to successfully undertake this type of operation?
Kung ito po ay well-planned, kung ito po ay nakaplano, napakabilis lang po dahil meron po kami tinatawag na target reference point. Yan po ay pre-planned.
Okay.
Ibig sabihin po is nakaumang na po dyan ang ating...
General, yung pre-planning ninyo, how long does that take? Assuming na, yun na nga, na time on target tayo, how long usually is your pre-planning?
Pre-planning po namin, just like kung natatandaan nyo po, nagkaroon kami ng operations immediately after Mamasapano. Yung pong pre-planning po namin yan is tumagal po kami ng almost 2 weeks detailing everything, every information.
2 weeks?
Opo.
So are you saying that it is highly improbable or would you even say impossible to expect you to do that within 1 hour or within 45 minutes?
Kung ito po ay pre-planned, kayang-kaya po yan. Kung ito po ay nakaplano.
Yun na nga. Itong pre-planning kasi hindi nangyari. So when they asked you to do it, para mag-pre-planning pa lang kayo, can your pre-planning happen within 45 minutes to 1 hour? Is that possible?
Kailangan po natin dyan is dependes nga po sa mga impormasyon na papasok. But kung lahat po ng impormasyon ay kompleto na kinakailangan para natin may paputok ang tangke, ang kanyon, kaya po natin yan even 15 minutes, kayang-kaya po natin yan.
If all the information is in.
Opo. But kung ito po ay pre-planned, kung ito po ay naplano natin, even in 1-2 minutes, kaya po natin dahil nakaplano na po eh. Alam na natin kung saan ang target.
General Napeñas, did you know or are you aware na hindi po ganun ka-agad-agad yung pagpapabomba ng artillery? Or were you expecting that as soon as you had sent the text message that the AFP, the 6ID, would immediately bomb the area?
I am aware, Your Honor, that I can do that in a matter of 30 minutes. Sabihin ko po sir yung sagot, Your Honor. Late in the afternoon, alas 5, nung natratrap na ulit yung 84th SAC Seaborn, humihingi ako ng artillery support kay General Pangilinan, magkaharap kami, kasama yung Amerikano. Ayaw niya. Nag-intervene yung Amerikano, sinigawan niya. That's why I have to call General Guerrero myself at humingi ako ng suporta kay General Guerrero. Ang sabi ni General Guerrero, sige, kakausapin ko. Minutes later, sandali lang, patapusin niyo po ako, Your Honor. Minutes later, nakakausap na ni General Pangilinan sa telepono. Then after that, hiningi niya sa akin yung grid coordinate. That's about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At 5:38 in the afternoon, pumatak ang unang white phosphorus. At 5:45, the second white phosphorus landed. At 6:02 in the evening, the third white phosphorus landed. And after ng pangatlo na white phosphorus, nag-alisan lahat ng kalaban. How many minutes was that? 5 o'clock or even 4:30? Sabihin natin 4:30 yung pag-uusap or even yung before 5. Yung isang oras po, umaga pa lang, humihingi na kami ng artillery support.
General, we'll allow General Pangilinan to respond.
Alam niyo po, yung sinasabi niya, magkaharap po kami. Totoo po yun. And that's the only time na nakuha natin lahat yung information. Because nandun na rin po ako, kaharap siya. That's the only time that he is giving us all the informations that we need. And one thing more, meron na rin po kaming tropa na nakapasok sa loob na siya po magsisilbing tinatawag nating forward observer to guide yung ating artillery where to drop the artillery. Yun po ang, ewan ko kung ano po ba ang hindi naman sa pagtatanong kung meron po bang kakayahan yung nagre-request na gumamit ng artillery. Kailangan po kasi dyan, ito sabi ko nga, isang bomba na hindi basta-basta natin ibabagsak ng kung paano lang. Kailangan natin mag-analyze, kailangan natin pag-aralan, at kailangan po natin pagplanuhan.
And clearly, if you had done pre-planning, you would have been able to support as soon as possible.
If we only know kung ano po yung particularly yung kanilang area of operations, kung sino po yung target, kung saan sila pupunta, we could have provided all the support na kaya po naming ibigay.
General,
hindi lamang po artillery, marami pa po tayong resources na pwede nating i-reconstitute in order to support his conduct of operations.
Was there any other operations na time on target na successful or hindi successful? Or was this the first time na gantong klaseng coordination yung nangyari?
Your Honor, this is the only time that I heard of time of target coordination. Wala po kaming doktrinang ganyan sa armed forces.
Mr. Chairman?
With indulgence of Senator Aquino. Yes.
May I raise a point of order?
Please, please.
We're on national television. We are exposing the weaknesses of our internal security system to unwarranted intervention. So I was just wondering if we may appeal to our resource persons to moderate the information that they say, or you ask for an executive session.
Yeah, on that point, if I may respond, since it's my time, Senator. On that point, I would like to ask my final question, Senator Honasan, exactly on that point.
Okay, but let's take into account the point made by Senator Honasan that let's keep in mind issues of national security. Senator Enrile, yes, with the indulgence of Senator Aquino.
You know, precisely, I requested this hearing to show to the nation the kind of organization now that we have. My goodness, General Pangilinan, in a running battle, is that the way you are going to handle a critical situation? If this is war, by God, the country will be in a terrible peril if you are the commander. A commander is supposed to know his area of operation like knowing the palm of his hand. And you have to innovate. You have to be flexible, not doctrinal. My God. Go ahead.
Sir, may I respond? Kaya nga po nagkaroon tayo ng reinforcing troops. Yun po ang binigay natin. Yun po yung sinasabi ko, if we are talking about innovation. Yun po ang ginawa natin because yun po ang nakikita nating response na kaya nating ibigay. Ngayon po, sabi ko nga, kung nagkaroon ng magandang koordinasyon at magandang pagpaplano, ang inyo pong armed forces could have given more. Kasi po, yung during that day, meron na rin pong operations na ginakandak ang 6ID. Kaya nga po, yung ipadala nating tulong sa kanila, yun ang available, Your Honors.
Just a minute. It's better that this is a wake-up call for the country. That shows that there is no leader handling the entire system in a critical moment. Nagtuturuan kayo eh. Sasalakayin tayo ng China at ganyan ang gagawin ninyo. Maleleche ang buong Pilipinas. Hindi lang kayo. My God.
On that note, Senator Enrile, if I may, this is my final question, and I'd like to address this to General Iriberi and General Marquez, Chief Marquez. It's been 1 year since Mamasapano, and I agree with Senator Honasan. No? I think we were unduly exposed. I still cannot believe that we were coordinating with each other through text messages, that the coordination was so loose, expectations were not met, and now we're still here talking about it, no? And many of our comrades have already passed away. Hopefully, if there is a silver lining to this hearing, maybe we can appease our people by telling them what we have learned so far, no? General Marquez, kayo ho, bago kayo, hindi ho kayo kasama. Both of you were not part of this last year. What changes are we doing? Can we expect changes to happen, reforms to happen, so that this won't happen again? General Marquez, then I'll ask General Iriberi to answer.
Madam Chair, Your Honor. Since 2010, we have put up institutional mechanism for coordination. We call it Joint Peace and Security Coordinating Center. It requires commander on the ground to convene several cells in operations, intelligence, police community relations, and they are supposed to meet every month, Your Honor. So had our people on the ground complied with these requirements, then we could have prevented this unfortunate
General,
incident, Your Honor.
let me be more pointed, no? What are you doing to make sure na hindi na ito mauulit-ulit?
Sir, Your Honors, just last, I think that's about August of last year, we renewed our commitment to this. We signed a new joint letter directive to enhance our coordination, Your Honor.
Okay. General.
If I may add, Your Honors, to the statement of the Chief PNP, what was signed was the revised joint implementing rules and regulations to EO 546. The EO 546 was about directing the PNP to undertake active support to AFP in internal security operations and suppression of insurgency and threats to national security. And one of the key provision here was that it's very clear now that once the PNP operates as a single force, it must coordinate with the nearest tactical unit of the armed forces of the Philippines. And with regards to the question on what are the actions that we can undertake, based on this, even with this RJIR, any commander, for that matter, regardless if you are the tactical, operational, or the strategic commander, will only be as good, his actions will only be as good as the information that he gets.
General, with the permission of the body, that is all right kung hindi makikialam yung presidente. Nakialam dito eh. Ikaw ba gagalaw kung walang order sa'yo pag yung presidente mo ay siyang nagko-command? Tanong ko sa inyo lahat, kung kinompartment ng presidente yung project, makikialam ba kayo kung wala siyang order? Answer. All of you.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, just for the record, there is nothing in the testimony so far that the President made pakialam in the manner that it is being presented. Because from the very start, General Peña said, plano ko ito, ako ang nag-approve, ako ang nag-execute.
Your Honor, if I may.
General Dirbe.
That's why I requested earlier that we be allowed to present our briefing, because these issues will be addressed and we can present the root of the problem that led to the debacle suffered by
How long is the briefing?
About 20 to 22 minutes, Your Honor.
We'll have to ask our colleagues and the chair when she returns. So
And-
maybe I am in favor, but we'll have to consult because there are some who've been waiting since this morning. General, pasensya na po.
And if I may also include information that will be showing video and photos never seen in public pertaining to this operation.
We'll convey to the chairperson when she returns. The next to ask is Senator Escudero, but Senator Binay has initially waived her time, but asked for 2 questions.
Thank you.
So
Madam
if
Chair.
it's all right with Senator Escudero. Okay,
Just
Senator
very
Binay.
a short question. General Purisima, alam nyo, hindi ho ganun kadali makakuha ng appointment sa ating presidente. Tama po ba?
I am not the appointment secretary.
No,
Your Honor.
well, okay, fine. But you were able to get 2 appointments. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who asked for that appointment?
If you will remember in the text message, Your Honor, that I asked the appointment if the President is available.
So you texted the president?
Yes, Your Honor.
So ano yung text niyo sa kanya? Can I see you? Mga ganun? Or...
It was read earlier, Your Honor, and on the January 8 text message.
So what was the text? Can you please repeat it?
I do not have the record anymore, Your Honor, but I was asking if if he was available for briefing, Your Honor.
Did he ask? And then ano yung sagot sa inyo ni Presidente? Okay? Or did he ask you tungkol saan yung i-brief mo sa akin?
After his trip in Romblon, Your Honor.
How come you did not go through the normal process of getting through the... Did you ask the appointment secretary for that appointment?
No, Your Honor.
So you have a direct...
Yes,
you
Your
can
Honor.
you can schedule an appointment with the President directly. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, did you inform the President that you will be bringing General Napeñas?
He knows about it, Your Honor.
And in-inform niyo din siya na you will be talking about the Oplan Exodus.
I assume he knows already, Your Honor.
So, bakit niyo ho naisipan na i-inform pa yung President when, kasi kanina pa ulit-ulit yung sinasabi na si General Napeñas lang naman yung nagplano, si General Napeñas lang naman yung mag-e-execute. So, why bother the President with the Oplan Exodus?
Ito po yung honor, yung isa pong bagay para sa mga commanders. You keep the commander informed. Yun po yung isang bagay na sinusunod po ng lahat. Ibig sabihin, alam dapat ng Pangulo kung ano ang nangyayari, particularly in this operation wherein there are high-value targets involved.
Hindi nga. Why do you need to inform the President? What for? Kung hindi rin naman, di ba parang sinasabi nyo, hindi niya pwedeng baguhin yung plano, hindi niya pwedeng, kasi you're just informing him. So parang technically, he has no power over yung Oplan Exodus. So, di ba parang, bakit niya pa siya sasabihan kung if it's just a matter of information?
So,
and why bring General Napeñas? Why go into the details when it's all kumbaga nasa control lahat ni General Napeñas yung execution and planning of the operation. So why do you need to include the President kung wala rin naman palang siyang magiging input dun sa operasyon na yon?
Your Honor, kaya po dinala si General Napeñas kasi siya po yung nakakaalam dun sa operation. Sila po yung nagplano.
Did the President request that you bring General Napeñas?
Para po pagka nagtanong po siya, meron po ang may sasagot na directly.
Pero did the President request that you bring General
I'm
Napeñas?
not sure already kung ano nag-transpire, Your Honor. But kaya nga po dinala siya doon dahilan po sa siya ang nakakaalam ng operation. So, hindi po ako kasama sa pagplano, Your Honor.
So, sinong may call ho to bring General Napeñas to that meeting?
The
was it your call or was it the call of the President?
Your Honor, ang powers po ng Chief Executive, pwede po niyang tawagin kahit sino.
Madam Chair, with due respect to the lady, somebody is lying here in front of us and it's an insult to this institution. You said, when I asked you, you're denying the participation of the President. Why did you ask for his confirmation and approval? You are under oath.
Your Honor, when I texted the President regarding the January 13 text message, he said his reply was okay.
If he is not involved, he has no role except to just listen and say nothing. Why did you ask for his confirmation, consideration, and approval?
Your Honor, for his information that the operation will be launched somewhere during those times, Your Honor.
Very clear.
Your Honor, if you will not be informed, para bang ang gagawin mo, Your Honor, ikaw yung pinaka-commander, hindi nyo man lang sinabi sa akin na lumakad na kayo.
Sabi, I will read again
yes, Your Honor.
Text to him. In consideration of the comments of the President during our meeting, the number of persons to be deployed in the operation, recommend. You are making a recommendation to him, that we follow, kayo ni Presidente at ikaw, we follow the secondary date as additional persons to be used or deployed in Tacloban for the Pope's visit. Yung secondary date came from Napeñas. Yung secondary date was given by the commander on the ground. And you are telling the President, we follow the secondary date. And then you said, also, the primary date is too tight while we have a longer window on the secondary date for your consideration and approval. Unless you are stupid, those are very clear. And the President snapily said, okay, what is the meaning of that?
Yes, Your Honor, those were my text messages. But remember, Your Honor, those text messages came from Police Director Napeñas. It was given to me, and I forwarded it to the President, Your Honor.
President, kung sa'yo nag-text.
For his information, Your Honor.
Come on.
Senator Nancy, please.
Just one. Di ba during this time that you were getting an appointment with the President, you were already suspended?
Yes, Your Honor.
So under what authority ho kayo nakakakuha ng appointment sa Presidente?
Your Honor, sa mga kakilala po ng ating Pangulo, they can get they can see the President kung available po siya.
So parang you were there as a friend or
I was there as one of his yung kinukonsulta po tungkol po sa operation po dito, Your Honor.
So the President consulted you for this operation even if you were already suspended?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Escudero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to fill up some gaps in a brief manifestation, I'd rather give my time to the presentation of the AFP later on. I'll consume about 3 minutes, Madam Chair. General Purisima, sabi nyo, 5 o'clock yun na nabanggit kay Pangulo Aquino na may casualties. Sabi nyo, base sa text ninyo, may kilala po ba kayong iba pang kinakausap ni Pangulo Aquino kaugnay sa operation ito na nagbi-brief sa kanya?
Your Honor, it's only a presumption. I assume na since the AFP Chief of Staff and the OIC PNP has already knowledge of the operation, ang assumption ko po, Your Honor, ay nagbibigay na rin po sila ng information sa ating Pangulo, Your Honor.
May I ask General Espina, sir?
No, sir. I do not go straight to the President. I always course it, if ever, through the Secretary of Interior and Local Government.
Kailan po nyo nalaman, General Espina, sir, na inuupakan na yung 55th SAC at marami ng casualty? At what time, sir?
It was, yun po sanang gusto kong iklaro kanina yung pinoint out ni Director Napeñas. Kasi I was really surprised. Sinabi niya 7 o'clock in the morning. When and I think all the rest, notice about yung heavy casualty, sir. Mga past 5 or past 6 na ng gabi, sir.
You were not aware of the heavy casualties being suffered by the 55th SAC in the morning?
No, sir. No, sir. Parang ang dumating sa amin is that they are having an encounter. Kaya nga, sir, ang immediate reaction ko, 5 minutes thereafter, nung hindi ko nakakausap, sir, nung hindi ko matawagan si General Katapang, dumiretso ko, sir, sa ComWest Mincom.
So, ang alam niyo lang po, may bakbakan?
Yes, sir. Yun lang ho. Kaya I was desperately trying and exhausting all means. Kasi nga ho, wala akong alam talaga dito sa operation. Ano ba nangyayari? What was happening? Ano ba ang disposition? Ano ba ang deployment nito? And nobody could give me an answer the whole morning until the afternoon. I called up General Napeñas. He was not answering, although he was texting me. And I forwarded them to General Guerrero. I called up General Guerrero. He positively replied. Tapos, sir, tinawagan ko pa yung officer in charge ng ProArm, si Armilia, who postponed his trip to Manila for an official business because he heard also, he was the OIC Regional Director, sir, that there was something going on and he couldn't give me the details. Kaya nga ako nagtataka, ba't sinabi rin kanina ni General Napeñas na Maguindanao PPO was ready to go on action with them.
Sir, thank you, sir. I won't belabor the point.
Thanks,
General
sir.
Napeñas, narinig ko kayo kanina na sinabi nyo, General Napeñas, sir. Narinig ko kanina sinabi nyo, may tinext kayo, may tinawagan kayong sinabihan po ninyo na inuupakan na at baka maubos yung tropa. Sino po yung kateksto kausap nyo kanina na binabanggit?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Just who, sir?
Police Director General Purisima, Police Director General Espina, Major General Pangilinan. That was about 1:04 at noon. And if I may read...
Yun na po yung pinakamaagang text nyo na inuupakan at binabakbakan at nauubos na yung 55th?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Yung una po?
7:55 in the morning, yun yung sinabi ko, sir, na meron mga casualties sila. But the first request ng artillery support was about 7:53.
Sir, just answer the question, sir. Kailan nyo sinabi na nauubos o baka maubos na yung tropa?
7:55, sir, may mga casualties na sila. Yung mauubos na yung tropa, that's about 1 o'clock, 1:04, Your Honor.
By 1 o'clock, sir, ubos na yung tropa?
No, Your Honor. It's about 1:30 in the afternoon.
So you're talking of a 30-minute window from the time you supposedly informed everyone else nung urgency talaga nung nangyayari doon. General Katapang, sir, when did you know?
I think it's about 6 o'clock in the evening when we came. The president came back from his inspection in Zamboanga City, and he was informed about these casualties.
No, you, sir. When did you know?
I knew it at the same time because it was already General Guerrero who was informing me of what's happening, but he joined the president going around Zamboanga City. And so when they came back, the president asked for further information about this.
General Peñas, aside from General Purisima and the team, who else knew about the operation? And the president, of course.
Your Honor, it's SAF and General Purisima and the president, sir.
Wala na po iba?
Wala na po, Your Honor, itong Exodus.
Paano po yung mga Amerikano? Hindi po ba nakaabang yung mga Amerikano para dun sa daliri ni Marwan? Hindi po ba nauna pang nakarating yung Amerikano sa site para kunin yung bangkay nung SAF natin at sino pang ibang tao doon? Hindi po ba alam din ng Amerikano yung operation ninyo?
Alam po nila, Your Honor. Sinagot ko na kanina na tumulong po sila doon sa intelligence, doon sa training, yung pag-develop ng intelligence po nito. But yung sagot ko po, Your Honor, is I'm referring to the Philippine side. Hindi po maliwanag yung tanong nyo kung kasama ba yung other countries.
Sinong Amerikano ang pinag-uusapan natin?
Yung
Pag
members,
sinabi nating Amerikano, sino po yun?
yung members po ng Joint Task Force ng United States doon sa Zamboanga po, Your Honor.
Headed by?
At that time, Colonel Eric Brown, Your Honor.
So he also knew of the operation?
Yes, Your Honor. Alam niya.
So alam ng Amerikano pero walang nakakaalam na miyembro ng Armed Forces? Pero alam po ng Joint Task Force ng mga Amerikano yung operation? Is that the situation, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
As I said, Madam Chair, I just want to fill in some gaps. I'd just like to make of record an observation. Mula na una tayo nag-hearing hanggang ngayon, nagtuturuan pa rin yung mga opisyal natin. Mahalaga at may pananalig ako sa command responsibility. Tila puro may command lahat ng taong kaharap natin, pero walang umaako ng responsibilidad. Ang pinakainahanap lang siguro ng ating mga kababayan mula sa inyo, may umamin man lang na may pagkukulang kayo. Dahil maliwanag may 44 na namatay, oo nga't hindi kayo ang pumatay. Pero maliwanag na may pagkukulang na naganap at nangyari sa panig o parte ng ilan o ng lahat. At siguro, yung pagkakataong yon, baka palipasin nyo na naman kung wala man lang magsasabi ta amin na oo nga, nagkulang ako at mas may nagawa pa siguro ako kung ganito at ganyan. Sana po, bago matapos ang pagdinig, magamit yung pagkakataon nito para masabi at maamin yan, para gumagaang na rin ang inyong kalooban. Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I'd like to donate my time for the AFP to make their presentation as the case may be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The next, actually, Senator Ralph Recto, but if your questioning is in line with already the questions that were started by Senator Escudero, would you like to go ahead with your questions or should we have the presentation?
Madam Chair, I leave it to the body, pero siguro yung tatanungin ko, maikli lang.
Okay. Please go ahead, Senator.
Madam Chair, with all due
General
respect,
Espina.
sir, just to, gusto ko lang ho sana maklarify yung pinakahuling punto, yung heavy casualty, because malaki hong bagay ito eh. In a report by the Board of Inquiry, I vividly remember during that time, 1:30 p.m., na Kasi sir, buong umaga parang ordinary encounter, etc. Pero kahit ordinary encounter ito sir, I instinctively called up Guerrero. Tulungan mo mga bata kung walang etc. Pero sir, yung pong aking punto, in page 25, yung independent BOI namin sir, if I may quote, OIC PNP Espina was kept off the loop. Report po ito ng BOI, received information about the escalating number of casualties on the ground around 1:30 p.m. He clarified this with Napeñas. Relayed to Rusty, meaning I relayed it to Guerrero. Bakit may balitang 11 na ang patay sa SAF? Almost instantly, Napeñas replied, Sir, di confirmed yan. Ang report, tao nila ang wounded, meron, pero wala pa patay, sir. It's very clear, sir, 1:30 p.m. Wala pang nagkakabalitaan ng ganung heavy casualty, sir. And it's in the investigation record, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Chair, can I just ask General Napeñas to confirm that?
Senator Bam,
do you concur with that statement of General Espina, General Napeñas, na sabi mo, hindi pa confirmed na may namatay at 1:30 p.m.?
Yes, Your Honor. Because we've been constantly talking with in the radio doon kay Senior Inspector Irania. Hindi rin niya masabi sa amin kung ilan ang patay. Pero sabi niya lang siya, maraming casualties at napin down kami. Yun nga po sir, yung 7:55 in the morning, napin down sila at marami casualties. Because during the firefight, hindi rin niya ma-check yung tao niya kung casualty lang ba o patay na. Even si Chris Lalan, yung lone survivor na pahiwalay, hindi niya alam kung patay na yung mga kasama niya o hindi. Because you cannot check during the firefight kung buhay o patay yung kasama mo, nagagapangin mo o puntahan mo. But then, the text message very clear na marami mga casualties na sila at napin down sila, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, with the permission of Senator Rector, one short point. Let me ask Director General Espina. Sa operational readiness, you are required to move, communicate, and shoot. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Under normal circumstances.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask, what was the primary means of communication during the operation? Radio or cell phone?
As far as I was concerned when I was in Manila, sir, it was through cell phone.
Cell phone.
Yes, sir.
Are the cell phones personal or issued?
Mine was personal, sir.
So you are telling this body that the primary means of communication under normal conditions, and I will ask that about the actual operations, no? Is your personal cell phone?
During this very day, sir, it was my personal cell phone.
Yeah, that's what you're telling the body.
Yes,
I raised this issue, Madam Chair, because kung normal conditions, cell phone, at kung actual operations, personal cell phone, I believe we have a problem. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Honasan. I think that's been recognized, but thanks for pointing it out again. Senator Ralph.
Yeah, maraming salamat. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Ang unang gusto kong talakayin siguro dito yung papel ng Amerikano. Una sa lahat, General Purisima, nabanggitin nyo kanina na yung intelligence packet ay galing kanino yung intelligence packet?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, the intelligence packet came from intelligence group of the Philippine National Police.
Ano yung naging papel ng Amerikano naman sa pagkuha ng intelligence na yan?
I'm not aware of any participation of the Americans in this intelligence packet, Your Honor.
So
it was solely taken by elements of the intelligence group, Your Honor.
Walang verification sa intelligence packet na verify ng Amerikano? Na alam nila na tama yung intelligence packet na yan?
Your Honor, when the intelligence packet was presented to SAF, there's no one can stop Director SAF from checking from other sources the the veracity, the validity of the information, Your Honor.
Okay. So, ang masasabi niyo, walang kinalaman yung Amerikano dito sa information ng intelligence packet?
Yung pong pagkuha po ng impormasyon, Your Honor, na as presented by Police Chief Superintendent Mendez ngayon, ay wala pong kinalaman ng Amerikano doon, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Nabanggit din ninyo nung nagpulong kayo kay Pangulo kasama si General Napeñas nung nagpulong kayo sa Bahay Pangarap. Sinabi ni General Napeñas sa Presidente, nung sinabi ni Presidente, una pala, kaya sa inyong dalawa na mag-coordinate sa AFP. Ang sabi ni General Napeñas, parang hindi maaring makipag-coordinate sa AFP dahil compromise daw yung AFP. Tama ba yun, General Napeñas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Bakit mo nasabing compromise yung AFP?
Your Honor, this may be damaging, but napilit na rin lang tanungin ako, sir. There was an operation by the AFP na kasama kami diyan sa Central Mindanao, yung Wolverine 1. I-execute na lang yung operation, yun yung na-inapprove, yun nandun din si Presidente, yung sabi kong na April. Moving yung tropa, hindi maituloy dahil si General De Los Reyes at that time, yung Regional Director ng Region Arm, was with the 6th ID Commander. Then, hindi maibigay yung mechanized support dahil kailangan ng 24 hours coordination with the MILF. So we have to abort the mission despite na inapprove yun during the executive session na pinangunahan ni General Guerrero days prior. So hindi natuloy po yon. Second, nung i-execute ulit ng May, hindi na naman natuloy for some reason na medyo heavy activity. Meron po, Your Honor. Yung pangatlo, in-execute ng 6ID at saka mechanized brigade yung target. Doon mismo sa target na yun na hindi namin alam. Dagdagan ko lang, Your Honor. Alam ko, nanggaling mismo sa bibig ng isang general, si General Guerrero, nung ibinagsak yung bomba doon kay Puro GM Dama, doon sa Basilan, 15 minutes before may bagsak ang bomba, nag-alisan lahat sila. Nakita doon sa surveillance. Galing din doon sa liaison officer namin Amerikano yung informasyon na yon.
Ayan, doon ako babagsak General Peñas.
Dahil mayroon kaming liaison officer na Amerikano doon sa Seaborn at siya rin mismo nagsabi sa akin na alam niya na before may bagsak yung bomba doon sa Kabalaban,
so, nakaalis
na sila.
So masasabi mo, General Peñas, na kasama sa in effect, ang sinasabi mo, kaya kayo ang trinain din, parang mas tiwala yung Amerikano sa SAF sa inyo kaysa sa mga elements ng AFP natin? Ganun ba yun?
Yun sana nga, Sir, Your Honor, ang tatanungin ko yan Bakit sa amin ibinigay na meron naman yung Army, yung AFP, yung JSOC nila? Bakit yung Amerikano, kami yung pinupuntahan at yung trabaho na yan sa amin yung ibinibigay na tulong? Doon po, kayo na po, Your Honor, ang magbigay ng conclusion.
Sa pag-uusap ninyo sa mga Amerikano, nababanggit ba sa inyo na compromise ang AFP? At parang nakatutok ang tulong sa inyo? Yung training, yung equipment, communications, mapa, ganun ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Nabanggit na rin ninyo, General Napeñas, na nung nangyayari ang bakbakan, nung umagang yon, napapanood ninyo live na may drone na lumilipad, nakikita nyo yung mga pangyayari live. Tama po ba yun?
Your Honor, ang nakikita namin yung nabanggit ko na rin ito nung hearing ng una, Your Honor, kasi dalawa yung grupo, isa lang yung monitor na nandoon sa tactical command post. Ang namomonitor namin po is yung movement ng 84th SAC. Yung 55th SAC, I cannot recall na nakikita namin kung ano nangyari.
Nakikita rin yun kung saan yung mga kalaban?
Makikita mo lang, sir, yun. Dot lang yun. Hindi mo makita na tao. Pero dahil alam mo, nung nag-move yung tao mo, kung yung movement nila na monitor, so alam mo kung sino yung tao mo at saka hindi. Your Honor.
So, meron pa bang ibang ganun? Kayo lang ang meron doon? Or halimbawa, sa Zamboanga ba, meron ibang grupong maari nakakapanood ng mga pangyayari sa araw na yon?
I cannot make a categorical statement, Your Honor, kung namomonitor nila sa Zamboanga yan or hindi. Ayoko naman magbigay ng presumption, but I could presume nakikita nila po sa Zamboanga yan, Your Honor.
Okay. Tanong ko naman doon sa mga kasama ng Pangulo sa Zamboanga. Meron ba kayong napanood na live katulad doon na babanggit ni General Peñas? Maring sagutin kung sino man ang kasama ng Pangulo sa Zamboanga.
Your Honor, kasama ako sa Zamboanga. Wala hong napapanood na feed ng nangyayari sa
Wala
Mamasapano.
naman. Opo, para maging maliwanag yan, ano? Okay. Pangatlong tanong, General
Ganun
Peñas.
din. Ganun
Yes,
din.
thank you. Dagdag na tanong, General Peñas. Bakit naman yung dirty finger ni Marwan sa Amerikano binigay? Bakit hindi sa ating gobyerno ibinigay? At bakit ibinigay ng buo? Ni kuko o isang kurot ng balat o isang gramo ng taba, di man lang tayo nagtira para sa ating pamalaan? Lahat binigay natin sa Amerikano?
Your Honor, nasagot ko na rin yan noong unang hearing dahil nung kinuha po yung daliri, tapos nakalabas yung grupo, that was a day after na. Then, nung naalala ni Superintendent Train, that's on the second or the third day na, yung nasa Cotabato City kami, Your Honor. So, nag-recommend sila sa akin, sir, ibigay na natin doon sa taga-FBI. Kukontak kami ng taga-FBI na kukuha. Kasi mabubulok na yung finger. Then, yung FBI lang ang meron database na maikukumpara yung sample na galing kay Marwan. At si Superintendent Train po ay graduate po ng FBI Academy. That's why meron alumni association yan. Nagmi-meeting sila dito sa Manila. At meron siyang direct contact po sa FBI sa US Embassy, Your Honor.
Yes. General Peñas, kaya ako naman tinatanong to, dahil di mo may iwasan na meron $5 million na binabanggit. At ano yan, yung daliri bang yan ay parang premyo, raffle ticket, lotto ticket na kailangan ipakita to redeem a prize? Ganun ba yun? O hindi naman?
Hindi naman po, Your Honor, pero that will serve as the confirmatory nga na siya si Marwan dahil ikukumpara doon sa DNA naman na sample na manggagaling doon sa kapatid niya na nasa custody sa Amerika, Your Honor. Ang plano naman po dyan is ita-turn over sana po dyan sa CIDG, din sa crime lab. But then because of yung nagmamadali nga dahil masisira na, mabubulok na dahil magtatatlong araw na po, nangangamoy na nga po talaga. That's why yun ang recommendation ni Superintendent Train sa akin.
And then, tungkol naman doon sa $5 million na binabanggit na premyo at 7 million pesos na galing sa ating pamahalaan, sino ba ang pagbibigyan nun?
Wala pong mapupunta sa amin na Special Action Force, Your Honor.
Wala mapupunta sa inyo.
Wala po.
Pero sa polisiya natin, kanino mapupunta yon? Doon sa intelligence packet? Yung nagbigay ng intelligence? Ganun ba yon? General Purisima?
Your Honor, the reward money will go to the agent of the intelligence packet.
At sino naman yung agent ng intelligence na yun? Pilipino ba yan? Amerikano din yan? Ano ba yan?
Filipino, Your Honor. Pure Filipino.
Yan ba ay MILF member din?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
If I may finish,
we might be putting in the place.
Let him say that. Yes.
No, Your Honor.
Hindi MILF.
No, Your Honor.
Hindi naman posible na yung 5 milyon mapupunta ulit sa Amerikano o di kaya sa MILF. Hindi pwede mangyari yun.
Hindi po pwede mangyari yon, Your Honor, if it will be awarded to the recipient, to the agent himself.
Kaya nga, yung agent na yan, posible bang Amerikano yan? O yung agent na yan, posible MILF din yan? Masasabi nyo sa amin dito na hindi.
As far as I know, Your Honor, hindi po ganun.
Siguro, maybe in an executive session, pwede nyo sabihin sa amin kung sino nga talaga. Ha? Okay. And then, just to wrap up, no? Doon sa mga kasama ng Pangulo sa Zamboanga, bilang kasama ng Pangulo sa araw na iyon, saksi kayo sa galaw ng Pangulo. Ang tanong ko, ibinuhos niya ba ang lahat ng kanyang makakaya upang mailigtas ang mga naipit na mga SAF? Can you personally attest that the President did his best, marshaled all the powers at his command to bring our boys home safely?
Your Honor, I think the President did all the actions needed in order to support the operation, starting at the time that he gave instructions to General Delgado to provide air cover. And during the time that we were in Zamboanga, the informations that we were gathering, we were getting, where there was no sense of urgency in the reports that we were getting, so that the actions were also commensurate to the information that we were getting.
Dagdag na tanong, no? Meron bang pressure na natanggap ang Pangulo o kayo mismo mula sa peace panel officials natin na idahan-dahan ang responde ng tropa ng pamahalaan sa pangamba na lalong malalagay sa peligro ang peace process?
Wala hong ganun.
Wala naman po.
At nais, Madam Chair, Your Honor, nais ko lang suportahan yung sinabi ni Sec. Bolts na yung buong araw, kung titingnan po natin yung mga text messages, no, ang larawan na makikita mo is operation is parang yung nasabi nga kanina, I think the word was all right or something to that effect, no? Dahil extraction ongoing, AFP supporting, diba? So kung mababasa mo ito, wala ho yung mga salitang nauubos na kami or napaligiran kami or that sort of thing, no? Hanggang excuse me, hanggang sometime late afternoon, may mga 3:34 thereabouts, na merong pumasok na text mula sa CCCH na marami ang casualties. Yun ang parang pinakaunang kumpirmasyon na malubha ang sitwasyon. At magmula nun, inutos ng Pangulo na alamin kung ano talaga ang sitwasyon at nagpa-briefing at matapos yung briefing na yun ay iniutos ng Pangulo na gawin ang lahat. No? In fact, I remember there was even a conversation na dumidilim na, gumagabi na. At ang sabi ng Pangulo ay sa Armed Forces na hindi pwedeng pabayaan sila. Kung kayo yun ang nakabilad doon. No? So kung kinakailangan magpalipad ng eroplano just to keep parang may signal na may sumusubaybay or magpapatak nga ng artillery at hanggang nagpapatak na nga ng artillery at yung 84th was recovered. No? But during the day, nung kasagsagan nung laban nung 55th, walang, kung titingnan ho ninyo lahat ng mga nasubmit naman ng lahat ng text records, it's all, extraction ongoing, AFP support provided or made available. Ganun ang impormasyon.
Okay, maraming salamat. Thank you for that. And finally, nung umaga, nung araw na yon, kung di ako nagkakamali, mga alas 8 ng umaga or prior to 8 o'clock in the morning, meron ng attempts for ceasefire. Secretary Gasmin, in your view, at the very least, temporarily bang na-handcuff our forces and froze our retaliatory and response capabilities? Did this withhold the actions which should have been done to the detriment of the embattled men on the field? Dahil nga sa pag-uusap ng ceasefire. Ibig ko sabihin, todo busa sana yung rest back para tulungan yung SAF 44. Pero nag-umpisa na yung usapan ng ceasefire at parang dun sa mga naalala ko sa mga pangyayari ay parang nagtatawagan na yung armed forces at kinakausap na nung peace panel ata, yung kabilang puwersa sa MILF. Posible bang dahil doon nabawasan yung galaw ng ating military para matulungan yung sa 44 natin?
Ang palagay ko po hindi hindi mababawasan ang kuha ng armed forces dahil sa ganitong sitwasyon mahirap na mapigil yung gulong nangyayari even with the ceasefire committee in the area sa dahilang hindi kontrolado ng MILF yung kanilang mga tropa sa baba. Sa atin meron tayong control sa mga tropa natin sapagkat sinusunod natin yung ating chain of command sa kanila.
Yung nga ang tinatanong ko, Secretary Gasmin, dahil parang lumalabas din nga naman nung nag-umpisa yung usapan ng ceasefire, parang na-withhold yung support ng AFP natin. Alam naman natin na hindi nila kontrolado yung kanila So masasabi mong hindi naging batayan yon?
Di po.
And finally, would you say as well that that was the best that you can do under all circumstances? You could not have had fired artillery earlier on. 5 ng hapon na lang kayo nakapagpaputok ng artillery. Yun na yung pinakamabuti, the best that you could have done.
At that particular scenario, yan na po ang ating best effort.
Okay. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
To the members of the committee, our session will be starting supposedly in 4 minutes, but I spoke to Senate President Drillon, and he's willing to allow us to extend our hearing until we finish it. So let us ask concise questions and also our answers to keep it as substantive but as short as possible so that we can still continue with our hearings. We only have about 3 senators left, but just as a continuation of the question of Senator Ralph with regards to the foreign involvement of the U.S., General Napeñas, sinabi na lang ninyo na nilapitan kayo ng mga Amerikano, hindi ba? Sino nagbigay ng otoridad sa inyo na tanggapin yan basta-basta?
Your Honor, may I be clarified yung specific yung tanong mo na nilapitan kung ano po yung bagay?
Hindi, kasi di ba sabi ninyo na hindi mo maintindihan bakit ang SAF ang pinipili nga ng mga Amerikano to coordinate with imbis na yung AFP. So meron ba kayong general o mas nakakataas sa'yo sa PNP na nagbigay sa'yo ng otoridad na sabihin, o sige, pag lalapit yung mga Amerikano ay tatanggapin ninyo sapagkat tinanong ka ni Senator Enrile kanina, sabi mo, you don't have any knowledge what treaty or agreement authorizes the Joint Task Force. Yan ang sinabi ninyo. So, sinong nagsabi sa inyo na mas nakakataas sa inyo na go ahead and cooperate with the Americans? Dahil hindi naman siguro tama na ang military natin o PNP, kung may lalapit na banyaga, halimbawa, mga Hapon o mga Chino na sasabi, meron kaming operasyon dyan, sasama kami sa inyo, papayagan ninyo kaagad-agad kung wala naman kayong direct authorization from somebody higher than you to say that this is allowed. So, sino ang nakikipag-coordinate sa inyo?
Yung pong coordination at saka yung tulong ng ang Joint Task Force Philippines no sa Zamboanga, Your Honor, started all the way as early as 2005 and 2006. At inabutan ko na rin yan, Your Honor, nung dumating ako sa Special Action Force in 2008.
So, ang sinasabi po ba ninyo na dito sa inyong Joint Task Force, kahit kailan ay pwede basta sila lumapit sa isang PNP, sa isang Director General ng SAF para makipag-coordinate at hindi na ninyo kailangan humingi pa ng approval, halimbawa kay General Espina o kaya ngayon kay General Marquez. Kunyari, sino ba ngayon yung head ng SAF? May lalapit doon at sasabihin, kasama kami sa task force na yan. We will join you in the task force. Shouldn't they at least get an approval from the Chief PNP?
Your Honor, ang basis po yan is yung World Against War on Terror po yun. Kaya binanggit ko na po kanina, Your Honor, na nga yung Special Operations Command ng U.S. Armed Forces, yung primary mission yun is counter-terrorism. And because of that world effort against war on terror, yun po yung gray area dun sa Special Action Force dahil po ang primary mission din ng Special Action Force is counter-terrorism. That's why meron pong ganun na coordination.
Because what we're trying to establish here, General Napeñas, is the accessibility. Okay, I understand Joint Task Force on Terrorism. We would like to help each other in intelligence measures, but the access is that easy. Yun yung we're trying to establish that now. Because of this cooperation that we have, they can basically, how you're demonstrating it, they can basically just approach anybody from the PNP and say, this is a counter-terrorism measure, therefore they will be accommodated. Parang ganon, di ba?
As far as yung anti-terrorism assistance program at saka yung mga ganyan, Your Honor, there are earlier arrangement at the national headquarters level kasi nagko-courtesy call po naman po sila yung ATA at saka yung
because
Joint
of that
Task
prior
Force na yan.
arrangement, you are already familiar with them,
Yes,
so they
Your
could
Honor.
approach you. Okay, I just wanted to establish that. The accessibility. Thank you. We will now have the short presentation of the AFP, and then we will proceed with Senator Pimentel. I saw Senator Trillanes earlier. He's also on the list. And then we will finally have Senator Enrile again to continue his line of questioning. Oh, yeah, there's Senator Trillanes.
Sir, Your Honors, Madam Chair, the presentation will be, the briefing will be presented by the former J3, Major General De Leon. Your Honors, may I have the privilege to present the different issues thrown against the AFP and the corresponding AFP actions and responses, particularly by the 6th Infantry Division during the Mamasapano incident. And this briefing will follow the topics as shown. In reference to the reports emanating from the incident, the succeeding issues were raised against the AFP and on the alleged delay reinforcements. Included on the Senate committee report were questions on why didn't the AFP send help immediately, and did the strategy to promote the peace process hinder the AFP from engaging in a more aggressive response. On artillery fire, as contained in page 89 of the PNP BOI report, artillery support from the 6th Infantry Division was not delivered when needed most, due to the ongoing peace process and protocols in the use of artillery. Likewise, in page 101, summary of the Senate committee report, questions were mentioned such as should AFP have fired white phosphorus or artillery rounds much earlier, and on the alleged stand-down order. The AFP was allegedly ordered to stand down to protect the peace process with the MILF. These questions were highlighted during public hearings which placed the armed forces of the Philippines in a bad light and created friction and divide between the AFP and the PNP. In this light, this briefing is aimed to clear up such issues in order to clarify the stand-down of the AFP, of its immediate response, and lay down the truth on what really happened in the Mamasapano incident. On the alleged delayed reinforcements, the AFP immediately consolidated and organized reinforcing troops upon knowledge of the developing situation. The following specific actions can be cited. It can be recalled that it was only after more than 1 hour upon the start of the firefight when the AFP received the first information about the SAF operations, when 6th Infantry Division received text messages and calls from Police Superintendent De La Rosa, PNP SAF, Operations Officer, then later from Police Director Napeñas, Director of the SAF on 5:28 a.m. Nonetheless, the AFP mobilized its forces with the initial deployment of security forces at 6:30 a.m. 6th ID forces were consolidated and organized for the conduct of reinforcement operations in which movement of troops and armored vehicles, composed of 1 light armor platoon, 1 mechanized section, 1 section of 62nd Division Recon Company, and 1 explosive ordnance demolition team started at around 8:20 a.m.
after which the AFP forces were able to link up with the PNP SAF in their command post in Barangay Tucana, Lipao at 9 a.m., took guidance from Police Superintendent Mangaldan, the PNP SAF ground commander, and started their attempt to reinforce the beleaguered SAF troops. However, due to the absence of communications brought about by the non-interoperability of radios with the forward SAF elements and the heavy gunfire from the enemy, the combined troops were unable to go near the engaged SAF elements. 2 UH-1H helicopters from Pagadian, used to support ongoing operations of the 1st Infantry Division, arrived at Tactical Operations Group 12 in Awang, Datoodin, Sinsuat, Maguindanao at 10:52 a.m. to provide air evacuation if requested, but such was not requested by the SAF. The combined government troops pushed for the conduct of 12 hours of rescue and retrieval operations that started at around 5:30 p.m. In totality, there were 211 AFP personnel with 6 armored vehicles who assisted the 300-plus SAF who were near the highway and who supposed to reinforce the 55th and the 84th SAC but failed. Despite these difficulties, the AFP actions resulted to the following: the rescue of the 17 unharmed 84th SAC, the retrieval of the 8 killed in action and 11 wounded in action, one of which expired while in the hospital, the recovery of the 84th SAC equipment, and the retrieval of the 35 killed in action from the 55th SAC with the support of the local government unit and the mechanisms of the CCCH and the AJAC. And these were accomplished under extreme conditions such as limited visibility during the actual link-up of the AFP and beleaguered SAF forces, no radio contact with the 84th SAC, open and marshy terrain characterized by multiple neck and waist deep water tributaries, and the presence of other armed groups. On the issue of artillery fire, the mandatory information for the delivery of field artillery fires were not present during the first 4 requests from the SAF. It was only on the 5th request at 5:35 p.m. when the necessary information were already available that the artillery fires were provided. AFP doctrine dictates that the mandatory information needed for artillery fire support or a call for fire were absent, such as location with grid coordinates of friendly forces, the forward observer, civilian population, location of enemy or target, the description of the target, its method of engagement of the target, and fire and control measures. Note also that there was no trained forward observer and no radio contact with the engaged SAF during the first 4 requests of the SAF. The first request was made by Police Chief Superintendent Talino when he visited the headquarters of the 1st Mechanized Brigade at around 7 a.m., wherein Chief Superintendent Talino failed to give the grid coordinates of the location of the engaged SAF, the enemy, and other SAF elements. The second request for fire support was made by the SAF at 8:35 a.m., but since only the location of the engaged PNP SAF was given, and other elements for call for fire were absent, the delivery of field artillery fires was not approved. Likewise, the data provided is doubtful, since the enemy location is about 1 kilometer from the location of the reported engaged SAF, and it is very near the community. The third request was made at 9:10 a.m. Although there were 2 known locations of the SAF, the artillery fire cannot be delivered due to the following: no forward observer, no communication with the SAF engaged troops and other friendly troops, the given location is near a community, and it is very near the SAF troops. The following prohibitions were also present: the gun target line, which refers to the location of the friendly troops, which is along the flight path of the projectile; danger close, referring to the distance from the projectile impact point, is very close to the location of friendly troops, and there is a high risk and probability of hitting friendly forces or the forward observer; and no fire area, referring to areas which prohibit firing due to the presence of civilians. The fourth request was made at 1:01 p.m., wherein 5 SAF positions were already known. However, the delivery of indirect fire still cannot be provided since the same prohibitions existed. The fifth request was at 5:35 p.m., and at 5:48 p.m., the delivery of artillery fires of white phosphorus was executed in view of the following: all SAF troops' locations are now known, there is now communications with engaged SAF troops or the seaborne, the given location is far from the community, and there is now a forward observer in the 61st Division Recon Company. On the alleged stand-down order, the AFP is firm that there was no stand-down order whatsoever from higher authorities. The following can clearly attest to this. Commander 6ID initiated actions to support the SAF. Commander Westmincom instructed Commander 6ID to provide support to the SAF. And Commander Westmincom deployed 2 UH-1H helicopters at Tactical Operations Group 12 in Awang, Datu, Odin, Sinswat, Maguindanao. At this point, let me discuss the various factors that affected the AFP support to O-Plan Exodus. The first factor is the redeployment of forces prior to the incident. Shown is the disposition of 6ID forces prior to the incident. 5 battalions were pulled out from 6ID area and redeployed outside its area of responsibility. As such, 6ID forces were thinly dispersed. Likewise, at that time, there was no air assets prepositioned in the area. It can also be recalled that there was an ongoing operation in Salapada, Cape and Datun, Maguindanao, involving the 61st and the 62nd Division Recon Companies. These forces were 30 kilometers away from the area of incident, and it would take 4 to 6 hours to preposition. Illustrated further are the units with their corresponding aerial distance to the encounter site. Headquarters 6ID in Awang, Datu, Odin, Sinswat, Maguindanao is 43 kilometers aerial distance. Headquarters 601st Brigade in Tacurong City with 36 kilometers. Headquarters 45th Infantry Battalion in Datu Onsay, Maguindanao, 12 kilometers. 1st Mechanized Brigade in Sarif Agwak, 11 kilometers. And the Maguindanao Provincial Police Office, situated in Datu Hofer, Maguindanao, also 11 kilometers aerial distance away. 45th IB is the infantry battalion that covers the Mamasapano area. It has 3 maneuver companies with a platoon of its Bravo company as the most proximate to the incident area at more or less 5 kilometers away. And shown are the disposition of proximate AFP forces to the area of incident. The next slide shows the disposition of different armed groups. In totality, the vicinity of Mamasapano is alert to 631 fighters with 626 firearms from 4 different groups which coexist in that complex. Second, there was a deliberate withholding of information about the SAF operation, which misled the AFP and local PNP forces, and the following accounts can be cited. The uncoordinated movement of SAF troops, which was done in trickles using civilian vehicles. The invitation of Police Senior Superintendent Ozaeta, case officer of the Khalifa Islamiyah Movement Special Task Force, for a fellowship dinner with the 601st Brigade and 45th IB Commander staff on January 24, 2015 at Coronadal City, in which no mention was made of any PNP SAF movement or operation. The unannounced and unusual visit of Police Inspector Santos, Provincial Police Safety Company of Maguindanao, at Headquarters Bravo Company of the 45th Infantry Battalion at 5 a.m. of January 25, 2015. He was received by Technical Sergeant Castillo, the First Sergeant of the Infantry Company. First Sergeant Castillo asked Police Inspector Santos if they have any special operations in the area. The latter did not answer. First Sergeant Castillo also asked if they coordinated with the 45th Infantry Battalion. The latter answered that he did not know. Likewise, information was also not relayed to the local PNP counterparts, as there was no knowledge of Police Senior Superintendent Hoxon, the Provincial Director of Maguindanao of the SAF operation. And the AFP was left out with no information about the actual strength, disposition, location, and absence of communication with engaged SAF troops. At this point, we would like to show a video taken by 1st Mechanized Brigade troops while underway to the general location of the SAF, showing SAF troops who were on standby while the encounter was going on. The B-150 shown earlier belonged to the SAF.
Sir. Buksan niyo muna dyan sa kilid. Ha? Kulang nga pick up. Saan pa banda yung hinaharas? Sir? Saan pa banda yun? Yung hinaharas na tropa nyo, saan pa? Ah, doon, kanan. Sige. Balik sira. Sir, hintayin ka pa namin, sir. Sakay. Asa banda? Mga ilang kilometer pa? Isa pa, may isa? Isara yan kagad. Isara kagad dahil dyan yung ano.
Sige, mamaya na. Mag-usap sila doon. Sakay pa siguro na.
Dami naman sila, no?
Dami pala nila. Ito pang kung baka sa atin sir, clear na yun. Sige sir.
Truck man kasi.
Kausapin ba daw kayo sir? Hindi muna ako sir. Basta mag-ano sir, break lang.
The disposition of the 300 plus SAF troops was not known to the AFP. The SAF troops prepositioned in the highway was a significant force that could have provided immediate reinforcement. As to why they did not do so remains to be a question that has to be answered by Police Director Napeñas. The third factor that can be cited is a problem on radio communications. Tactical radios of the armed forces and the PNP SAF were not interoperable during the incident. Likewise, different maps were used, unscaled Google Maps and military-scaled maps. Because of this, there were different perspectives or appreciation as to the location of the contending forces that could result to inaccuracy in identifying specific locations of troops and the enemy. Shown is a picture to illustrate this deficiency. The fifth factor is that there was no established SAF tactical command post with competent battle staff that will provide direction or make adjustments to address the operational requirements of the fast-changing and fluid situation of a fierce gun battle. The picture shows us the type of facility they refer to as a command post, which is an incongruous red pickup. Another factor was the glaring lack of knowledge of the PNP SAF as regards to the requisites of delivering an effective artillery fire support procedure and ceasefire protocols. It was obvious that even before the planning process, Police Director Napeñas failed to consider the elements of call for fire procedures, such as the location of own troops, friendly forces, forward observer, the enemy and the target, civilians, and method of engagement. And also, there was no coordination at all. From the AFP glossary of military terms, coordination is the act of informing a department of or a person of a course of action so that he can either fit his own actions into the proposed course of action or take steps to modify the proposed course of action to make it fit into his own. And using other references, the definition of coordination is as shown. Moreover, another critical factor was that there was no tactical plan presented to the armed forces. Detailed planning of the conduct of the operation was kept secret within the hierarchy of the SAF. Clearly, the AFP was left out. Moreover, Plan Exodus was only a concept plan. It lacks the essential elements of a complete and deliberate operational plan. There was no consideration of assumptions on the plan, no abort criteria, and no annexes. Shown is an example of the contents of an operational plan. And the military decision-making framework. And lastly, there was no sense of urgency on the part of Police Director Napeñas in conveying critical information on the condition of the engaged SAF troops. Let me invite the attention of everyone to take a closer look at the picture taken at around 4:14 p.m. at Headquarters 1st Mechanized Brigade. Here, Director Napeñas and party were still in civilian attire, can even afford to smile in spite of the dire situation faced by his troops at the encounter site. It shows that he was detached from the reality of the SAF operation. We can also glean from the picture that Director Napeñas was not completely aware of what was happening on the ground and that the magnitude of the SAF casualties. This further shows that the SAF leadership did not have a full grasp of the gravity of the situation all throughout the 11 hours period after the initial encounter. It can also be ascertained that being in civilian attire, Director Napeñas had no intention to lead from the front to see the battlefield, inspire and motivate his troops, especially at the most critical moment of the operation. Further, it can be construed that their mindset before and during the operation was something like, it's a walk in the park. Hence, there were no contingent actions, operational sequels or branches that would address and answer the what-ifs of the battle. Indeed, there was no sense of urgency on his part that impinged adversely on his capability to provide command and control. In the process, he failed to provide or exercise combat leadership and commandership to his troops. And when everything was said and done, he blamed everyone, the armed forces of the Philippines, including the President, for his failures. This kind of attitude and mindset, Your Honors, in the AFP's view was the root of the problem that led to the debacle suffered by the SAF 44. In hindsight, with prior coordination, the AFP could have done the following: discreetly preposition forces in critical and strategic areas, discreetly provided situational awareness to selected AFP commanders for operational security, prepared all components of the combat support system such as artillery, close air support, casualty evacuation, intelligence, command, signal, and logistics, could have contained the MILF and other armed groups, and assisted the PNP SAF in the planning process. In conclusion, as we reflect on the Mamasapano incident, let me state that the success of any combat operation is much dependent on how much effort one gives in planning, which was also clearly stated in the Senate Committee report, to which the AFP strongly agrees. And I quote, "If only the O-Plan Exodus that was prepared by Napeñas contained all the foregoing," referring to the supposed annexes of the plan, "it might have made it easier for the nearby AFP units in the area to provide support or reinforcement plans for execution, even on short notice, even on the so-called time-on-target basis. Napeñas merely informed the AFP time after target," end of quote. Aligned with the time-honored tradition of the military, the AFP is always ready to perform its mandated mission and is always willing to help. However, it is discerned that a commander's action in a developing situation is only as good as the information he receives. This ends the presentation. Thank you and good day, Your Honors.
May I just ask a question?
Thank you for your presentation, sir. It's Senator Trillanes kasi nandito na siya. Senator Trillanes first.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will address some questions to Director Napeñas, but I would also would like to address questions to the following: Sergeant Haranilla, Colonel Del Rosario, and the two lieutenants of the 45th Infantry Battalion. Madam Chairman, sila yung mga naging resource persons natin during the Executive Committee, and I believe instrumental yung kanilang mga sasabihin. And yes, please.
Because of the petition of Senator Trillanes that the Executive Committee transcripts be made available to the public, except the one that has to do with the Superintendent Fernando Mendez and the video presentation made by Senior Superintendent Fernando Mendez. Everything else will be made public.
Yes,
this has
Madam.
been approved by 15 senators for the record. So if there's anything in reference to the executive session.
Yes, Madam Chairman. We need one more signature for that to be officially approved. We need 2/3 of the membership of 16. Anyway, Madam Chairman, in the meantime, I would just like to direct a few questions first to Director Napeñas. Director Napeñas, is it unusual for a commander to be aware of an operation plan, or let's put in this case the commander-in-chief? Unusual po ba yon na malalaman ng presidente o commander-in-chief ang plano, isang operation plan?
Depende po yan, Your
No,
Honor.
it's answerable with a yes or no, sir.
It is usual, Your
Okay.
Honor, that he should know high level of operations.
Okay. So, is there anything illegal about it? Na malaman niya about yung operation?
No, Your Honor.
No. Okay. Nung nag-uusap kayo ni Presidente Aquino, binigyan ka ba niya ng legitimate order? Was the mission legitimate, Director Napeñas, to effect the warrant of arrest of or to administer the warrant of arrest of Marwan? Is that a legitimate order?
The mission is legitimate based on the warrant of arrest na naka-issue po ng court,
Okay.
Your Honor.
So, wala tayong problema, even doon sa mga meeting ninyo ni Presidente. Walang problema doon. I don't see anything wrong with it, and you agree. Now, nung bang nag-uusap kayo ni Presidente, nagbigay ba sa iyo ng ililimit mo lang yung gagawin mo? Or binigyan kanya ng latitude para mag-accomplish nyo yung mission nyo, sir?
Hindi nagbigay ng limit at hindi rin niya dinefine yung latitude na sinasabi niyo, Your Honor.
Okay. So, in short, kahit 1,000 tropa ang ilagay mo dyan, pwede. Wala siyang sinabing hanggang ganitong tropa ka lang.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, wala siyang binigay na limitation, hindi siya nag-hold back. Ngayon, may binigay ba siya na order sa inyo na wag mag-coordinate sa armed forces?
None, Your Honor.
Okay. So, in short, may binigay ba siya sa inyo na order na mag-coordinate kayo with the armed forces?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, maliwanag na binigyan kayo ng kalayaan para magplano at i-execute yung plano. So, ngayon, as a SAF, former director of SAF, ano ho ba ang tinuturo natin doon sa mga commander natin, sa mga opisyal natin sa SAP? Pagka binigyan ka ng legitimate order, binigyan ka ng latitude to plan, at pumalpa ka sa plano, what do you do, Director Napeñas?
Your Honor, kung ibinigay natin ang mission sa tao natin, at i-present, ibabalik yung plano sa atin kasi ang nagplano mismo sa trabaho, tao mismo, hindi yung mataas.
Okay.
Yung tao mismo gagawa, Your Honor, ang magplaplano.
Okay.
Ipapakita sa amin, sa taas, pag-aaralan, we make modification, aayusin, then ibabalik sa kanila na i-implement nila, Your Honor.
Well, I assume ginawa ho lahat yan on your case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ginawa po.
Sige. Pero, hypothetically, pag kami isang opisyal ka sa SAP na binigyan mo ng mission, binigyan mo siya ng resources, tapos pumalpak siya doon sa mission niya, ano ang training nyo sa SAP? Does he take responsibility for that failure or does he blame the person who gave him the command?
Me as the commander will take full responsibility. Your
Okay.
Honor. Hindi yung tactical commander.
So, maliwanag pala tayo dyan na, sir. Anyway, pupunta tayo dito sa specifically dito sa time on target procedure ninyo. Sinabi nyo sa plano ninyo that na-approve ng presidente, you will inform the other different agencies once the main effort would reach the target. Did you do that, Director Peñas?
Yes, Your Honor. With delay, with a little delay because of the situation on the ground.
It is
as a
not,
tactical point.
Director Peñas, kung tayo dito, let's be truthful. Pag sinabi nyong time on target, pagdating doon, ora mismo, doon dapat ang coordination, sir. Ginawa ninyo yan, sir, o hindi?
Nagawa namin yung coordination, Honor, na delay.
Oh, so hindi time on target yon, based on your own plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. In fact, kung hindi nagkaputukan, I sincerely doubt kung iinformahan nyo yung armed forces. Anyway, napag-usapan dito yung reward na abot ng $7 million. $5 million. Alam nyo kasi, I'll just need to cite a similar incident sa armed forces na nangyaring ganito. Nagkaroon ng bounty hunting sometime in 2011 or 2012 do sa Albarca. Nagkaroon din kami ng executive session dito ng hearing. I recall Secretary Gasmin being present there. Merong isang unit ng armed forces lumakad ng sarili. Armed forces na ito, hindi niya ininformahan yung area command. So, lumakad siya to pursue a high-value target at mag-arrest warrant daw. I-administer ang arrest warrant. Similar, strikingly similar. Meron din bounty yung target. Ngayon, nung nagkabulilyaso, nagkaroon ng pintakasi, tumatawag ng reinforcement. Sa fellow AFP to. Since hindi alam no mga units in the area what was happening, precisely because hindi sila na-impormahan, hindi nag-coordinate sa kanila, nawalo po. 19 soldiers ang nangamatay doon. Dahil hindi makapag-responde yung mga yung AFP na to dahil hindi nga nag-coordinate. And with that as a lesson, nagkaroon na ng policy ang AFP na lahat ng units na gagalaw would coordinate with the area commander. So just to cite an example na hindi ito nangyari na parang because of the president, of because yung BBL o kung anuman, kung hindi nangyayari ito because of lack of coordination. Kaya nga, we made sure the AFP commanders who were responsible nun sa galaw na yon, talagang pinarusahan, nag-court martial. So, henceforth, ngayon wala na. Kung gusto natin ng reinforcement, pagkakailangan natin, we need to coordinate. So anyway, yung PNP hindi pa sila na-subject doon, but ngayon, I understand, meron ng ganong arrangement din. Now, pupunta tayo dun sa pag-deploy nyo ng forces. Sinabi nyo, hindi kayo pinigilan ni Presidente Aquino, so you decided to deploy 392 troops ng SAP para dito sa mission na to administer the arrest warrant. So ngayon, based dun sa inyong design, ay dun sa inyong plano, yung 84th company, sila yung pupunta kay Marwan, yung 55th SAC, sila yung blocking force na nandoon sa metaas, then pababa, meron ng 45th, 42nd, and 41st company. Is that correct, Director Peñas?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. So, yun ang posisyon nila. Ito bang apat na company na ito
nakapunta sila dun sa kanilang designated mga positions sa Director na Peñas?
Hindi nila naabot yung kanilang designated na waypoint na position, Your Honor.
Okay. So, malalaman natin mamaya, ang pinakang nakalalim lang dun sa, nakalapit dun sa position niya was the 55th SAC. Ito yung napalibutan. Pero tong 45th, 42nd, and 41st, hindi sila nakapunta doon. Any explanation from these three commanders, yung mga company commanders nitong tatlo, kung bakit hindi sila nakalapit dun sa kanilang mga position, Director na Peñas?
We have to ask the three commanders to talk.
Precisely. Kayo yung commander, nakita nyo itong tatlong kumpanya ninyo who were supposed, by design, by your plan, who were supposed to act as a blocking force or supporting elements, pero hindi sila nakapunta, ni wala kayong after mission na report. Bakit hindi itong mga ito naparusahan, Director na Peñas?
There was an after mission report done by the Special Action Force, Your Honor.
Okay.
The reason why kung bakit hindi nakarating, depende din doon sa tactical commanders dahil sila nakakaalam kung bakit hindi sila nakarating. Although,
okay. So
pwede sa after mission report, Your Honor, naka-state po.
Okay. So pwede pala yun sa SAP, Director na Peñas, na pagka ang mission ko is to go to a specific position, sabihin ko, napagod ako hindi na lang ako pupunta doon and I won't get even a slap on the wrist. Ganun ba ang training sa SAP, Director na Peñas?
Hindi po ganun, Your Honor.
Pero ganun na nangyari.
Yung operation, hindi po perfecto yan. May mga intervening factors along the way.
Yes. Naintindihan natin yan, Director na Peñas.
Po, Your Honor.
Hindi. Wait. Naintindihan ko yung sinasabi niya, Director na Peñas. Pero, even sa AFP, ganito yan. May mga variables, may mga external factors, pero pagka hindi ka nakapunta, hindi mo na-achieve yung mission mo, may mangyayaring masama sa'yo. Kakasuhan ka ng court-martial. Ganyan ang training sa armed forces. Ngayon, anyway, pupunta tayo dyan mamaya. Dahil pumupunta tayo doon sa posisyon na bakit hindi nag-responde yung armed forces or bakit hindi si Presidente Aquino nagsabing i-reinforce kayo. Gusto ko munang, bago tayo lumayo, dito muna tayo doon sa 392 troops ninyo. Kasi based on your assessment, kayo yung nagplano, sapat na itong puwersa na ito para magampanan yung mission. Ngayon gusto nating malaman, itong 45th, 42nd, and 41st company, ilan ang total strength nila, Director na Peña, sir? Ballpark figure. Sergeant Haranilla, can you find a seat para makapagsalita kayo sa mic?
84th SAC, that's 38. 55th SAC, that's 36. 42nd SAC, it's 42. 43rd SAC, it's 42. 45th SAC, it's 44. The B-150 crew...
And the 41st SAC, Director na Peñas?
41st SAC, it's 44, Your Honor.
44. So
44th SAC, it's 44.
So anyway, itong based on your OPLAN, itong 45th, 42nd, and 41st, sila yung mga blocking forces along with the 55th SAC. Am I correct, Director ng Peñas?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
So ang total nila is 130 na katao, na tropa. Okay. So si Sergeant Haranilla, he is a member of the Division Reconnaissance Company. Ito yung unang pinadala ng tropa ng Army through General Pangilinan and Colonel De Rosario nung humingi ng puwersa yung SAP. Anong oras si Colonel De Rosario? Sir, anong oras pumunta yung mga opisyal ng SAP dun sa 1st Mechanized Brigade.
Your Honor, the officers na pumunta sa brigade, they arrived at the brigade headquarters around 7 in the morning, sir.
7 in the morning. Anong oras nag-dispatch, sir, ng tropa?
Naka-dispatch tayo, sir, ng tropa, 8:20, around 8:20 in the morning,
8:20. So from the time na dumating sila, 8:20, nakapag-assemble na ng tropa ang army at naka-dispatch. Yung video na nakita natin, may video pa tayong nakitang yung mga APC na kumakarera sila, nagmamadali. It showed the sense of urgency nung humingi kayo ng tulong. Now, si Sergeant Haranilla is part of that convoy ng mga tangke and yung tropa ninyo. So, Sergeant Haranilla, i-describe mo ko ano nangyari nung pagpasok mo?
Dumating kami, sir, sa Mamasapano, sir. 9:20 ng umaga, sir. 25 ng January, sir. Pagdating namin doon, sir, ng short briefing, pagtapos ng short briefing kung paano papasokin, kaya ang misyon namin ay kunin ang wounded ng 55 SAC na 11. 11 lang yung umaga. Nag-organize kami ng 43rd SAC, isang seksyon din, at saka yung sa akin, isang seksyon na bali 16. Nung na-organize kami, pumasok kami sa looban. Nung dumating kami ng mga 200 meters sa gilid ng ilog, nag-halt kami kasi kontakin ng 43rd SAC ang 55th SAC para malapitan namin sila. Nung tinawagan nila, hindi nila makontak, Your Honor. Nung hindi nila nakontak, Your Honor, nagdesisyon ang 43rd SAC na makilink up sa 45th SAC. Yung 45th SAC na pala yun, tatlong kumpanya pala yun sila, 45th, 46th, at saka 41st. Yung sa kabilang ilog. Nung 10:20 ng umaga, na-link up namin yung 45th SAC. Mga 100 kapin sila. Katao, sir, yung SAP na na-link up namin. Narata namin sila, sir. Nandun sa gilid ng ilog, nakadapa sa sagingan. Tuloy pa rin ang putukan doon sa 55th SAC na yon na hindi namin pinuntahan kasi walang communication, sir. Tapos nung nandun na kami, sir, sabi ng isang SAP sa akin, sir, Sarge, ano magandang diskarte? Sabi ko, sir, pasukin natin tawirin natin yung ilog para malapitan natin yung 55th SAC na nimpingwintro para matulungan natin sila. Nung pagsabi ko, walang mga reaksyon, sir. Hanggang sa nabutan na lang ako ng 1:30, bumalik ako doon sa trupa ko sa isang seksyon ko rin. Nakitambay na rin kami doon sa gilid ng ilog sa may sagingan.
Sergeant Haranilla, doon sa executive session, meron ka sinabi nila nung niyaya mo sila pumasok. Huwag ka mag-hesitate dito. Nilalabas natin yung totoo. Nakita mo yung 130 na yung kinikwenta natin. Niyaya nyo sila pumasok. Ano ang sinabi nila?
Wala ba, sir, nga reaksyon, sir? Nandun na sila sa may gilid, sa may saging, sir, nakasandal, sir. Nakadapa yung iba.
Ayaw nilang
pumasok, sir. Magtawid ng ilog, sir. Tawid ng ilog, sir. Kaya tawirin pa ng ilog yun, sir.
Bakit ayaw nilang pumasok? Yung mga tropa nila nangangamatay na. Mga ano to? Ano oras? 9:30?
Mga 10:30 na yun, sir. Mga
10:30?
11, sir.
Oh, so, bakit sila ayaw pumasok?
Di ko alam, sir, kung anong mangkwan doon sa nila, sir, yung desisyon nila, sir.
Ha? Hindi, kasi bago natin sisihin yung army, ito mga SAP to mismo. Yung iba, classmate pa nila yung mga nangangamatay doon. Bakit hindi nagresponde yung SAF mismo na dineploy ni General Lapeñas para di sa mission na ito? Bakit hindi sila pumapasok doon para rescuehin yung kanilang mga tropa?
Kakatakot rin sila, sir, mamamatay doon, sir, kung magpunta sila doon, sir.
Okay. So yun ang solusyon dito. Bago tayo maghanap ng sisisihin, hanapin yung kung sino man yung mga Director General Marquez. Sir, I suggest yung opisyal na ito, yung tatlong CEO nitong tatlong kumpanya na ito, kailangan ito kung may equivalent kay sir ng court martial, hindi pwedeng patawarin ito mga ito kasi sa susunod hindi ka na papayag na sasamahan mo yung mga yan kasi alam mo wala kang tibay na maasahan. So it should be dapat makasuhan ng cowardice or whatever mga penalties na pwedeng ibigay, sir.
Your Honor, last week I have asked the Chief of Staff, AFP, General Riberi, to make available to us the sergeant who is now a resource person so that we could take down his account of the incident so we could proceed to the investigation you were just saying earlier, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much, Director General Marquez. So, gusto ko lang i-correct kasi yung presentation ng AFP kanina. While all the rest, okay, but dun sa portion na sinabing they attempted several times to link up, hindi totoo yon kasi ito si Sergeant Haranilla, hinihila niya yung mga SAP, ayaw gumalaw, ayaw pumasok. So yun, 130 katao sila, they could have made a difference, they could have relieved the pressure dun sa 50-pip SAC, and baka marami pa yung nabuhay around that time. So, anyway, General Galvez, just a question. What time did you inform Director Napeñas that his troops were already dead?
Sir, that time, sir, we came from Cotabato and then we arrived at the PCP around mga 4 plus na, sir, mga 4:20.
4:20 na. So, hindi alam ni General Napeñas na patay na yung mga tropa niya, sir?
I believe they don't have any confirmation of the casualties, sir. And then
Okay.
when I told them that I had a text that there are already 27 already dead, 26 yung na consolidated na, sir, at saka yung isa pa nakalutang sa ilog. I believe yun, sir, ang sir, yun ang time na.
Doon pa lang nila, sir, nalaman.
Most probably, sir, yun, sir.
So, kung si General Napeñas doon lang niya nalaman na namatay na yung mga tropa niya 4 plus in the afternoon,
Yes,
how can you possibly now expect the President na malaman yung ganong picture? So anyway, yun yung nagkakaroon kasi ng assumptions dito na mali. Anyway, I'll go back to Colonel Del Rosario, sir. Sir, nung pumunta yung SAF officers to ask for reinforcements, nag-request sila ng artillery fire. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Pero ano, sir, ang ibinigay nila? Nagbigay ba, sir, sila ng anong picture yung nakita nyo? Nung, ano yun?
Your Honor, during the briefing ng mga officers na nagpunta sa brigade headquarters nung morning during the briefing, they gave me the information about the yung situation sa area. Ang binigay nila, sir, is meron silang pumasok na grupo. May isang grupo na nauna, may second group na sumusunod, and then may mga ibang grupo pa, sir. During that briefing, hindi naman nila minimension yung 84th SAC, hindi naman nila minimension yung 55th SAC. And I recall, ang sabi nila, sir, is yung pinaka-first group na nila is nagwi-withdraw na, sir. So I asked them information kung ano yung strength ng grupo na yon, pati na yung supporting effort nila, sinasabi nila. They cannot give a definite answer at that time. So yung strength hindi available. And then I asked them kung nasaan yung location ng lead element nila at saka yung tail element nila because nagwi-withdraw nga, sir. At that time, hindi pa rin, sir, na mabigay. I asked them, sir, kung saan ang location ng mga enemy, probable enemy. They just point sa bandang kaliwa ng mapa. So at that point, absent pa rin, sir, yung location. So during that briefing, wala naman po kaming pinag-usapan about grid coordinate.
So wala talaga, sir, walang binigay sa inyong essential information for you to be able to provide artillery fire. Is that correct, sir?
At that time, sir, kulang-kulang yung mga information, sir.
Pero nung binigay nyo, sir, yung 6 na tangke, okay na, sir, sila?
Hindi, sir, kasi noong na-i-provide na nga natin, sir, yung tangke, yung infantry, yung DRC, tsaka yung EOD, yun pa rin, sir, yung sumama na, sir, yung isang officer para mag-lead papunta po doon sa encounter area. Which is good naman, sir. At least may nag-guide, sir, ng mga SAP.
Okay.
Sa amin.
So, then kay General Pangilinan, this is in relation to the white phosphorus. Sir, kailan nyo nalaman yung location nung 84th company? Anong oras, sir?
As far as I can remember, around past 5 na po, Your Honor. When
Past 5?
Yes, sir. When I was already in the tactical command post of 1st Mechanized Brigade.
Okay. So, ang karamihan kasi nag-create ng picture, humingi ng saklolo alas 5 nagpaputok ng kanyon. Pero dito lumabas, alas 4:30 nalaman na patay na yung 50-50 sack nila Director na Peñas. And yung Army, nalaman lang yung location ng 84th sack. Mga 5:30, sir? Mga past 5.
Past 5, Your Honor.
Mga past 5. Tapos nung nalaman nyo agad, since may forward observer na kayo, kompleto na yung detalye, nakapagpaputok na kayo kagad. So, I don't see any wild conspiracy here. I just saw a failed mission, a commander who failed to plan properly and execute properly, and some officers. Sa akin, Director General Marquez, sir, I believe yung Special Action Force as a unit, ano yan, talagang isang elite unit, pero dito sa panahon nito, yung mga opisyal nila, I can imagine yung mga tropa niyan, sir, gusto nilang tulungan yung gusto nilang tulungan yung kanilang tropa, pero yung mga commander nila, yung mga CO nila, nagka-problema, nag-alangan. Kaya napabayaan yung mga kasamahan nila. So, yun ang nakikita ko rito. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Trillanes. Our chair temporarily asked me to just preside very briefly. The next on the list is Senator Ejercito, who wants to ask one question.
Yes, just one question, Mr. Senate President. Based on the last hearing, sa nakaraang hearing, ang natanong ko kasi kung nasaan mga air assets. No? Ang sabi kasi ng AFP at that time, since walang coordination, the air assets were in Zamboanga, in Davao, at malalayong lugar. No? Pero ngayon ay lumalabas pala na merong, nagulat ako, no? Na hindi na sana magtatanong, pero meron palang UAE na naka-standby because as what si Commanding General ng Air Force, is he here? Is he still here around? Wala na ba yung Commanding General? Because based on the testimony of the Commanding General of the Air Force, that the President gave instructions, no, to be prepared para dun sa kung sakaling magkakaroon ng pagkakailanganin ay ihanda ang air assets, no. Kaya lang wala pa siya. I think he's here. General, just like to ask, no, kasi nung nakaraang pagdinig, nung nakaraang hearing, ang sabi ng AFP at ng Air Force na yung mga air assets were in other places kasi nga hindi nakapaganda. Tama ho ba?
Tama po, sir.
Kaya lang, nagulat ako, hindi na ho sana ako magtatanong, pero nung ditong pinresent ng AFP ngayon na meron palang UH-1 na nasa area, nasa Pagadian ba? Ano po ang totoo?
Nasa Pagadian po, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
So, ang tanong ko lang ho ay, since nandun, naka-ready, the President gave instructions, no? Meron ho bang, bakit ho hindi nakalipad o tumulong ang air assets, no? Any helicopters, yung UH-1, kung may MG tayo na attack helicopters, wala ho bang napadala para mag-reinforce?
May I refer you to the West Mincom commander, sir? They are the operational commander, sir.
Yes, General Rustico Guerrero, sir.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, regarding the disposition of the air assets at the time, there were helicopters in Zamboanga, in Jolo, in Pagadian, none in Awang. That's the location of the Tactical Operations Group supporting the 6th Infantry Division. but I dispatched 2 helicopters from Pagadian. In fact, it is supporting the 1st Infantry Division operations. Anti-kidnapping po yun, sir. Pinadala ko po yun in anticipation of the requirement of the ground commander. Now, if the aircraft is already in a specific unit, discretion na po yun ng ground commander kung gagamitin niya po kung kailangan at may request. Ganon po yung sistema ng aming deployment, Your Honor.
So, ibig ko sabihin, nandun yung air assets, no? Ready to be deployed or ready to be dispatched?
Nilipat ko po ng alas 8 ng umaga, nakarating po ng 10:52 sa Awang.
Nakalipad ho ba o hindi? Nagamit for this particular rescue operation?
It was not utilized during the entire operation, Your Honor.
What is the reason? Dahil lang sabi, discretion ng ground commander?
Yes, sir. It's the discretion po ng ground commander. In this case, General Pangilinan. Pag meron pong request doon sa engaged units, kailangan po niyang suportahan through that asset.
General, may I just, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Senator Enrile.
The permission of Senator Ejercito, Senator Enrile. Yes, yes, sir.
Go ahead, Senator Enrile.
You deployed those helicopters in Awang Airport, General. Did you instruct the division commander to do an aerial reconnaissance to find out what is the condition of the troops that were beleaguered?
No, I did not, Your Honor, because that is the discretion of the ground commander. All assets under his responsibility is under his control. So siya lang po ang makapag-decide kung paano niya gagamitin, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. To General Pangilinan. General Pangilinan, what time were those air assets arrived in Awang Airport?
10:52 in the morning po, Your Honor.
10:62. 10:52. Almost 11 o'clock in the morning. There were no casualties yet, but the sub-units were already trapped, according to the record. No? And you cannot fire your cannons, according to you, that is your excuse, because you are not sure of the area. You are not sure about the locations of the civilian houses, the location of the enemies, and the location of the troop. Since you have an air asset, helicopters at that, and that's their purpose, why did you not do a air reconnaissance?
Your Honors, on the first place, the UE is not designed for such kind of operations. UH-1H is designed for troop insertion at saka po for evacuation. During that time, there was no request for evacuation, Your Honors. At kung sasabihin po natin na pang reconnaissance, the chopper, you cannot see on the ground if the chopper fly high. At kung mababa naman po ang magiging lipad natin, the chopper could be subjected to the enemy fires. At yun po ang isa sa delikado na kinukonsider po natin, Your Honors.
What is the range of the maximum range of a fire, a bullet coming from an M16, M14, and caliber 30 machine gun?
Your Honors, ang kalaban po ay merong 50 caliber. Meron po silang Barrett. Ito po ay isang 50 caliber din, sniper rifle.
Ano ba ang range ng Barrett at ng 50 caliber? 1 kilometer.
Ang effective range po niya, Your Honors, is 1.6 kilometers.
1.6. Hindi visible yung mga tao at 1.6 meters.
Your Honors,
1.6, 1,600 meters. 1,600. Huh? You cannot see the people below.
Napakahirap na pong makita at that distance, Your Honors.
Huh? Mahirap, pero makikita.
Pag lumilipad po ang chopper, napakahirap din pong mag-recognize ng especially kung hindi mo nga rin alam kung ano nangyayari sa ground.
Pero makikita mo yung mga bahay eh. Makikita mo yung terrain. Makikita mo yung mga tao. Ako, 17 years ako na sumasakay ng Huey helicopter. Kadete ka pa lang, nandun na ako. Oh. Answer.
Yes, Your Honor. Yun nga po, sinasabi ko nga, ang consideration po natin, meron nga po tayong dalawang chapters na dumating.
Dito, General, sasabihin ko sa inyo, nagtuturo-turuan kayo because may nangyari. Hindi niya, you do not want to assume responsibility. My God, 44 people died. Kung gera yan, ano bang ginagawa ninyo? Bakit kayo may mga estrella? Ha? Anyway, I do not believe you, you know. You did not use your available equipment. Go ahead.
For the record, Sir President, just to wrap up. So for the record, General Pangilinan, you had 2 air assets available at your disposal, but it was not dispatched. Hindi siya pinalipad.
Yes, Your Honor.
Siguro kanina, no, tatanungin ko lang din, one more point, Mr. President. Yung General Dapeñas, meron lang ko tatanong, yung kasi ang tinatanong, ang medyo katanungan din, malaking katanungan, yung inyo pong mga kasama, katropa, nagpas 300 ba yung naka-standby? Ano po ang rason bakit hindi pinapasok? Parang hindi ko ho narinig yung sunog. Yung inyong sagot.
Your Honor, nakita natin sa video, wala ngang 30, yun nandoon sa labas. Yung 300 na sinasabi ni Senator Trillanes. Pangalawa, Your Honor, basahin ko dito yung sworn statement ni Staff Sergeant Haranilla. Since you are on the ground, if SAP decided to penetrate and get in the position of 55 SAP, will it be possible? Ang sagot niya, yes, it's possible for us to move in. But I believe that the result would be disastrous and will be pinned down because on our experience, enemies in that area is heavy. And I can observe, based on the volume of fire, they are so many and hard. However, if artillery support be given and fire at the enemies, they might run away. Meron pa dito yung statement niya. During our stay in the location of 45 SAP at around 9 a.m. in the morning, experienced minor gunfire from the enemies. But we cannot retaliate because the 50 SAP was in the line of fire. After 3 hours, we went back to the road and linked up with Lieutenant Concepcion. That's the time I got orders from him in we acted blocking force. Wala po sinasabi dito sa statement ni Staff Sergeant Haranilla. So, statement na pinirma niya ito sa investigador. Nakasubscribe. Wala siyang sinasabi dito na yung sinabi niya ngayon na ayaw samahan ng Special Action Force.
Kamusta
I-clarify ko na rin, Your Honor, ito.
General Dapeñas, isang punto lang. No? Kamusta ho yung terrain doon? Hindi ba po sabi ho kasi, may nakating sa informasyon na 300 meters daw na open field. Ganon ho ba yung terrain na kinalalagyan ng 55th?
Tama po, Your Honor. May open terrain sa pag-approach at saka may ilog malapit sa kanila, Your Honor.
Sige po, ituloy niyo na yan para matapos na kasi yun.
Yes, Your Honor. Nakalagay doon sa result ng ng briefing kanina, yung mapa, sabi niya Google Map. I'll show you if it is the Google Map. Na ibinigay ito ng ating counterpart. Tulong to. It is an enhanced military map with the grid coordinates. Nakita niyo yung bahay. Sige, taas lang. Itaas. Yung sinasabi nila na kabahayan ng Imayalep, hindi po totoo yun. Ang layo yung encounter site. Yung bahay po ng Imayalep, nandito. Yan yung 55 SAC. Yung isang square, 500 meters po yan. Compared doon sa military map na ginagamit na 1 kilometer. Ito 500 meters, kalaki-laki. Kaya kitang-kita yung 55 SAC na napaligiran po ng Imayalep.
Pero General Napeñas, kahit na yung map mo ay accurate, kung iba naman ang reference point nila na mapa, edi hindi din nila mapapagtugmayan.
Ang reference po, Your Honor, is yung grid coordinate po. Yun ang
Pinakita ba
ginagamit.
ninyo, nagkita ba kayo ng military at pinakita ninyo yung mapa na yan sa kanila?
Ito po yung gamit na mapa ng
Yan
doon sa
mismo.
advanced command post
Meron kayong idadagdag, sir?
at saka doon sa tactical command post.
Sir,
Idagdag niyo,
sir,
sandali lang po.
Your Honor, sir, ma'am. Galing po ako sa area. Yung sinasabi na malayo ang civilian, hindi po totoo yun kasi 5 minutes lang nandun na yung Tukanan-Lipaw Bridge. Yung center mismo ng Tukanan-Lipaw Center na more or less mga 2,000 siguro sir mga resident doon. Ang lapit 5 minutes lang. Nandun na po kami sa 5 minutes na lakad lang po. Ang lapit ng
Okay, General Lapeñas.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor. Nagbakbakan ng umaga as early as 6 o'clock. Common sense. Mayroon pa bang civilian doon at that time? O nagsilayas na lahat?
Nandun pa rin po.
Naku. Kaliwanagin ko rin lang, ma'am, Your Honor. Si Colonel Osaita na nakalagay doon yung affair ng the night before. Colonel Osaita is never connected with the Special Action Force. Hindi ko nakita ang mukha niyan, hindi ko kilala. Pangalawa, Your Honor, yung abort criteria, nandyan po dyan sa O-plan na isinamit namin, including yung contingency plan.
Nandun nga, naalala ko nandun yung abort at saka contingency,
Yes,
pero
ma'am.
hindi sinunod.
Sinunod po, ma'am. Dahil po hindi pumasok dun sa abort criteria, yung unang-una po, kung mayroon na aksidente na mas casualties, yun po ang unang-unang abort criteria. Basahin ko na lang po sa inyo. Pangalawa, yung compromise by the lawless elements on the entry, hindi po na-compromise, nakarating doon sa target.
Pero yung
Wala
exit-
naman aksidente.
Saan yung entry-exit points nyo? Pakiulit nga. Yung ingress-egress ninyo.
Ito po, makikita sa mapa.
Meron kayong entry-exit, hindi lang nasunod kasi nabara na kayo doon nung mga
Dito po yung
MILF.
Dito po yung entry. Papasok, papunta doon. Hanggang doon yung dulo. Sa right hand, sa taas, yun po yung location ni Marwan. Meron pong designated na waypoints. Pre-designated na ka-GPS na po yun. Nakaprogram sa GPS ng mga bawat teams at saka yung mga officers nila na sinusundan nila yung waypoints na nakaprogram sa
Pinakita
GPS.
po ninyo
Sinusundan.
yung entry. Saan yung exit dyan?
Pabalik po din dito sa pinagpasukan. Dahil po,
Pareho lang ang entry at exit ninyo.
yes, Your Honor, may I explain? The whole of the community are filled with the MILF na kalaban. Pagka hindi ka lumabas dito na may security ka, lalo kang mauubos kasi lahat yan kalaban yung buong area na yan. Hindi ka pwede na lumabas na walang security na nakalagay. Yung sinasabi nila na mali sa SOP, yung one way in, one way out. Sa sinasabi nila yun, pero it's not a perfect situation ito. Dahil saan mo ilalagay yung security mo kung lalabas ka sa iba na puro kalaban yung buong paligid. This is the safest route noong pinarekon ito. Malayo sa kabahayan ng MILF.
So ang sinasabi nga ninyo, judging by the situation, that is the safest route, but it is normally not the standard operating procedure. Normally, dapat ibang entry at exit.
Depende
Or at
po-
least give more options for an exit plan.
Na-consider din po namin, Your Honor. Yung nga lang, kung dadaan ka sa ibabaw, dalawa ang mangyayari. Makukompromise ka or lalo kang lalanggamin, lalo kang mauubos, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, may I interrupt?
Yes.
Just as an administrative matter. Many of these discussions and testimonies were also, we heard this before. May I suggest that, we give the floor to Senator Enrile. We request Senator Enrile the next 30 minutes to finish it, and then we call the session to order because there are just about 4 franchises that that we're trying to finish. If that's okay, so
Senator Pimentel is giving his time to
I
Senator
will give my
Enrile.
time to Senator Enrile.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel.
Secretary Rojas, if I may call you Mar.
Yes, sir.
At 12:16:08 p.m., January 25, 2015, PDD Espina passed on to you. Or rather, you sent a message to to PDD Espina, which says from SILG, anyway, tilinawin lang kung ano talaga istorya. I know fog of war effect. So please have them sit and ikwento yun nila. May typographical error, di ko na ikwentro, pero ikwento ito. Ikwento nila sa isang professional debriefing investigator. Pinadala mo ba itong message na ito kay PDD, kay General Espina?
Yes, sir.
Ngayon, at what time did you send this message?
Around noontime, 12, according to the record, around 12:15, 12:30.
You were in Zamboanga at that
Yes,
time?
sir.
With the President?
Yes, sir.
Sino ba yung them? Please have them sit and ikwento nila sa isang professional debriefing. Sino ba yung mga yung them na yon?
Ang pagkaunawa ko, sir, is patapos na ho yung enkwentro eh. Iba-iba ho ang storya na dumadating o pumapasok. Hindi malinaw ang story. We were not getting a clear picture. No?
But you know that there was an encounter.
That is correct, sir. In fact, prior to that, around this is 11:50, around 30 minutes before I sent this, I received from OIC Espina the following: progress report. Member of Gemma Islamia neutralized in Mamasapano, Maguindanao. This is, tapos naka-parenthesis. I'm reading it verbatim.
Yeah.
Text message from ROC Pro-Arm received 11:19 a.m. Okay, January 25. On or about 5:10, January 25, SAF troopers encountered lawless armed group while conducting law enforcement operation in Barangay Tucanalipaw, Mamasapano, Maguindanao. Pro-Arm immediately coordinated with 45th IB, Philippine Army, PA, and Mamasapano MPS, Municipal Police Station, as of 9:15. Policemen of 1 MP, PPSC Maguindanao, PPO led by Police Superintendent Bongkayaw, DPDO are conducting monitoring and providing route security in the area. Policemen of 2nd MP, PPSC are now at Philippine PHQ, Maguindanao PPO ready for deployment. Any development will be rendered ASAO. Yan ho yung notice na natanggap ko around 11:50, which was sent around 11:19. So, based on this, parang normal. Nagkaroon ng operation, nakahanda yung Pro-Arm, immediately coordinated with 45th IB. Walang nakasulat dito na natotrouble yung tropa. Kaya, ang sagot ko kay OIC Espina is, alamin natin talaga kung ano nangyayari. Kasi yung nasabi kong fog of war, kung minsan magulong-magulo, di ba? Putukan, ganun. Yung fog of war effect, yung mga detalye, yung mga specifics, nakakalimutan or nagkakamali yung oras, etc. So, kaya ko sinabi, linawin kung ano talaga ang storya. Kaya gusto ko rin na ikwento nila nung mga naengkwentro sa isang professional na debriefer or investigator para malaman talaga what is the situation. Nandun pa on the field yung mga tao. Kasi ang impression dito is walang nakasabi dito that they are still out in the field. So that is why I asked OIC Espina to give us a story. What is the story? What is the reality on the ground? Because nga, we were not getting any clear information of what's the situation.
What time did you leave Manila with the President that day?
Around
8:30?
8:30,
Yes,
thereabouts.
8:30. How long is the flight to Zamboanga?
About 1 hour and a half, 1 hour 20.
1 hour and a half or
1 hour 20, 1 hour and a half, thereabouts.
what plane were you using?
It was the President's plane. We just rode his plane. I don't know exactly what plane that was.
Jet plane?
Jet plane.
Jet planes. When you were in the air, did you already learn that Marwan was killed?
There was no discussion while...
Yeah, no, I'm asking you if you learned already.
Yes, sir.
And the President already knew that Marwan was killed.
Yes, sir. In fact, I sent him a text at 8 o'clock in the morning, before departure.
Who is him?
The President.
He was not with you?
No, we were not yet together.
You sent him a text early in the morning before you took the flight?
Yes, sir.
And when you were in the air, you did not discuss the Marwan project at all?
There was no discussion, sir.
He did not, the President never mentioned that about the text that you sent him?
No, he thanked me. He replied in the text, "Thank you," and that was the end of that. The text was I received the text from the Director of Intelligence of the PNP at about 7:45, 7:43, and I forwarded this to the President as follows: "Sir, just received this. I'm getting more details." And what I received was 4 OIC PNP from DSAF. Update re-operations against HVTs based on the report of the ME, main effort. JI at Marwan was neutralized, but the body was left behind due to heavy volume of fire and 1 wounded SAF trooper. The containment blocking force was engaged 2 kilometers east of Tucalanipao, GC 6800665717. There was heavy firefight and SAF troops suffered casualties. Extraction is ongoing and support from the AFP was requested. The reply was, "Thank you." So this was at 8 o'clock in the morning before we met each other at 8:30 to take the plane.
And then you also sent a message at 10:23:49 in the morning. And you said, from SILG, you sent this to Okay, noted. Since Marwan body reportedly left behind, is there any video or photo or DNA or personal effects retrieved to verify his death? You sent this to General Espina. Did you receive this, General Espina?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is at 10:23:49. You were already in Zamboanga when you sent this.
We had just landed.
Yes.
And
then,
the cell signal returned.
And then at 10:27 in the morning, you were already in Zamboanga, no? AM. That same day, General Espina passed on to DSAF another text message from you, which reads verbatim from SILG. Yes, Pinoy, getting other reports that are conflicting with each other. So you are talking to President Aquino about this incident because you would not have known that he is getting conflicting reports if you were not talking to him. And as a consequence, you sent this message to General Espina of the police. For example, 160 daw SAF, 20 daw hostiles. So why did they retreat? You know that they were retreating. Huh? Ang ratio ay 8-1.
Yes, sir. This was a question that was asked to me when I told the president about this information that I was receiving. He asked me, find out more because halimbawa, sabi niya 160 ang SAF, 20 ang hostiles, so why did they retreat? Yan ang tanong ng presidente. Since I did not know about the operation, I asked OIC Espina.
If you know, from whom was he getting all these conflicting reports? From Purisima?
I do not know.
From Westmincom? From private sources? Where?
I do not know. At that time, I did not know. He just asked me, oo nga, iba-iba ang kwento. Alamin mo nga kung nangyari. Halimbawa, 160 sila. I can only surmise now, after the fact, because everybody has submitted their cell phone records, that this precise question is a question he asked former Director General Purisima in his text to him. You asked Director General Purisima the same question. If I remember correctly, 160 SAF troopers were directly involved, etc., etc. Why could they not contain or overwhelm the 15 to 20 member opposing force, etc.? So this was a previous conversation that the President had with former DG Purisima.
At 10:34 a.m., January 25, 2015, PDG Espina passed on to you, Mr. Secretary, DSAP, or rather, passed on to DSAP a text message from you, which reads, from SILG, good, you said, and something to compare it to, so we can verify. What is the meaning of this text?
Because he had replied earlier, affirmative, sir, pictures including DNA samples were obtained.
Yeah.
So it was in reference to a different question about how sure are you? Because the earlier text was simply reportedly J.I. Marwan was neutralized. So I asked, quote, reportedly, alias Marwan, a J.I. member, was neutralized during the encounter, but his body was left behind. So that was the report. Parang allegedly, ito yung nangyari. So tinanong ko, is there any proof of this? So ang sagot naman niya is, affirmative, sir, pictures including DNA. So sinagot ko is, good, something to compare it with so we can verify.
In all these exchanges of text messages, Mr. Secretary, did you at any time inquire from the command system of the police organization under you about the condition of the SAF troopers that were involved in that incident? Did you inquire how are our troops? Are they okay?
I will go through the record. I know that at some point I asked about the situation. Mr. Senator, Your Honor, I did not even know that there was an operation in place.
Yeah, I know
so that
you were compartmented.
Yeah, so we did not know how many troops. In fact, the first record that we got was simply that there was a law enforcement operation. It seemed like a normal law enforcement operation, and extraction is ongoing and support from AFP was requested.
Likewise, that was the tenor of the reports that we were getting. That's why subsequently I asked the OIC, get the real story. What is happening ba talaga?
Yeah. It is unusual that the flow of information at that moment to the highest authority in the land seems to be very scanty. No? It's unusual because I know how the military and the police operate. Both organizations were under me for a long, long time. Maybe you have changed the rules or the norms, but that is what I noticed. Now, I'm also surprised that there is no one in the police that informed you of the full picture going on. There is none in the military organization that was informing the Secretary of National Defense about the ongoing operation in its totality. I do not question your capabilities, but I'm just raising these questions from my own experience. No? So let that be decided at some time.
Sec Bols and I, in the course of the morning, would be looking at each other, and since neither of us knew that such an operation was ongoing, it was difficult to put the pieces of the puzzle together to figure out what it was. That's why halos the entire morning or the entire day, it was really just, ano ba talaga nangyayari?
Did you not wonder as cabinet members and in charge of security of the country, one for external security, the other one for internal security, that you were blinded at that moment? You did not know what was going on.
Sir, we did not know that we were blind at that moment because we did not know that something was in fact happening.
Correct. You were compartmented by your own president, and he alone had the full knowledge of the operation, of the plan, the operation, and the details of the operation, along with suspended PDG Purisima, and of course, the people that they assigned to do the mission for this dangerous mission, headed by General Napeñas.
Sir,
that is the picture that I have found.
Sir, with respect,
yes,
that is your conclusion. I subsequently asked the President, and he told me that he thought that we knew because he had given instructions to coordinate with the AFP and he thought that the normal processes would be followed. No?
But why did he not exercise his disciplinary function? Anyway, let it be some other organization or agencies of government in the future to look at this. But I'm just clarifying these things for the people to know. No? Now, did those people that you said ikwento yung what ang tunay na istorya, did they go through with the briefing?
It turns out that they could not go through because they were in the middle of the firefight. So eventually, the real story came out after we formed the board of inquiry, and in an orderly manner, they went and investigated every aspect of the operation. But on that day, we never got the full picture until late in the afternoon. DIPO, Director for Integrated Police Operation Inking, showed me a text from CCCH Galvez indicating that the death toll of more than 25.
So this was late in the afternoon. At this point, I immediately cornered SND Gasmin and showed him the text. And we then went up to the hospital to show the text to the President.
Now, thank you for that. General Napeñas at 1:22:54 p.m. that same Sunday, Deputy Staff sent a text message to you which reads verbatim, Sir, good PM. Reportedly, mga BIF na umaatake sa SAF. The SAF, no? The SAF was the one who sent this text message. I'm correcting myself. The SAF sent a text message to the DSAF, which reads verbatim, Sir, good PM. Reportedly, mga BIFF na ang umaatake sa SAF and AFP troops. Kaya di sila tumitigil, sir. Baka pwede na. Artillery kasi ito lang ang maka-is sa atake nila, sir. Did you send that text message, General Napeñas?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And who is DDSAF?
DDSAP, that's the Deputy Director Special Action Force, Your Honor. And DSAP is Director Special Action Force. That's me.
Who is DSAF at that DDSAF at that time?
I am, Your Honor. DDSAF, that's the Deputy Director Special Action Force, Your Honor. DSAF, that's the Director Special Action Force. And the DDSAF is Police Chief Superintendent Noli Talino, Your Honor.
General Talino, when you received this text message, what did you do?
Your Honor, I could not remember the text message that was sent to me by...
Ito po ang text message ni General Purisima sa iyo. Sir, good PM, reportedly mga BIFF na ang umaatake sa SAF and AFP troops. Kaya di sila tumitigil. Sir, baka pwede na artillery kasi ito lang makais sa atake nila, sir. Yun ang message sa iyo ni General Napeñas. Nung natanggap mo ito, anong ginawa mo? Did you contact the corresponding authorities who can deliver the artillery?
Sir, actually, sir, honestly, sir, hindi ko matandaan, sir, kung na-receive ko yung text na yan.
Okay.
Mukhang baliktad, sir, yung information there.
At 2:27 p.m., January 25, 2015, DSAF sent a text situation report to PDDG Espina, which reads verbatim, for OIC, PNP from DSAF, update, re-operation against HBTs based on the report of main element J1, Akamar 1 was neutralized but the body was left behind. Well, this is already taken up anyway. So, at 2:03:59, January 25, 2015, DSAF sent a text message to Superintendent Fernando Mendez, whom I identified as Jojo Mendez. And the text message reads, na-trap ang mga tao natin, mahirap sitwasyon now. Superintendent Mendez, did you receive this text?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, sir.
And what did you do when you learned that na-trap na yung mga tropa ninyo? Did you communicate with the armed forces to ask for support?
Your Honor, it's not in my capacity to do that. I think I was just being informed by General Napeñas about the situation, Your Honor.
General Napeñas, why did you inform Jojo Mendez about that situation?
Let me check the text messages, Your Honor.
Yeah.
203. Your Honor, at 1:58, because the text message that you were referring, that's 2:02. At 1:58 in the afternoon, I received a text message from Police Senior Superintendent Mendez. Good afternoon, sir. Kumusta mga tropa natin, sir? Nagtatanong si NSA. Kaya po sinagot ko yon at 2:02. Sagot ko sa kanya, ito. From DSAP to Jojo Mendez, na-trap mga tao natin, mahirap situation now. Kaya yun, sir, sinagot ko po, sir, yung text niya na nagtatanong.
Nagtatanong ba si NSA? Anong tinatanong ni National Security Advisor from you to you?
Your Honor, the National Security Advisor was asking the update, sir, on the ground, and that's the reason why I sent a text message to General Napeñas, and his reply, I think, I forwarded to the NSA, sir.
Did you inform the National Security Advisor of the President that the na-trap ang tropa natin?
Your Honor, I have no direct contact with the President. I just answered the
National Security.
Yes, sir. I as far as I can recall, I forwarded the reply of the Director SAP to the National Security Advisor.
Did you get that information, General Garcia?
Your Honor, I did not get that information. But at that time, at that day, when rumors were flying fast about the capture of Marwan or the neutralization of Marwan, we were naturally interested about what's happening out there in Mindanao. So we were asking questions.
You did not receive any information about the condition of the troops sent to do the mission?
None, sir. No information.
Okay. Thank you. Everybody's worried at this point. At 3:58:23, January 25, 2015, Charles Kalima, PDIR, sent a text message to DSAF, which reads verbatim, "Kabayan, we are worried about our operating elements. Anything we can do to help, magsabi ka lang. I hope this text message is not exaggerated. Receive this unvalidated info from Maguindanao. For your information po, confirm. Dalawa, tumawag yung CA natin. I suppose this is a covert agent. Sa loob, 22 Kia, pinagtatanggalan ng gamit, sir. May 8 pa na hinahabol ni Commander Emergency sa ilog. Sa ilog napunta ang 8 tropa. May pinugutan ang BIFF, 2 SAF, sir. Yung 8 nasa Sitio Inibog, malapit sa Polange. Bok, naubusan ng bala yung tropa, sir. Natanggap po ba itong text na ito, General Napeñas, from Charles Calima.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Who is Charles Calima?
He was then the Director of Intelligence of the Philippine National Police Headquarters, Your Honor.
And was what he conveyed to you turned out to be true?
I have no way to validate the text message of General Calima, but then we constantly communicate with the troops in the ground kung ilan na, sir, yung casualty. Sinabi ko kanina po, Your Honor, hindi nga maibigay sa amin yung actual na kung ilan yung patay at ilan yung casualty kasi yung team leader na mismo, hindi rin niya masabi sa amin dahil nagkahiwa-hiwalay po sila, Your Honor.
Now, forgive me for saying this, but my observation when reading all these text messages, it seems to me that the entire organization of the Philippine National Police was concerned about the safety of the units that were sent on a dangerous mission. But there has never been any occasion among all the texts of the senior members of the cabinet to define out the condition of the troops in the field. That is just my personal observation. At 6:37 p.m., January 25, 2015, DSAF sent a message to SILG Roxas, which reads verbatim, Sir, good PM. The original strength we prepared for the operation was 552. Then we increased the strength to 382 based on the guidance to increase forces to be utilized. The target, Marwan confirmed dead by Police Superintendent Ryan, and got pictures and DNA sample on the extraction. Lawless elements engaged on the extraction. Lawless elements engaged the SAF troops. Did you receive this message, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, sir. This is the first communication I received from Director Napeñas. And shortly thereafter, I replied, Hi, Leo, this is Mar. Got your message.
Yeah.
Tanong, per your text, of the 382 total force, roughly 70 are either dead or being pursued and still in the field. What happened to the balance of 310 or so? Kasi 380 mahigit yung sinasabi niyang tropa that was out there, but they were only able sort of accounting for about 70. So, tinatanong ko kung ano yung nangyari dun sa balance.
At 6:43:53 p.m., the same day, after only a little over 5 minutes, DSAF sent another text message to SILG Roxas, which reads verbatim, at the moment, 32 blocking force were reported dead by the CCH out of 36 engaged by the enemies, and the 4 are yet to be accounted. The main effort, numbering 36, were pursued by the enemies, and 3 were reported dead by the team leader. This second group is yet to extricate from the area, sir. Did you receive this report?
I do not have that in my record. What I have received is from the next message I got from General Napeñas is, Sir, the remaining troops were sent to rescue the persons being pursued by the enemies, together with the Army 7 rest were on a buffer zone to prevent the extraction position and exfil route.
Yeah.
I received that at about 7:02 or 700.20 or thereabouts. That's what my records have.
You receive it after you sent this message at 6:51:34 p.m. January 25 that you already read
That's correct. Asking what happened to the people.
Yeah. Hi, Leo. This is Mar. Got your message? Tanong. Per your text, of the 382 total forces, roughly 70 are either dead, 32, or being pursued and still in the field, 36. What happened to the balance of the 310 or so?
That is correct, because clearly this is very, very large number of people who were out, either casualties or still being pursued. And so we were wondering what happened to the other 300. Are they able to help or protect the remainder of the people?
Senator Enrile, we respect that you're establishing also and verifying all of these conversations. If you can wrap up with perhaps matters of new concern that we haven't taken up during the last hearing. We have to wrap up our session, sir.
I just finished this text because it portrays to me the condition of the operation and the actions or non-actions taken by people who should have taken, who should have made decisions.
We agree, sir, and I think we've also established that during our past hearings.
All right. Now I will ask the last question so that there will be no... I will finish this. General Espina, you sent a text to General Napeñas at 6:12:04 a.m. January 26, 2015. And that text message reads, I with Code 1, SILG and SND will be in Maguindanao this a.m. Prepare to brief us, SITREP, what happened in operations, use tactical map. Do you remember this text?
Honestly, sir, I do not remember, but I think I sent it.
Yeah. And you were in the palace at 6:12:04. Why did you go to the palace at that time?
May I please know the date, sir? May I please know the date, sir?
This is 26, the following morning after Sunday.
25 is Sunday. Punta ho kami, sir, sa Cotabato noon, hindi sa Palace. I was with Secretary Roxas, Secretary Gasmin. We flew over to Cotabato for the briefing, precisely to know what happened.
Tinatanong ko lang because ang text mo, I with Code 1, SILG and SNG will be in Maguindanao. Akala ko sumama sa inyo si Presidente.
Hindi po, sir.
Oh. Inutusan ba kayo niya na alamin kung anong nangyari?
Ako ho ay tinawagan or nag-contact ko sa akin, sir, si SILG to go with him to Cotabato the next day, first flight, with him on a private plane.
Bakit kayo dumaan sa Presidente?
Hindi po.
We did not, sir.
Sabi mo, I with Code 1. Si Code 1, alam ko ito, Presidente.
I do not remember that.
Who is Code 1? Hindi
President,
si
the President,
yan?
sir.
Lahat ng militar dito, alam ninyo kung sino si Code 1?
Yes, sir, the President.
Okay. That's all, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, that evening at about 10 o'clock, 10 p.m., magkasama kami ni Secretary Gasmin, and we're still not getting a clear picture, so we decided to fly to Cotabato to get a first-hand briefing. So I asked OIC Espina to come along. It was at that time that he also directed Director Magalong and several other officers to also go so that the debriefing could begin.
Yes, Madam Chair, may we now move to terminate the hearings
Yes,
so that we can call the session of the Senate to order.
Yes, Senate President, before we end, we would like to express our appreciation for all our resource persons who appeared today. A number of them are retired from the service. Marami pong salamat. Salamat din sa mga pamilya ng SAF 44 na mga naririto. Ito po yung mga highlights. Most of the points raised are in the committee report of the Philippine Senate already and can be found in the transcripts of previous hearings and executive sessions. But today's hearing focused on almost chronological and clinical timeline on the Mamasapano incident. Also, new info, while discussed before, SAF Peñas claimed that the U.S. was assisting in the operation for real-time and on-target, and that the Mamasapano operation is not simply a police operation, but a counter-terrorism effort and a SAF mandate. We've been reminded that in the Mamasapano operation, the following officials are not in the loop or have no knowledge until the event happened and through SMS text. General Katapang, Espina, Guerrero, and Gazmin. And in his point also, it was established that the President did not, in the interpellation of Senate President Drillon, it was established that the President has been misinformed of the gravity of the situation in Mamasapano and communications sent lacking in details, and that nobody was ordered to stand down from sending reinforcements. We also received feedback from General Marquez. General Marquez stressed that there were certain things that could have been done so that it would have been a more successful operation. For example, a solid contingency plan, strategic planning, full scale, which includes logistics, etc. This was, of course, disputed by SAF Peñas. We also received the latest recap of benefits for the families of the SAF 44, an update at the current year-to-date that they've actually received. So, sa lahat po, sinikap natin, binigyan natin ng pagkakataon si Senator Enrile na malinawan ang mga nangyari nung January 25, 2015. Sa tingin ko, nabigyan natin siya ng sapat na panahon para tanungin ang mga gusto niyang itanong. Tayo naman, nakapagtanong din, pero sa tingin ko, wala namang naiibang maaaring magpabago pa sa committee report natin sa puntong ito. Muli, maraming salamat and this meeting is adjourned.